Tsunade's expression changed slightly. If you win, all the money belongs to you, and if you lose, you just need to have a drink with him? Don't say that Tsunade is an alcoholic. Even if he isn't, it's a surefire deal. So she immediately said loudly, okay, I bet with you. Shizune. Dolphins. Terumi Mei, who was behind her, knew that Qian Yu was trying to instigate Tsunade, but she was still a little jealous when she heard that he wanted to drink with Tsunade. But soon, she figured out that everything is for Kirigakure. Then, Tsunade once again faced off against Qian Yu in the casino. In the end, there is no doubt that Tsunade lost everything. Not only did he fail to win back what he lost before, but all the money in the end was won by Qian Yu. Not only that, but she was forced to agree to a date with Qian Yu. Tsunade slammed the table, and everyone thought she was going to renege. Unexpectedly, she immediately said, let's go drink. Qian Yu smiled. Tsunade's unrestrained character is really unique among the female ninjas in the entire ninja world. Of course he was also very happy, stood up immediately, and walked out with Tsunade. Before leaving, Tian Yu winked at Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei nodded without disturbing the two. She glanced at Shizune and decided to talk to her first. Shizune is also very curious about Qian Yu and Kirigakure. The two walked out of the casino and found a tavern to chat. And all this. It also fell into the eyes of Jiraiya and Konaha Anbu ninjas. Jiraiya was silent for a moment. But those Anbu ninjas knew that all of these had to be reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now. Pamphlet Street, in a tavern somewhere. Qian Yu and Tsunade are drinking wine glass by glass. Tsunade doesn't drink much, but he doesn't care about being drunk at all, and drinks heavily. And Qian Yu didn't say a word, let alone continue to persuade her to join Kirigakure. It's just the same big mouthfuls of drinking and venting with Tsunade. After Tsunade drank 7 or 8 bottles, his cheeks were flushed, and his whole body gradually became wobbly. She pointed at Qian Yu and laughed loudly, you are a nice person. I drink well, and I also know that I shouldn't be long-winded when drinking. Qian Yu said with a smile, that's right, you should drink when you drink, and the most important thing is to be happy. Let's talk about other things later. Tsunade slammed the table, well said. Come on, keep drinking. Cheers. Yu clinked glasses with her, and the two drank it down again. Soon enough, Tsunade was completely drunk without warning. The whole person lay down on the table. The huge breasts on his chest were all spread out, and he was even drooling unabashedly. Looking at this scene, Qian Yu couldn't help shaking his head. Where do you live? I will take you back. Tsunade murmured an address. Qian Yu picked her up and walked over there. Along the way, Qian Yu couldn't help thinking about Tsunade's soft body after drunkenness. This is also impossible. Tsunade's figure is well known. Even if you don't want to touch it, it is inevitable to touch it in some places. Even a man like Qian Yu who has read countless women can't help but admire. What a devil figure. Qian Yu walked all the way to the guest room where Tsunade was staying, and put her on his bed. Tsunade spread out the big characters, and just fell asleep on the bed. Soon fell asleep. Tsunade was already drunk, but was carried all the way here, which made Tsunade's clothes a little messy, and his chest was torn apart a lot, revealing an indescribable spring. Looking at this scene, Qian Yu couldn't help feeling a little distracted. His hand reached out immediately. However, although Tsunade was asleep, he remained vigilant and grabbed Qian Yu's hand. Although her eyes were still closed, she said loudly, what do you want to do? How powerful Tsunade is well known in the ninja world. That is to say, Qian Yu has fused the power of Hashirama cells, and the burst of strange power is by no means under Tsunade. If it were someone else, the wrist might be fractured and dislocated just by this blow. Qian Yu smiled. I just tidy up your clothes for you. Only then did Tsunade loosen his strength, allowing Qian Yu's hand to grope around on his chest. Qian Yu did help her organize her clothes. Of course, there are also many benefits. Qian Yu sat on the edge of the bed, continued to sip his wine, and looked at Tsunade thinking about his own affairs. His plan is actually quite simple. Just because he wanted to understand why the Hyuga clan betrayed Konaha village so urgently, and even risked their lives to inform themselves for help. It must have been because Sarutobi Hiruzen had begun to suspect doubts about his relationship with the Hyuga clan. And this also means that the meeting between myself and Hyuga Hiyashi that day may have already reached the ears of Sarutobi Hiruzen. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's suspicious and ruthless character, he will inevitably attack the Hyuga clan. And the Hyuga clan are not fools. Knowing that once this kind of suspicion is formed, it is impossible to recover. So I can only report to myself to request reinforcements. Well, it's the same for Tsunade. Sarutobi Hiruzen is a real soldier at the moment. As long as he knows that he is in contact with Tsunade, and then has more intimate contact, he will definitely kill Tsunade. In this way, Tsunade will also see the true colors of him in Konaha village. When the time comes, the right choice will naturally be made. Now, Sarutobi Hiruzen must have sent someone to follow him secretly. Qian Yu sensed at least 7 or 8 chakras and breaths. Really? Now. Anbu Ninja from Konaha village, looking at Tsunade's room upstairs, didn't know what to do for a moment. They called Jiraiya and informed him of the situation. Jiraiya looked up at Tsunade's window and sighed too. You mean, the two of them went drinking, Tsunade got drunk, and Mizukage sent her back? Yes, from Zishinping. So, is Mizukage coming out? No, Jiraiya's heart was shocked, and for a while, both public and private felt unprecedented sadness. Tsunade, are you really? The leading Anbu ninja said. Master Jiraiya, Master Tsunade. No, Tsunade has already achieved this level. I am afraid that he has been completely instigated by that Mizukage, and even. Ahem. According to Master Hokage's order, now is the time to make a decision. Jiraiya was silent for a long time. It's impossible to decide Tsunade's choice now after all. I'd better wait until she sobers up, and I'll ask her again. The faces of many Anbu ninjas changed. It was said by Sarutobi Hiruzen when they received orders from Lord Hokage. Jiraiya may be unable to attack Tsunade because of nostalgia. At this time, it is necessary to remind him well. Then, the leading Anbu ninja said, Master Jiraiya, you should know the order of Master Hokage better than anyone else. And you should be very clear about the importance of personal feelings compared with the interests of the entire village. I don't want to hide anything. Lord Hokage asked us to come here to assist Lord Jiraiya, and to see your performance, Lord Jiraiya. Please don't make things difficult for us. Of course Jiraiya understood what he meant. Even, he had already guessed that Sarutobi Hiruzen would do this. However, it is still difficult for him to decide if he really wants to attack Tsunade. Jiraiya said, I understand, but even if Tsunade is going to be attacked, it's not now. Could it be that you want to attack Mizukage directly? Don't say that such an action will directly trigger a war between Konaha and Kirigakure. Even if it doesn't, with our strength, we can deal with a Mizukage at the same time, plus Tsunade. Is there any chance of winning? The Anbu ninja immediately looked at each other in dismay. Jiraiya's words do make sense. Although Tsunade was drunk, but for a ninja of her level, once there is a real life and death crisis, a little drunk is nothing at all. What's more, she is also a member of the Senju clan, who holds the title of the #1 medical ninja in the ninja world. I understand, Master Jiraiya. Then, when she wakes up and is alone tomorrow, please ask Lord Jiraiya to join us. Jiraiya was silent for a long time, and finally nodded. The next day, early in the morning, Tsunade finally woke up from his drunken slumber. She sat up abruptly, then looked around, and saw Qian Yu's smile. Qian Yu smiled and said, Are you awake? Tsunade immediately checked his condition, but didn't find anything unusual. What happened last night? Qian Yu laughed. What do you hope will happen? Tsunade said angrily, You got me drunk, what did you do to me? Qian Yu laughed out loud. If I really wanted to do something to you, it would have already happened by now. Is there still a need to wait until now? Tsunade also came to his senses, however, thinking that he was actually in front of this man, and he was obviously the enemy of Konaha village, and drank so much, that he even slept in the same room with him all night. Saying this, no one will believe that nothing happened. Where's Shizune? Tsunade shouted immediately. Of course Shizune wasn't there. Qian Yu had asked Terumi Mei to chat and drink with her in advance, and now it is estimated that she is also drunk and unconscious. Who knows? Okay, since you're fine, I'm leaving. Tsunade was taken aback. You just left. Qian Yu laughed and said, Why? Do you feel regretful because nothing happened? Want to make amends now? Tsunade showed a rare shyness. Nonsense. You go away. Qian Yu laughed out loud and left Tsunade's room. Tsunade's heart was beating wildly for a moment. What is going on? Why would I have such a good drink with that kind of guy, and don't take any precautions at all? Also, that guy sent me back to my room, but last night. Nothing should have happened. HMPH, he seems to be a nice guy. Thinking of this, Tsunade felt a little strange in his heart for a while. Tsunade seems to have experienced many things, but in fact has no experience in this area. Just like her still immature and delicate face. The heart is the same pure. And dry compared with an old driver like you, it is simply heaven and earth. Tsunade suppressed his wild thoughts. Then I washed my face and got ready to go down for a meal. However, just as he went downstairs and walked out the door, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Jiraiya. For a moment, Tsunade felt a little guilty, as if something had really happened between him and Qian. At this time, around Jiraiya, ninjas wearing masks appeared one by one. It is the Anbu elite directly under Konaha village Hokage. For a moment, Tsunade's previous strange emotions were swept away. Because she felt the real murderous intent, she suddenly thought of something, and her face changed instantly. Jiraiya, you want to kill me? Jiraiya shook her head. That's the last thing I want to do. However, I also want an answer from you. Did you betray Konaha village? Tsunade snorted coldly. What if I say yes? Jiraiya sighed. Then there is no other way, Tsunade, although I would rather die myself than fight with you, but in my heart, the village still comes first. So, please forgive me. Tsunade said coldly. Sarutobi-sensei. No, Master Hokage's order. Looking at those Anbu ninjas, she naturally already knew it. Jiraiya sighed. If you only come into contact with Mizukage, Sarutobi-sensei is just suspicious, but god damn you. Tsunade roared, nothing happened yesterday. But don't say these words to Jiraiya, those Anbu ninjas will never believe it. What's more, even if some things didn't happen. But the two drank together so intimately that Qian even carried her back to his room. I don't know how many people in the whole pamphlet street have witnessed it with their own eyes. There is no way to refute it, Tsunade said coldly. Okay. Just because I drank with that man, Konaha village, and our Lord Hokage, are going to kill me, aren't they? Jiraiya said. Because it is you must never betray Konaha, let alone join other ninja villages. You should know your own importance. Tsunade laughed. My importance? Is this how Konaha village treats such an important me? Jiraiya hasn't spoken yet. The leading Anbu ninja said, Master Jiraiya, please stop talking. If you don't do it, you won't be able to explain to Hokage-sama. Jiraiya fell silent. The leading Anbu ninja said in a deep voice, since Master Jiraiya refuses to do it first, then leave it to us. For a moment, the Anbu ninjas surrounded Tsunade. It burst out with powerful chakra and power. At this moment, Tsunade was completely disheartened towards Konaha village and Sarutobi Hiruzen. She finally understood that no matter what she did, she could no longer make Sarutobi Hiruzen trust herself. And he will never show mercy to those who doubt him. There is only one end. Kill without mercy. Then. Tsunade also took a deep breath. Then come on. All of a sudden, the entire pamphlet street was filled with murderous intent, and the matinee bloody battle was about to start. For a moment, Tsunade and Konaha village finally face off. It can be said that from this moment on, it symbolizes a complete break between the two parties. Tsunade took a deep breath. Then come on. Immediately. Many Anbu ninjas immediately burst out their powerful chakra and force zones at the same time. Wind style. Wind cut technique. Earth style. Earth dragon bomb. Lightning style. 4-pillar bondage technique. Although Anbu ninjas may not have the level of terror of Tsunade and Jiraiya. But the victory lies in the decisive shots and the tacit cooperation. In an instant, wind, earth, thunder, water, fire, and powerful ninjutsu of various attributes burst out in the direction of Tsunade at the same time. Tsunade sneered. Although she has not practiced for many years, whether it is ninjutsu, physical skills, or strength, her strength has declined seriously. But it's not something these ordinary Anbu ninjas can handle. For a moment, she stomped on the ground violently, boom. In an instant, a huge deep pit appeared on the ground. Then the whole person flew out immediately, not only dodged all ninjutsu, but even launched a counterattack immediately. With one kick, it suddenly fell from the sky, and bombarded down fiercely. Many Anbu ninjas looked at this kick, all of them paled in shock. Everyone knows the horror of Tsunade's strange power. Once it is really hit, or even if it is only affected by the airwave, it is afraid that it will suffer heavy damage. Then. Many Anbu immediately fled in embarrassment, temporarily evacuating in all directions. Boom. 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 A pain in the ass. Tsunade's fierce blow suddenly caused the whole street of Pamphlet Street to explode. The earth cracked, the ground shook and the mountains shook, flying sand and rocks. The buildings on both sides were affected by the airwave, and the dust was blown up with a bang. This terrifying power surprised all Anbu ninjas. They knew that they couldn't fight against Tsunade by themselves. So, the leading Anbu ninja immediately said, Master Jiraiya, why don't you make a move? Jiraiya sighed. He knew that if he didn't act again, he would be deemed as betraying Konaha. Then. He could only smile wryly. Tsunade, forgive me, I have no other choice. Don't worry. Even if I bring you back to Konaha village, I will intercede with Mr. Sarutobi on your behalf, and I will never let you really get hurt. Tsunade sneered. At that time, can I still let you go? If you can really convince him, you don't need to be my enemy. Tsunade spoke out, and Jiraiya was speechless. But he still couldn't help himself, so he finally shot toward Tsunade. Sorry, Jiraiya clasped his hands violently. Snapped. Lion hair technique. As soon as he came up, he used his own secret technique, and his long white hair instantly hardened, bound toward Tsunade like a net. Of course Tsunade knows Jiraiya's art well. She let out a cold snort, and slammed her fist into the ground. Immediately, boom, boom. The entire earth was turned upside down, overturned, forming a huge earth and stone barrier, which completely resisted Jiraiya's chaotic lion hair technique, and even the airwave counterattacked back. Jiraiya frowned slightly. Sure enough, after being abandoned for so many years, although your strength has declined, you are still so powerful. At this moment, Anbu ninjas also immediately started attacking Jiraiya from all directions. All kinds of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and ninja tools frantically shot towards Tsunade. But Tsunade responds to all changes with no change, and only responds with his own strange power. No matter how strong the opponent's offensive is, just a punch or a kick is enough to deal with it. Orochimaru made a mudra with both hands, earth style, yellow spring marsh technique. In an instant, the ground under Tsunade's feet suddenly turned into a swamp with a huge range, covering half a block in long. All of a sudden, all kinds of messy things seemed to be trapped in quicksand. It was swallowed and absorbed by Huang Chenjiang. Tsunade also immediately backed away abruptly, barely avoiding this move. After all, she hasn't fought for many years. Although she still has combat experience, she is a little rusty after all. It can't be compared with Jiraiya, Anbu ninjas who lick blood on the tip of their swords every day. Seeing under the double offensive of Jiraiya and Anbu ninja, Tsunade also gradually fell into a disadvantage. At this moment, the Anbu ninja violently launched the final trump card. Boom. The Anbu ninja, who was the leader, took out the sharp kunai. It suddenly pierced into the palm of my hand. Immediately, blood spurted out, rushing toward Tsunade who was about to launch a counterattack. Tsunade suddenly paled in shock. Although she managed to dodge it, but looking at the splash of bright red blood, her whole body has fallen into collapse. Thump. Tsunade, who was so powerful just now, suddenly fell to the ground. His pupils widened, and he gasped for breath. Yes, this is the killer feature of Anbu ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen once told them that Tsunade suffers from hemophobia. When it is absolutely necessary, it is absolutely safe to deal with her with a blood offensive. Seeing that the battle situation was anxious, the leading Anbu ninja immediately used this move. Didn't expect it to work like this. One of the legendary Sannin, the strongest medical master in the ninja world, and probably the most powerful female ninja in the ninja world. Just like this, she became a cowardly little witch. Looking at this scene, Jiraiya couldn't help feeling a little distressed. Tsunade, I'm sorry for using this kind of trick on you, but there's nothing I can do about it. The leading Anbu ninja said, Master Jiraiya, even if this trick works, but she is one of the legendary Sannin after all, she is escorted back to Konaha village for safety, just to be on the safe side. Let me weaken her mobility first. He immediately jumped up. The kunai in his hand had already stabbed towards Tsunade's legs. This is done to prevent Tsunade from escaping after regaining his sanity, or relaunching a counterattack. At this moment, Shizune finally rushed back, and only saw this last scene. Master Tsunade. She was extremely anxious immediately, and just about to step forward to rescue her, but found that it was too late. Just at this critical moment. Boom. The ninja headed by Anbu, with a cold dagger in his hand, flew out together with himself, and the body approaching Tsunade was suddenly frozen into ice. As if, like a large ice sculpture, stagnant in midair. The next moment. Boom. Click. The entire ice sculpture shattered on the ground, and even the headed Anbu ninja's body was frozen and shattered to a bloody mess, spitting out blood. Apparently dead enough to die, for a while. Jiraiya and all the remaining Anbu ninjas were shocked. He turned his head and looked at the person who came. Of course it is. Mizukage-sama of Kirigakure, Qian-yu arrives. Seeing this scene, Shizune breathed a sigh of relief, and showed a grateful look to Qian-yu, and then immediately rushed to Nishu to check her status. Master Tsunade. At this moment, Tsunade was still looking at the blood on the ground, his body trembling unceasingly. As if losing his mind. Looking at Qian-yu's arrival, Jiraiya and Anbu ninja's expression became very ugly. Mizukage-sama. What do you mean? The thing between us and Master Tsunade is inside Konaha village. You shot out in public and killed our Konaha Anbu team leader. Do you really want to start a war with Konaha village? An Anbu ninja suddenly roared in rage. Qian Yu smiled. The relationship between you and Tsunade is within Konaha? I don't think so. What if I say, Tsunade is already our Kirigakure ninja? Immediately, Jiraiya and all the Anbu ninjas were shocked. Qian Yu said with a smile. You have killed our Kirigakure ninjas. As Mizukage, I should rescue them. It's you guys who hurt Mist Shinobi ninjas in front of me. Do you Konaha village really want to start a war with Kirigakure? Qian Yu's move made the Konaha village ninja speechless immediately. Jiraiya said, Master Mizukage, Tsunade was originally a Konaha shinobi, and now you say she is a Mist Shinobi ninja, which only shows that she betrayed Konaha. Then what we have done is just to clean up the door. You should know that Anbu was originally born to track down Renren. Fu smiled and said, Indeed, but Mizukage was also born to protect his ninja village and ninja. Jiraiya frowned. So, Mizukage-sama really wants to start a war. Tsunade, today we are going to bring back Konaha village anyway. Qian Yu said. Then there is no other way, Tsunade, I want to go back to Mist Shinobi no matter what. For a moment, Jiraiya and Anbu ninjas are all enemies. Everyone knows the terrifying power of Lord Qian Yu. No one wants to be his enemy, but things have come to this point, and it is impossible not to fight. Jiraiya sighed, I didn't expect to fight Mizukage-sama so soon. Originally, I still admired you very much. Qian Yu laughed. If you were my Kirigakure ninja, I would appreciate you the same. Jiraiya laughed loudly. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world. This battle, if I die, don't forget our previous bet. The battle of Naruto and Sasuke. Qian Yu said, I remember. For a moment, the two sides are at war, seeing that this fierce battle is about to break out. Suddenly. At this time, Tsunade suddenly stood up again, although he was still out of breath, and his body was trembling slightly. But after Shizune's treatment and comfort just now, her phobia was also much better. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya, and then at Qian Yu's direction. Jiraiya, give up. From now on, I have nothing to do with Konaha village. Since Konaha village killed me, I don't need to be loyal to Konaha anymore. Go back and tell Sarutobi Hiruzen that I never thought of betraying at all. It was because of his persecution that he had no choice but to embark on this path. But even if you told him, he wouldn't believe it, you will only feel that I betrayed him, and he is always right. Jiraiya sighed. He knew Tsunade was telling the truth. Anbu ninja said angrily, Master Jiraiya, we can't let them go. Otherwise, we can't explain to Master Hokage. What's more, the sub-captain died at the hands of Mizukage. Jiraiya shook his head. The matter has come to this point. Even if there is a real war, I am afraid that both sides will suffer in the end, and I, and all of you may die in Mizukage. Hands. Can you accept such an ending? Master Hokage, is this acceptable? Those Anbu ninjas were speechless for a moment. Jiraiya said, Let's go, Sarutobi teacher, I will take all the responsibility. Many Anbu ninjas sighed. After all, Jiraiya is one of the legendary Sannin and a direct disciple of Lord Hokage. What's more, the current Konaha village is at its weakest moment and needs Jiraiya's strength the most. I'm afraid Master Hokage will not be able to really punish him at all. Thinking of this, everyone is also an old fox, nodded and said, Then follow Master Jiraiya's command. This sentence obviously puts all the responsibility on Jiraiya. Jiraiya glanced at Qian Yu. Master Mizukage, then we should follow the agreement and fight again in a year. Qian Yu said. Yes. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade again. See you later, we are enemies. I hope that when the time comes, no one will show mercy. Tsunade was silent. Then, Jiraiya left Pamphlet Street with the remaining Anbu ninjas. Go back to Konaha village. Tsunade stood there silent for a long time. Finally turned around and looked in Qian Yu's direction. Thank you for your rescue just now. Qian Yu said with a smile, it's easy to do. Tsunade sighed. It seems that now, I have no way out. Qian Yu smiled, knowing that Tsunade finally accepted his changed fate. He stepped forward and stretched out his finger towards Tsunade. Welcome to Kirigakure. Tsunade hesitated for a moment. All kinds of past memories were revolving in her mind, but in the end, they all dimmed and turned into nothing. She also stretched out her hand towards Qian Yu. The two hands were clasped together. Looking at this scene, Shizune was deeply moved again, and was only happy for Tsunade. Because she finally untied all the knots in her heart, and it can be said that she found a new home. At this time, Terumi Mei finally arrived at the scene. Looking at this scene, she knew that Wang Yu's plan had been completely successful. Tsunade has become a member of Kirigakure. She smiled sweetly and waved to Tsunade as well. Welcome to be a companion of Kirigakure. Tsunade forced a smile too. He wanted to withdraw his hand, but found that Qian Yu held it tightly. Seems to be waiting for his own response. Tsunade then took a deep breath. Yes, Mizukage adult class. Hearing Master Mizukage in Tsunade's mouth, Qian Yu smiled slightly. Let go of her hand. Tsunade also felt that the sound of Master Mizukage made her bid farewell to her past self. Ushered in a new life. Shizune breathed a sigh of relief. Master Tsunade, maybe this is the best choice. Tsunade nodded. Shizune, how do you sing? Shizune smiled. Where is Master Tsunade? I will be there. Besides, Konaha village will never let me go just because I left Master Tsunade. Tsunade sighed. Sorry, Shizune. Shizune smiled. No, Master Tsunade, and rather, I have more affection for Kirigakure. The darkness of Konaha village, I have seen too much. Terumi Mei smiled at her and stretched out her hand. You are welcome too, Shizune. Thanks. Shizune held Terumi Mei's hand. So far, Tsunade completely betrayed Konaha village and became the ninja of Wuyin village. Soon. Returning to the Jiraiya and Anbu ninjas in Konaha village. In Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen is throwing a fit. One of the legendary Sannin, the granddaughter of first Hokage, his disciple, defected from Konaha village, and became the ninja of Konaha's nemesis Kirigakure. Damn Tsunade. Damn Qian Yu. For a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger towards Qian Yu and Kirigakure reached its peak. At this moment, he even wants to start a war directly, a complete war with Kirigakure. He was even more furious at Jiraiya. Jiraiya, what the hell are you thinking? Since she clearly betrayed Konaha village, you just came back like this? Jiraiya said. At that time, fighting with them may not be able to take advantage of anything. The squad leader of Anbu is dead. Me and 6 or 7 Anbu ninjas, against Mizukage, Tsunade, her disciple Shizune, and Terumi Mei from Kirigakure, there is no chance of winning at all. Sensei Sarutobi, do you want us all wiped out? Sarutobi Hiruzen was at a loss for words, but he understands that this is not what Jiraiya really thinks at all. He just didn't want to continue to attack Tsunade. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen is the time when he needs people the most. Although he is very angry with Jiraiya, there is no way to really punish him. I have lost Tsunade, and if I lose Jiraiya, I will be really alone in Konaha village. Guys like Orochimaru are never to be trusted. Even Shimura Danzo, who is right next to him, is always thinking about taking his Hokage throne. Only Jiraiya, although she will be emotional, will never betray herself, let alone Konaha. So he snorted coldly. Jiraiya, and you, I have written down the crime this time, but I will not punish you, but all of you will be guilty and meritorious. Those Anbu ninjas were trembling, and immediately said, yes, because of people. Jiraiya also nodded. Behind Shimura Danzo and Udatane Kaharu exchanged glances. Unexpectedly, Tsunade would actually betray Konaha village. Now, Konaha is really going to become the laughing stock of the whole ninja world. Shimura Danzo said coldly, Hiruzen, it's time to fight Kirigakure to the death. Otherwise, if this continues, Konaha village will only be eaten away by that Qian Yu step by step, weakening its strength, and in the end it won't even have the qualifications to start a war with Zunyan. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice, why don't I want to get my revenge? But the current Konaha village, once the war starts, can it really guarantee victory? How much power do we have? At this time, a man's figure appeared in front of Hokage's office. It was Orochimaru. Sarutobi sensei, it looks like you're worrying about Tsunade. However, her betrayal is not unreasonable. For you now, it is more important to deal with Mizukage and Kirigakure, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly. Orochimaru, do you have any solution? Orochimaru smiled. Of course. As I said, the purpose of cooperating with Mr. Sarutobi is to deal with Kirigakure. When the time comes, everyone will get what they need. I only want those 2 children. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath. Okay, how many force zones can you provide? As long as we are sure enough, we can immediately declare war on Kirigakure. Orochimaru smiled and said, Sensei Sarutobi, you don't have to belittle yourself. The so-called emaciated camel is bigger than a horse. Although the current Konaha village is getting weaker and weaker under your wise leadership, it is still the #1 ninja village in the past. Even after the Third Ninja World War, the Nine Tails Rebellion, the genocide of Senju and Uchiha, and now Tsunade has defected from the village. Isn't the foundation of still there? There are Sarutobi Sensei, Danzo-sama, the seniors, Anbu, Genbu, the Sarutobi clan, and the Shimura clan. Not to mention, there are other elite ninjas and clans. Kakashi, Might Guy, Yamato, Asuma, Hyuga clan, Aburame clan, Inuzuka clan, Yamanaka clan, Nara clan, Akamichi clan. Orochimaru smiled and continued. What's more, now there is me, there is Jiraiya. In addition to the Yinin village I created, its strength should not be underestimated. Beyond that, I have a real trump card. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. What killer feature? Orochimaru then smiled and clapped his hands together. Summoning technique. Impure world reincarnation. Immediately. Boom. The two coffins broke through the ground unexpectedly, and the coffin lid was opened with a bang in an instant, and the figures of two men appeared from inside. Under the shocked eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Utatane Kaharu, Jiraiya and all the Anbu ninjas, two men came out gently. Exactly. First Hokage Senju Hashirama. Second Hokage Senju Tobirama. This is. Sarutobi Hiruzen's complexion changed drastically. Orochimaru smiled and said, this is the forbidden technique, impure world reincarnation left by Master Second Hokage, and I have obtained the biological information of the two of them, and I can summon them from the pure land of the underworld at any time. Mr. Sarutobi, I wonder if such a trump card is enough? Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked. Indeed, if there were Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, and they completely obeyed their command, then let alone Kirigakure, even the entire ninja world could be wiped out. But how much strength can the two Ancestor Hokage masters from your impure world reincarnation display in their lifetime? Orochimaru's face changed slightly. Indeed, the accuracy of my impure world reincarnation is not very high now, and it probably can only exert less than 10% of the power it had before birth. However, after all, there are two Ancestors Hokage, even this is enough to become a powerful combat force. More importantly, Mr. Sarutobi, as long as you can provide me with more biological information of dead strong men, I can summon more strong men with unlimited summoning, and even form an army of impure world reincarnation. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and Zhuangxia Kaharu all looked at each other. If this thing can be successful, it will indeed be an unprecedented terrifying power. Jiraiya frowned and said, impure world reincarnation requires a living sacrifice to activate, right? Besides, it's not a good thing to play with the dead like this. Orochimaru laughed. Jiraiya, you are still so naive. What's more, this technique was originally invented by Master Second Hokage. In the First Ninja World War, he even used this technique to fight back against the 4 major ninja villages that besieged Konaha, and successfully repelled all the enemies. There are good and bad techniques, but it depends on who uses them and for what purpose. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Orochimaru is right. Second Hokage can be used by adults, and we have no hesitation. Danzo, I will entrust you and Orochi to complete this matter together. Shimura Danzo nodded. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen saw hope again. The heritage of Konaha village, plus Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Yinin village, Tsunade of the Alliance, plus the army of impure world reincarnation, especially first Hokage Senju Hashirama. 2 legendary ninjas like Hokage Senju Tobirama and a little Kirigakure. What kind of waves can they create? Thinking of this, the corner of Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth slightly raised, showing a sinister smile. Qian Yu, Kirigakure. This time, we must make you pay with blood. Soon. The news that Tsunade betrayed Konaha village and joined Kirigakure spread throughout Zenjinyuan. This made Konaha village and Sarutobi Hiruzen the laughingstock of everyone. Of course, at the same time, the conflict between Kirigakure and Konaha village has intensified again. War seems to break out at any moment, in Konaha village at the moment. The Hyuga clan, Hyuga Neji and Hyuga Hiyashi meet again. Mizukage-sama tamed that Princess Tsunade? For Kirigakure, it is indeed a great thing, but I am afraid it will also make Sarutobi Hiruzen even more crazy. The matter of our Hyuga clan must be put on the agenda immediately. However, Master Mizukage has not responded yet. With our strength alone, there is no way for all of us to successfully leave Konaha village. Hyuga Neji said, I am sure that the information has been delivered to Mizukage-sama. Now he should already be making plans. The Hyuga family is also a decisive force for any force in Konaha village and Kirigakure. Even Mizukage-sama, it is impossible to give up such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to weaken Konaha and improve his own strength. Hyuga Hiyashi nodded. However, I don't know when he will leave the country. Hyuga Neji said, Why don't you say, Patriarch, when will you inform the clansmen of the news? Could it be that when the time comes, do you want to take all the clansmen to flee? They don't know anything yet. Hyuga Hiyashi said. There is no way to rush this matter, otherwise it will only leak the secrets and startle the snake. Don't worry, as long as there is news from Master Mizukage, I will immediately notify all the clansmen. And at this moment, suddenly, the whole Konaha village suddenly became chaotic. Hyuga Hiyashi stood up abruptly. What happened? Immediately, a member of the Hyuga tribe came to report, Master Patriarch, I heard that Tsunade who defected from Konaha village appeared in the village, and now Lord Hokage has sent Anbu Ninja to. Captured. Hyuga Hiyashi's heart skipped a beat. This is unreasonable. Since Tsunade has defected, why does he still appear in Konaha village? Isn't this self-inflicted? At this time, suddenly Hyuga Hiyashi's eyes blurred, and a figure appeared in front of him. It is Kirigakure's new Mizukage, Master Qian Yu. Water, Mizukage-sama. Hyuga Hiyashi was taken aback, and suddenly realized. Yes, you let Master Tsunade appear in the village to distract Sarutobi Hiruzen and give our Hyuga clan a chance to escape. Qian Yu smiled. As expected of the Hiyashi Patriarch, you really see it thoroughly. Hyuga Hiyashi said, that in this way, Master Tsunade will not be in danger? Qian Yu smiled and said, don't worry, I have my own arrangements. It's you, Patriarch, it's time to get the Hyuga clan ready to leave. Hyuga Hiyashi sighed. At this time, he couldn't help feeling reluctant to part with it. After all, this is where the Hyuga clan has been for generations. Really want to give up, only so ruthless. However, he also knew that this was helpless. What's more, one day, it may not come back again. Then, he and Hyuga Neji looked at each other, the two nodded, and immediately dispersed to notify all the clan members of the main family and branch house respectively. The Hyuga family is a famous family that has been passed down for thousands of years. There will naturally be signals and methods to deal with various crises. Soon, under the order of the Patriarch, Hyuga Hiyashi, the entire Hyuga clan was informed to flee Konaha village. Although they were shocked and caught off guard for a while, they soon understood their current situation. There is no doubt that it is the next Uchiha clan. And at this moment, Hyuga Iron had already reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen was furious, and immediately divided into two groups. One continued to chase and kill Tsunade, and the other went to kill Hyuga clan. Come. Immediately, the members of the Hyuga clan felt the crisis of life and death. Finally, everyone became tense. Sarutobi Hiruzen sends Shimura Danzo and his own Anbu, along with his root group, to track down Tsunade. As for himself, he led the Sarutobi clan, Shimura clan, and the remaining Anbu elite ninjas to kill the Hyuga clan overwhelmingly. He will never let the farce of the Uchiha clan go on again. Just half a day. The whole Konaha village has been turned upside down. The other big families were shocked and didn't know what happened, but like Yoruichi who killed the Uchiha family, they kept silent cautiously. Sarutobi Hiruzen commanded the army, came in mighty force, and intercepted all the members of the Hyuga clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was furious, even felt despair at this moment. After the Uchiha clan rebelled and did not kill them all, they were recruited by Qian Yu to Kirigakure and became a great weapon against him. Tsunade also betrayed him, and now, even the Hyuga clan, the most prominent family in Konaha village, is going to betray him? Could it be that I really want to betray all relatives and fall into the abyss of despair? This moment. Looking at the scene where the entire Hyuga clan is ready to go and prepare to betray Konaha, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into despair. He looked at Hyuga Hiyashi furiously. Why did you betray me, Konaha village? Hyuga Hiyashi said coldly, betrayal of Konaha village? That person should be you, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Back then, the messenger group of Cloud Shinobi village kidnapped Hinata and tried to plunder the blood of the Hyuga clan. How did you do it in the end? Obviously our Hyuga clan are the victims, but under your order, under your weak and incompetent policy, you want us to take the initiative, to die. Any ninja village, any cage, has never done such a ridiculous and shameful thing. If it weren't for your incompetence, Hizashi wouldn't be forced to die instead of me, and our Hyuga clan wouldn't suffer such humiliation. You like this? Do you still have the right to say that our Hyuga clan betrayed Konaha village? A ninja who wants his own village to take the initiative to die, dedicated to the enemy's Hokage, who is worthy of loyalty. The other members of the Hyuga clan thought this incident was a bit sudden. Hearing the words of the Hyuga Hiyashi Patriarch at this moment, they all sighed unceasingly. Why don't they know this? It's just that he is swallowing his anger on weekdays. Sarutobi Hiruzen said coldly. At that time, Konaha village had just experienced war and its strength was weak, so I ask you to sacrifice for the peace and stability of the entire village. If you don't even have this kind of awareness, why should you bear it? Hyuga Hiyashi laughed. Sacrifice. How come I have never seen you sacrifice for the village? The Senju clan disappeared, the Uchiha clan defected, and your Sarutobi clan is still thriving and prosperous. Konaha's White Fang Hitaki Sakumo committed suicide. 4th Hokage Lord Namikaze Minato and his wife died in resisting the Nine Tails Rebellion. You Sarutobi Hiruzen is still alive and well, and even continues to be your Hokage Lord. In the Second Ninja World War, Sannin bravely killed the enemy on the battlefield. In the Third Ninja World War, Master 4th Hokage ended the war by himself. Where are you, Sarutobi Hiruzen? Don't teach others to sacrifice here, and let yourself enjoy the benefits. This is not Hokage at all, but a conspirator, a power holder, but an old guy who only knows how to control his own interests. Sarutobi Hiruzen was suddenly furious. However, whether it is his subordinate Anbu Genbu, the Sarutobi clan, the Shimura clan, or the Hyuga clan, when they heard Hyuga Hiyashi's words, they all felt that what he said was very reasonable. After all, what he said was the truth. Sarutobi Hiruzen roared. Very well, it seems that you and your Hyuga clan really don't want to live anymore. In this case, let you completely disappear. All of a sudden, all the forces of Sarutobi Hiruzen were ready to fight for the final battle. The clansmen of the Hyuga clan, like the patriarch, are determined to fight to the death. However, after all, it is the power of one family to fight against the entire Konaha village. Nor did they have any hope of victory at all. It's just a desperate fight, but at this moment, Qian Yu finally walked out. Seeing this man, Sarutobi Hiruzen trembled with hatred. Qian Yu. Sure enough, it's you again, you've always been behind everything. Qian Yu smiled. Master Hokage, don't be so angry, be careful that you will damage your body. Sarutobi Hiruzen roared angrily. You first instigated the Uchiha clan, and then instigated Tsunade, now even the Hyuga clan wants to take away from our Konaha? Qian Yu laughed and said, to be more precise, I should have been forced to leave by you. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you never seem to realize your mistakes. Why those people, there was no change during other Hokage administrations. Why those families, only rebel when you were Hokage? After so many things, do you still think it's just a coincidence? Then what you did as Hokage is indeed a failure. Sarutobi Hiruzen yelled, that's because you provoke behind your back. Whether it's the Uchiha clan, the Tsunade clan, or the Hyuga clan, they're all just provoked by you. Qian Yu laughed out loud. Then why don't you pick on Kirigakir's ninjas and clan? See if they will betray me? Do you have that confidence? You will only impose crimes on others and feel that you are perfect. This kind of you is indeed like the Hiyashi patriarch said. The insect is just an old man who is loyal and has a desire for power. Sarutobi Hiruzen was even more furious. Do you really think that you can defeat the entire Konaha village and escape from Konaha village by yourself, together with these people of the Hyuga clan? I tell you, thanks to you, Konaha village is different now than it was before. Because of dealing with you, Konaha village's calendar keeps getting promoted. And, those two people are coming soon. Qian Yu smiled. Those two people, you mean Jiraiya and Orochimaru. The legendary Sannin number 2 is really scary. However, it would be naive of you to try to frighten me with the fabled name of Sannin. Sarutobi Hiruzen said coldly, it seems that you were really well informed. However, there are Orochi and Zillai for a moment. Soon Sarutobi Hiruzen was ready, and the reinforcements that could be mobilized at any time arrived soon. In addition to Orochimaru and Jiraiya's 2 top battles. Also Hitaki Kakashi, Might Guy, Yamato and others, led another part of Anbu, Genbu, and other elite ninja army from Konaha village to arrive. The Hyuga clan suddenly became even more desperate. The original strength is enough to overwhelmingly surpass the Hyuga clan. Now that's joined by Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Hitaki Kakashi, Might Guy, Yamato, and many more roots, Anbu, Konaha shinobi. The comparison between the Hyuga clan and the enemy's combat power is probably less than 1/10 of it. Hyuga Hiyashi and the others couldn't help but change their faces, and the other elders of the Hyuga clan, elite ninjas also frowned. The new generation of ninjas like Hyuga Neji, Hyuga Hinata, Hyuga Hanabi became even more uneasy. However, at this time, the man strode forward and stood in the middle of the 2 ninja armies. Next to Sarutobi Hiruzen are 2 top fighters, Orochimaru and Jiraiya, who are also his favorite disciples. And behind him are Hitaki Kakashi, Might Guy, Yin and the strongest masters among the younger generation. He was finally satisfied and looked at Qian Yu who came forward and laughed. Qian Yu, Don't you want to fight against our entire Konoha village with your own power? You are hitting a rock with an egg. Qian Yu smiled. Who said I'm only one person? This moment. Qian Yu suddenly started to form seals with his hands. All the ninja army in the entire Konoha village suddenly felt like an enemy. Everyone knows the horror of this man in front of him. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen himself, including Jiraiya, and even Orochimaru, frowned. I don't know what kind of technique he will use to fight. All Konoha shinobi also burst into chakra and power, ready to tackle, defend against intercepts and counterattacks. But, the next moment, Qian Yu suddenly slapped the ground. Launched his own summoning technique, for a moment. Summoning technique. Ryuchi Cave. That's right. What Qian Yu is using at this moment is not the ability of frozen fruit, nor is it even any ninjutsu. It's summoning. He is going to summon all the snakes in Ryuchi Cave inside Konoha village. This moment. Whether it was all the Konoha shinobi army on the side of Sarutobi Hiruzen, or all the people of the Hyuga clan, they all saw a scene that left them stunned and unforgettable. Boom. 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 Countless swarms of snakes are summoned like crazy tides. Big and small, different shapes. Black and white, red and green, in different colors. These tide-like snakes, some of which are extremely poisonous, spit out snake letters and frantically swam towards the enemy. Some are so huge that they can crush a building in an instant, shocking people's hearts. Some even have their own taijutsu, ninjutsu, and even shienjutsu. And after these large and small common snakes, Qian Yu's summoning contract didn't end there. Soon, those real backbones of Ryuchi Cave started to be summoned out. Orochimaru instantly saw his former summoning beast. 10,000 snakes. Immediately, Orochimaru was taken aback, and then he couldn't help but feel the death in his heart. Really, it was the man in front of him who took away his summoning beast. Now it seems more than that, he even forcibly took over the entire Ryuchi Cave and turned it into his own back garden. After 10,000 snakes, there are other large snakes of various sizes. Including the double-headed snake, three-headed snake, and green snake that Orochimaru had summoned before, and the 10,000 snakes that would have become the purpose of the second generation, etc. The appearance of these huge groups of snakes immediately shocked the entire Konoha village ninja army, and they couldn't help but back up. You know, Orochimaru was a three-headed snake back then, and it was difficult for the ninjas in the whole village to deal with in the Konoha collapse plan. Morino Ibiki led an Anbu team, all of whom were helpless against the huge size of the three-headed snake. In the end, it was Jiraiya who, with a summoning technique, summoned the giant toad of Mount Myoboku to crush it. It is conceivable what a huge advantage a large body has in war. But now, Qian Yu has directly summoned more than a dozen summoning beasts of the level of the three-headed snake, and even keeps appearing. Certainly. This also includes the most violent and manic Ryuchi Cave member, Shinya. It's just that at this moment he has been tamed by Terumi Mei, lost his reverse scale, and his temper has become very docile, but his fighting power is still extremely strong. Moreover, Shinya has the ability to turn enemies into petrification. Under the White Snake Immortal and the Three Elders, he can be regarded as the strongest in Ryuchi Cave. And at this moment, the three elders of Ryuchi Cave were summoned one by one. Tienshin Shenji, Ichikashima Haim, Sutsuhime. They all have the special ability of floating and invisibility. Relying on the powerful magic of chakra, they can also achieve illusion, restraint, devour and absorb chakra and other abilities. Its own fighting power is also extremely powerful. If 10,000 snakes, Green Snake's second generation 10,000 snakes, Shinya. This level corresponds to the backbone forces of Mount Myoboku, such as Gamma Bunta, Gamma Ken, Gamma Hiroshi, and Gamma Zhang. Then Tienshin Shenji, Ichikajima Haim, and Sutsuhime correspond to the two-toed sages of Mount Myoboku, Fukasaku Shima. Even Orochimaru was stunned and shocked to see these veterans of Ryuchi Cave appear. And at this time, all the ninjas in the entire Konoha village stared wide-eyed in shock, and an unbelievable scene appeared. The White Snake Immortal of Ryuchi Cave was actually summoned by Qian Yu and revealed his real body. White Snake Immortal at Ryuchi Cave. What kind of concept is this? One of the holy lands of the third generation, owner of Ryuchi Cave. From the legendary era of Sage of Six Paths, a real fairy who has lived for thousands of years. Possesses unparalleled and powerful magic power and terrifying chakra and abilities. Commanding the entire Ryuchi Cave for thousands of years, mysterious and unpredictable, like a mythical existence. However, when the white-scaled snake Immortal White Snake appeared, he bowed his head respectfully to Qian Yu. "See Master." The master calls, because the cave is always waiting for orders. This scene completely shocked Orochimaru's jaw. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, all the Konoha shinobi army, plus the Hyuga clan were also dumbfounded, as if they had seen a real miracle. The legendary White Snake Immortal actually bowed his head to Qian Yu and called him Ping. What the hell happened here? Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to speak, but looked at the countless swarms of snakes raging on the entire battlefield, covering the sky like a wave, and there were countless huge monsters. It even includes elder-level figures with real immortal skills. Not to mention, there is a true master of Ryuchi Cave. White Snake Immortal, he couldn't say a word at all. He opened his mouth wide and widened his eyes, but he could only make a murmur. All members of the Hyuga clan also looked at Qian Yu's supernatural powers. It was as if he had seen the real savior. He alone against Konoha village? No, he has the power to fight against the whole ninja world. Qian Yu gave 10 orders to the White Snake Immortal and all the snakes in Ryuchi Cave under the shocking eyes of both sides. Protect the Hyuga clan from Konoha village. As long as there are obstacles, kill without mercy. Qian Yu gave an order, and immediately the group of snakes in Ryuchi Cave seemed to hear an oracle. In an instant, he frantically rushed towards the Konoha village ninja army. The ones rushing to the forefront are those countless snakes like the tide. These snakes have the lowest status in Ryuchi Cave. Basically without any sanity, let alone any ability. However, the victory lies in the fact that the number is too large to count. Orochimaru can summon thousands of snakes with one move. What's more, the current Qian Yu has become the real master of Ryuchi Cave. The Konoha village ninja army looked at the overwhelming snakes. Everyone was shocked and terrified. And just behind the tide-like group of snakes, giant snakes like Wan Snake, Shinya, two-headed snake, and three-headed snake also roared and charged towards them. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help being stunned, and was shocked by this scene and took 2 or 3 steps back. Even those Konoha elite ninjas who are used to seeing the battlefield, their eyes widened in fright at this time. Hitaki Kakashi, Might Guy, Yamato, the strongest of the younger generation, could not help but sweat on their foreheads. Might Guy's eyes widened. Hey, Kakashi, don't you think this amount is too much? Hitaki Kakashi was also shocked. This is probably the entire Ryuchi Cave, one of the 3 holy places, and all the snakes have moved here. Yamato. Senior Kakashi, what should I do? Hitaki Kakashi sighed. At this point, we can only fight. Now. Sarutobi Hiruzen put his last hope on those 2 men. Jiraiya and Orochimaru. The 2 looked at each other, and knew that if they didn't make a move at this time, the whole Konoha village might have to mention 6 heavy. Then. Boom. Jiraiya suddenly crossed his hands, and also slapped the ground. Summoning technique. He also activated his summoning technique, which immediately summoned the giant toad from Mount Myoboku. But even Jiraiya is absolutely impossible to directly order all the toads in the entire Mount Myoboku to fight like Qian Yu. Although he signed a contract with Mount Myoboku, it was nothing more than a cooperative relationship. There is no qualification at all, and no ability to command all the toads. Jiraiya tried his best this time, but only summoned 3 big toads. Toad Wentai, Toad Jian, and Toad Guang. These 3 can be regarded as the backbone of Mount Myoboku. Toad Wentai was shocked when he just showed up. How is this going? Jiraiya, did you summon us to Ryuchi Cave? Jiraiya smiled wryly. This is Konoha village. Toad Hiroshi was also taken aback. What? Has Konoha village been captured by Ryuchi Cave? Toad Jian was also shocked and said, not only Wan Snake and Shinya, but also the 3 elders of Ryuchi Cave appeared, and the one who is White Snake Immortal? The 3 big toads were stunned. Jiraiya nodded. That's right, those were all summoned by Master Mizukage Qian Yu of Yuanyan village. It seems that he has subdued all the snakes in Ryuchi Cave, and even the White Snake Immortal has surrendered at his feet, completely obeying his orders. The 3 big toads were even more frightened. White Snake Immortal? What concept is that? Equivalent to Mount Myoboku's Great Toad Sage. This level of existence, not to mention conquered, even a cooperative relationship is impossible. They will never sign a contract with anyone, let alone help any force fight. But now, they saw that Qian Yu was just standing on top of the white-scaled snake transformed by the White Snake Immortal. Standing with arms crossed, majestic, like a god. At this moment, the world view of the 3 big toads was shattered. And this time, Orochimaru similarly unleashes his ninjutsu. Summoning technique. Impure world reincarnation. Boom. 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 Immediately, the 2 coffins burst out of the ground once again, rising up from the ground. And the coffin lid was opened instantly, and two figures slowly walked out from it. It is Impure World Reincarnations, first Hokage-sama, Senju Hashirama. Second Hokage-sama, folks. For a moment, the entire Konoha village ninja army was shocked, and then burst into cheers like a tsunami. Even these two legendary characters appeared. So what if Qian Yu summoned the entire snakes of Ryuchi Cave? It is also impossible to be the opponent of the two ancestors Hokage-sama. But, known only to Orochimaru, this is impossible. Because the accuracy of Impure World Reincarnation at this time is very low, the summoned Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama are just ordinary cage level. It is simply impossible to contend with so many Ryuchi Cave snakes. It even includes existences at the level of the White Snake Immortal. He can only do his best. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama were just shocked by summoning. This is. Orochimaru smiled. Master Hokage, sorry for calling you two again. You must have seen that Mizukage-sama of Kirigakure moved the entire Ryuchi Cave to Konoha village, and now it's time for life and death. Senju Hashirama exclaimed. That Mizukage Qian Yu you said before? How could he have such an emperor? Senju Tobirama also couldn't help sighing. What a terrible man. But why would he do that in Konoha village? That's behind him, the Hyuga clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly said. Master First Hokage, Master Second Hokage, that bastard Qian Yu, he provoked the Hyuga clan to betray Konoha village just like he provoked the Uchiha clan before. If he is allowed to leave with the Hyuga clan like this, Konoha village will be completely over. Senju Hashirama frowned. What? The Hyuga family is also rebelling. When they were summoned before, Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen roughly talked about the current situation in the ninja world. But they didn't expect that even the Hyuga clan would betray Konoha in such a short period of time. Orochimaru smiled. Not only the Hyuga clan, but also your granddaughter Tsunade, who also betrayed Konoha and joined Kirigakure. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama suddenly changed their faces. What exactly is going on? Monkey, explain to us well. Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless. Even if he blamed Qian Yu, it still couldn't explain his incompetence. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen really wanted to find a crack in the ground to get in. Senju Hashirama sighed. Tobirama, it may not be the right choice for you to hand over Konoha village to the monkey. Look at what Konoha village has become over the years of his reign. Senju Tobirama also smiled bitterly. Indeed. That's all for the Senju clan. After all, we wanted to integrate the clan into the whole village. But now, the Senju clan, the Uchiha clan, and even the Hyuga clan are going to betray, and even Tsunade has chosen to betray the monkey and join Kirigakure. Monkey, don't blame others. If it wasn't for your incompetence, or even your persecution, how could these families, these ninjas, be instigated by others to betray Konoha village? Anyone else, Sarutobi Hiruzen might argue. But facing the two brothers Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, he didn't dare to say a word at all. I could only bow my head in shame, my old face was completely lost. Orochimaru looked at the army of Konoha shinobi who were now fighting with the snakes. Okay, the two ancestors Hokage-sama, now is not the time to pursue the crime. If you two don't make a move, I'm afraid Konoha village will be destroyed. On the other side, Jiraiya and 3 giant toads from Mount Myoboku are already rushing towards the formation of snakes. Toad Wentai found his old rival Wan Snake. Toad Jien was fighting with a 3-headed snake. As for Toad Guang, he found the most powerful Shinya for a decisive battle. But just relying on these 3 big toads, how could it be possible to block the power zone of this Ryuchi cave? And the rest of Anbu, Genbu, Sarutobi clan, Shimura clan, and other Konoha village ninja army were also defeated by the rush of snakes in the entire Ryuchi cave. Hatake Kakashi, Might Guy, and Yamato fought hard, but they couldn't save the whole situation. At this moment, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama finally nodded. Ready to go. And Qian Yu stood on the head of the White Snake Immortal, the incarnation of the white-scaled serpent, looking at the two of them from a distance, showing a smile. 2 Ancestor Hokages. Senju Hashirama said, you are Kirigakure's new Mizukage, the Qian Yu? Good. Senju Hashirama said in a deep voice. Why did you instigate against the Hyuga clan, and how did you instigate Tsunade to betray Konoha and join Kirigakure? Qian Yu laughed out loud. Senju Hashirama, you are too naive. If it wasn't for Konoha village and Sarutobi Hiruzen's persecution, do you really think that with my few words, you can provoke the Hyuga clan to betray? I have this ability. Why'd I still do Mizukage? I have already dominated the ninja world. As for Tsunade, you should know her temper better than anyone else. If it's not what she wants to do, what's the use of other people's persecution and instigation? Senju Hashirama frowned suddenly. He knew what Qian Yu said was true. Senju Tobarama said coldly, "Indeed, what you said is very reasonable. Any family that can be instigated to betray already has a heart of betrayal. Whether it's the Hyuga clan or Tsunade, it's all the same, but in terms of the root cause, it seems that it is still in this old monkey. But, even then, he's the third Hokage of Konaha village, and so are the two of us. No matter how reasonable the reasoning is, it cannot change the fact that we are the enemy." Qian Yu smiled and said, "Of course. However, sometimes, one dirty and incompetent Hokage can do more damage to Konaha village than 10 Kirigakures. You should be very clear." Senju Tobarama said, "We will deal with Sarutobi Hiruzen in the future. But now, you must not be allowed to run amok in Konaha village." For a moment, Senju Tobarama exploded with his own power. Water style. Explosive water and waves. Immediately, powerful chakra and strength erupted, and a large amount of seawater spewed out from his mouth in an instant, overwhelming the sky like a waterfall, and washed away the group of snakes that bore the brunt. Such a terrifying water-style ninjutsu can be erupted in a waterless land. The scope, scale, and lethality are so huge. Besides Hoshigaki Kisame, there is only second Hokage Senju Tobarama. Qian Yu also gave a slight admiration. It really deserves to be second Hokage. And he also knew that the accuracy of impure world reincarnation at this time was not high, and this kind of strength was only 1/10 of the two people's heyday. Qian Yu then raised his right hand. Immediately, a violent freezing cold burst out instantly freezing the entire huge lake formed by the bursting water wave. Then with a lift of the arm, the entire huge and thick layer of ice was lifted off the ground, like a hill, and fell down towards Konaha's ninja army with a bang. Senju Hashirama frowned, and finally made a move immediately. Wood style. Birth of the tree world. He clapped his hands, and immediately erupted his unique wood style secret technique. Boom. Boom. Countless sea of jungle trees, vine roots, crazily burst out of the ground, rose up from the ground, and turned into huge towering ancient trees, rising towards the huge falling ice layer. Let go. Immediately, Qian Yu's huge ice layer collided with the birth of the tree realm. The ice layer shattered suddenly, but the still huge ice blocks fell down one after another, causing heavy casualties to an unknown number of ninjas in Konaha village. However, Senju Hashirama's birth of the tree world still protects many Konaha village's ninja army. After blasting Qian Yu's ice, the birth of the tree realm continued to spread wildly, and launched a fierce attack towards the snakes in Ryuchi Cave. At this time, the white snake Immortal under Qian Yu's seat snorted coldly, and suddenly burst out his powerful celestial art chakra. Sage art. Inorganic reincarnation, immediately. Boom. 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 The entire earth began to be turned upside down, cracked and disintegrated, and the newly formed wood-style tree world was born, and it was overturned and collapsed immediately. The surrounding land, slopes, ravines, and even houses and buildings seemed to come alive, and in turn fell towards the tree world and counterattacked and suppressed all the Konaha village ninjas. Senju Hashirama was taken aback. White Snake Immortal. Ryuchi Cave's immortal art? He also immediately wanted to explode the fairy art to contend. However, he found that at this moment, his chakra and strength are unable to allow him to perform fairy arts. Orochimaru. What's going on? Senju Tobarama sighed. His impure world reincarnation is not accurate enough, and the strength of my brother and I can't be used at all. No, I should have kept the reanimation jutsu secret. This moment, two brothers, Senju Tobarama and Senju Hashirama, can only fight with all their strength. Wood style. Wooden golem jutsu. Water style. Water severing wave. This moment, just the chakra burst out by the white snake Immortal shook the entire battlefield. One move, sage art, brought the whole land to life, as if turning into a huge beast, opened its bloody mouth, and bit the ninja army in Konaha village. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama of impure world reincarnation, unable to exert their full strength, could only do their best to stop this. Wood style. Wooden golem jutsu. Water style. Water severing wave. Impure world reincarnation Senju Hashirama exploded with full power, and could only create a wooden golem jutsu that was far from its peak state, bombarding towards the earth monster created by Sage Art's inorganic reincarnation. And Senju Tobarama's water style water severing wave also cut pieces of overturned land. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Orochimaru and other powerhouses were also blocked by the three elders of Ryuchi Cave, and there was no time to deal with others. And all of this was based on the fact that Qian Yu hadn't even made a move yet. He jumped off the white snake Immortal, and said to the stunned and shocked Hyuga people, "You can leave now. Don't worry, no one will stop you." With Qian Yu's order, those huge snake groups in Ryuchi Cave also swam over respectfully, letting the members of the Hyuga clan stand up. This seemed to be a series of trains, and soon all the Hyuga people were carried on it. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately flew into a rage. "Stop those big snakes for me. The people of the Hyuga clan must not be allowed to leave." However, even though he was furious, the ninjas under his command didn't have the strength to stop these big snakes and prevent the Hyuga clan from leaving. Facing the group of snakes in Ryuchi Cave, they were already unable to deal with them, and they were defeated. Even Might Guy couldn't help panting heavily. "Kakashi, this situation doesn't look good. What to do?" Hitaki Kakashi also sighed. Who would have thought to fight so many snakes in Konaha village? "There is no way, I can only do my best to bow." In an instant, the two rushed into the group of snakes again. Now, the Hyuga clan, led by the patriarch Hyuga Hiyashi, rode these big snakes and were heading away from the battlefield. The expressions of all the clansmen were a little dazed. On the one hand, I feel sad because I have to leave my hometown suddenly. On the other hand, this experience is just too incredible. Who would have thought that they would see this kind of scene in Konaha village? The snakes of the entire Ryuchi Cave were summoned here, and they were also riding these big snakes to escape from Konaha village. This feeling is almost like a dream. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen roared, "Kakashi, Guy, stop fighting those snakes. Go and stop the members of the Hyuga clan." Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy were slightly taken aback. To be honest, the two didn't want to fight the Hyuga clan at all. For one thing, the Hyuga clan are also former companions. Secondly, they have no reason to stop the Hyuga clan at all. These snake groups actually provided an object that they could fight with confidence. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as Hokage, ordered them to obey. Then, the two looked at each other and charged towards the big snakes carrying the Hyuga clan. But at this moment, a figure stopped in front of them. It was Qian Yu, who never really made a move. "I advise you not to do anything." Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy frowned slightly. "Sorry Mizukage-sama, this is an order from Hokage-sama." Qian Yu smiled and said, "Kakashi, I heard that when the Uchiha clan rebelled last time, you voluntarily gave up the fight and ran to rescue the civilians of the Uchiha clan, isn't it?" Hitaki Kakashi's face changed slightly. Because of this incident, Sarutobi Hiruzen has always been dissatisfied with himself. But also because of this, I can no longer let Sarutobi Hiruzen catch new handles. Might Guy glanced at his old partner. Yusui is pure as he knows that this is very sensitive. He immediately said, "Kakashi was kind at the time, but now this is Master Hokage's order, neither Kakashi nor I can disobey it." In order to save Hitaki Kakashi, Might Guy roared and attacked first. Facing an enemy of Qian Yu's level, Might Guy didn't hesitate at all. Directly opened the 8 inner gates formation. Moreover, the 6th gate opened in an instant. Immediately, boom, boom, boom. The berserk chakra and power burst instantly, and the green chakra steam was boiling, wrapping Might Guy in it, like a green monster. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Might Guy kicked Qian Yu fiercely in the direction of Qian Yu in an instant. After opening the 6th gate of the 8 inner gates formation, chakra's power and strength have more than doubled. This blow is enough to cut through mountains and smash everything. However, Might Guy's pure physical attack is meaningless to Qian Yu. He is a Logia demon fruit power after all. There is no such thing as Haki in this world. The only thing that can hurt Qian Yu may be the power of Sage Mode. After all, Shienju chakra has the same source and root as natural energy, and is essentially the same thing. But on this battlefield, only Jiraiya has practiced Sage Mode. Senju Hashirama of course also has Sage Mode, but now the precision of Impure World Reincarnation makes it impossible for him to activate it at all. And even if Jiraiya turns on Mount Myoboku's Sage Mode, his strength is not enough to hurt Qian Yu at all. Not to mention, Qian Yu himself also mastered the magic of Ryuchi Cave. In terms of mastery of fairy arts, it is far above Jiraiya. Then, boom! Might Guy's fierce kick directly blasted Qian Yu's shoulder. Immediately, Might Guy himself was taken aback. Didn't expect it to be so easy. However, the next moment, Qian Yu's body immediately healed like a shattered block of ice, completely returning to its original appearance. Instead, Thick ice immediately froze on Might Guy's legs, making him feel even heavier. Huh. This is. Might Guy roared suddenly, bursting out in an instant the physical art of the sixth gate of the 8 inner gates formation. Towards the peacock. Boom, boom, boom. The violent body art secrets turned into shells that bombarded the air, and even violently rubbed against the air to produce flames, which then violently bloomed and exploded. Flame air cannon like a peacock spreading its tail. This is exactly the meaning of facing the peacock. In an instant, Might Guy not only shattered the frozen ice on his body, but also counterattacked Qian Yu with a violent and fiery air cannon. Qian Yu nodded and praised. As expected of Might Guy, there is indeed no one stronger than you in terms of physical skills. He lightly raised his hand, and the extremely freezing cold air burst out instantly. Together with Might Guy's peacock bombard, fire melts ice. Ice freezes fire. Both disappeared into the invisible. But Might Guy landed on the ground, panting heavily. But Qian Yu didn't use half of his power at all. You must know that the Might Guy in the early stage is not as powerful as the Fourth Ninja World War against Six Paths Uchiha Madara. In the face of Hoshigaki Kisami's elephant-turned clone, it was only 30% of Chakra's Hoshigaki Kisame, so Might Guy had to open the sixth gate and broke out towards the peacock before defeating him. And then, Might Guy faced the same painful and exhausting consequences. Like Hitaki Kakashi, Might Guy grew up with the protagonist group. At this time, he was naturally completely unable to compete with Qian Yu's strength. But at this time, Hitaki Kakashi also rushed to see Might Guy fall into a disadvantage. He had pulled off the bandage over his left eye, revealing the blood-red Sharingan. Subsequently, Reikari, as soon as he came up, he immediately unleashed his trump card, the bottom of the box secret trick. Reikari. Immediately, with the cooperation of Sharingan's dynamic vision, a powerful current burst out with a buzzing sound, rushing towards Qian Yu's straight cutting. Qian Yu smiled slightly, and raised his hand casually again. In an instant, the extremely freezing cold air burst out again. Hitaki Kakashi was frozen on the way with great precision. Click. Hitaki Kakashi struggled hard. Reikari's lightning flashed continuously, slowly tearing apart the frozen ice. But at this moment, Qian Yu looked in the direction of the members of the Hyuga clan. They have gradually moved away from the battlefield. Qian Yu didn't intend to get too entangled with them now. Today's main purpose is to successfully pick up the Hyuga clan from Konaha village. In addition, he was also a little worried about the other side. To make a splash, he had Tsunade and Terumi Mei appear on the other side of Konaha village. And at this time, looking at the people who came this time, Qian Yu could guess that it was the people from Shimura Danzo who were going to deal with it. Although I have confidence in the strength of Tsunade and Terumi Mei. But it's still Konaha village after all. Qian Yu wants to finish the battle here as soon as possible so that he can support Tsunade and Terumi Mei there. Then, with Qian Yu's order, the group of snakes in Ryuchi Cave erupted with more violent power in an instant. Completely suppressed these ninja troops in the entire Konaha village. The white snake Immortal suppressed Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama at the same time by himself. Of course, this is because the two brothers can't exert 1/10 of their peak strength. Qian Yu didn't bother to continue pestering, so he directly used Ice Age, which exploded again. Immediately. Boom, boom, boom. The entire battlefield was completely frozen by thick ice in an instant. Countless groups of snakes, plus Konaha village's ninja army were frozen inside. However, snakes are cold-blooded animals, so they won't freeze to death for a while. Not so with Konaha village's ninja army. Taking advantage of this moment, Qian Yu directly killed Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama. The two brothers looked at Qian Yu's power in the Ice Age, and they were ministers. Suddenly seeing Qian Yu approaching, he immediately unleashed his own power at the same time. Wood Style. Wooden Dragon Technique. Flying Thunder God Slash. Wood Style Wood by Senju Hashirama. The dragon technique instantly created a huge wooden dragon in the jungle tree sea, and roared towards Qian Yu, intending to bind his whole body in it. And at the same time, Senju Tobarama tried his best and broke out his own Flying Thunder God secret technique. Flying Thunder God Slash. Back then, it was just one move that killed Uchiha Izuna, the younger brother of Uchiha Madara who owns Mangekyo Sharingan. Moment. Senju Tobarama has appeared in the Throne Jutsu Kanai position. Afterwards, he swung his samurai sword and slashed towards Qian Yu. However, Qian Yu knew the ninjutsu of the two brothers like the back of their hands. Of course, he has already taken precautions. What's more, don't say whether this Flying Thunder God Slash can hit, even if it hits Qian Yu. This kind of ordinary physical attack has no effect on Qian Yu. Boom. Qian Yu had a sudden insight into the location of the art kunai. Afterwards, he burst out his own extremely freezing air directly towards there. For Qian Yu, who owns a full 5 Mangekyo Sharingan, this kind of insight is simply more than enough. In fact, even Senju Tobarama was aware of the location of Jushi kunai. It was only because of carelessness that Senju Tobarama was underestimated to be hit hard. Not to mention Qian Yu. At the moment when Senju Tobarama teleported to the location of kunai, Qian Yu's extremely freezing air had completely frozen the entire kunai, together with the space. Senju Tobarama, almost as if throwing himself into a trap, crashed into the freezing ice. It was completely frozen in an instant, unable to move. On the other side, Senju Hashirama's wooden dragon technique is roaring towards Qian Yu with its teeth and claws open. Qian Yu landed lightly on the top of Immortal White Snake. The white snake Immortal roared, and the body of the white-scaled serpent instantly erupted with a violent fairy art chakra. One move, the Sage Art Dragon Transformation Technique, burst out in an instant. Immortal Chakra and Wooden Dragon Technique collided violently. Immediately, the Wooden Dragon Technique shattered into pieces. If it is Senju Hashirama in peak form, of course it will not be so easy to crack this trick. But it's a pity that the Senju Hashirama at this moment is less than 1/10 of its heyday, maybe even less than 1%. In an instant, the wood-style Wooden Dragon Technique was blown away by the White Snake Immortal's Sage Art Dragon Transformation Technique. Then Qian Yu raised his arm, and the extremely freezing cold air burst out, completely freezing Senju Hashirama in it. But Qian Yu also knew that the two brothers were just the dead of Impure World reincarnation. They were already dead, and there was no possibility of continuing to kill them. It can only temporarily freeze the seal. However, the two brothers Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama were instantly killed, and the situation on the entire battlefield became even more overwhelming. The will to go on fighting. And Qian Yu looked back. The Hyuga clan has ridden the big snake of Ryuchi Cave and left the battlefield far away. Even, it has approached the boundary outside Konaha village. The corner of Qian Yu's mouth raised slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. And Sarutobi Hiruzen, looking at the defected Hyuga clan, looking at the frozen Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, looking at the Konaha Shinobi army who suffered heavy losses, fell into complete rage. With despair, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the Konaha Shinobi army who had suffered heavy losses again. Can't help but fall into complete rage and despair. Although, the ninja army also killed many of Ryuchi Cave's snakes. But these dead snakes don't even have a little self-will at all. After all, they are just a group of animals. Even the animals near Ryuchi Cave, one of the 3 holy places, have no meaning. This is like the swarm of snakes produced by Orochimaru's secret technique summoning. Don't say that the caster doesn't care about how many people die, even Ryuchi Cave himself doesn't care. The real residents of Ryuchi Cave are those advanced species that have self-will and can even communicate and speak. In their eyes, ordinary snakes are nothing more than inferior groups. Using these snakes to exchange the lives of so many elite ninjas in Konaha village, it is no wonder that Sarutobi Hiruzen is not hurt to death. Originally, many forces were lost in the wars again and again. Coupled with the night of Qian Yu's last Uchiha rebellion, the Anbu, Genbu, Sarutobi clan and Shimura clan directly under Sarutobi Hiruzen suffered heavy casualties. This time, it's even worse, seeing that both Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama were frozen. Orochimaru's face was very ugly. Obviously, the accuracy of Impure World reincarnation can't compete with Qian Yu's force range at all. He was also afraid that these 2 most powerful ace weapons of his would be truly sealed by Qian Yu, so he quickly unlocked the Impure World reincarnation, allowing the souls of these 2 people to temporarily return to the pure land of the underworld. Immediately, the bodies of the 2 people frozen by Qian Yu turned into dust, and in the dust were the 2 ninjas who were used as sacrifices by Orochimaru. With Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama down, the forces of Anbu, Genbu, Sarutobi clan, and Shimura clan suffered more than half of the casualties again. The entire battlefield has been completely one-sided. Jiraiya and his 3 main forces, Mount Myoboku, were also completely opposed by the elders of Ryuchi Cave, and his subordinates, Wanshe, Cyan, second-generation Mumonchi and Shinya. There is no way to distract to support elsewhere. Qian Yu saw that the Hyuga clan had escaped successfully. I don't intend to continue entanglement any longer. With an order, the snakes in the entire Ryuchi Cave once again launched their final offensive towards the army of Konaha Shinobi. Immediately, White Snake Immortal, Tien Shin Shenji, Ichikajima Haim, Tuan Jinji, Shinya, Wan Snake, second generation Mu Wan Snake, Green Snake, Two-Headed Snake, Sun-Headed Snake. All the large and small swarms of snakes in Ryuchi Cave, madly attacking, poured out like a tide. The Konaha Shinobi army was defeated across the board. He actually started to run around frantically in his own territory and was completely defeated. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that the general situation was over, and continued to resist, but his loss was even more tragic. So he could only hold back his fury, and gave an order to all the ninja troops to evacuate temporarily. I have broken up with Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Hitaki Kakashi, Might Guy, Yinhi and others. Ninja. 5 escaped Dalian bullets. Fire style, Toad oil firebomb. Lightning style. Double lightning shock. Jingmun profound truth, facing the peacock. Wood style. Thrusting spear technique. 5 of Konaha Village's current peak and top combat powers shot at the same time, and the guest erupted a real killer. Immediately. Boom, boom, boom. The violent chakra and power seemed to be connected together, turning into a raging sea, a force like a violent tsunami, roaring towards the snake group in Ryuchi Cave. This blow is also enough to cut through mountains and destroy everything. But Qian Yu just smiled slightly. He thought about it. The summoning contract was terminated in an instant. Immediately, all the snakes in Ryuchi Cave disappeared in an instant. On the entire battlefield, only the corpses of countless Konaha village dead ninjas remained. And Sarutobi Hiruzen, in order to fight to the death, hit with all his strength, and did not hit any of the snakes in Ryuchi Cave. Kangshi blasted the Konaha shinobi warriors left on the ground to pieces. For a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others all changed their faces. Completely played by Qian Yu in the palm of his hand. Qian Yu smiled slightly. Sarutobi Hiruzen, are you so vicious to the ninjas in your own village? Obviously they have already suffered such a heavy loss, and now they don't even leave their bodies? It's cruel. Sarutobi Hiruzen was instantly pissed off, furious. But Qian Yu didn't intend to continue entanglement. On the one hand, I want to check the battle situation between Terumi Mei and Tsunade, and on the other hand, I also want to see if the Hyuga clan successfully escaped from Konaha village. Immediately. With a bang, Qian Yu's figure disappeared in place, completely gone. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Orochimaru and others looked at each other. Looking at the corpses of the Konaha shinobi army who were blasted to pieces all over the ground. Looking at the elite combat power that lost more than half of it behind him. For a moment, everyone was shocked and angry, but helpless. Jiraiya sighed. It seems that we have underestimated this Qian Yu. Unexpectedly, he actually made the entire Ryuchi Cave surrender to him, and even the white snake Immortal became his summoning beast, bowing his head and obeying his ears, and fighting at his command. It's just incredible. Orochimaru also sneered. Indeed, I can't even tame a summoning beast like 10,000 snakes. I really don't know how he did it. Hitaki Kakashi also smiled wryly. This time, not only did the Hyuga clan succeed in defecting from Konaha, but we also lost our troops and generals. What a shame. Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his fists violently and roared loudly. Qian Yu. Now. Qian Yu was already heading towards the other side of Konaha village. Here, the trio of Tsunade and Terumi Mei Shizune, who are in charge of the east and west, are facing off against Shimura Danzo and his subordinate members of the Root organization. But for some reason, Shimura Danzo didn't really fight the trio. Perhaps, it is to preserve the power of its own Root organization. Tsunade has defected and can do nothing now or evolving heaven. Fighting her would only increase casualties in vain. Shimura Danzo followed Sarutobi Hiruzen's order to come here, but he didn't intend to make a move at all. When Qian Yu arrived, Shimura Danzo silently backed away. Looks like I can't keep you today, Tsunade. In this case, we can only meet on the battlefield in the future. Tsunade snorted coldly. Would you be a turtle like you? Will you go to the battlefield? Stop putting gold on your face, Shimura Danzo. Qian Yu couldn't help laughing out loud. This reminded him of the battle in the original work where Pain invaded. Tsunade fought the enemy bravely outside, while Shimura Danzo and the Root organization hid in the underground secret base to be cowards. It can be seen that Tsunade knows the virtue of Shimura Danzo very well. Shimura Danzo snorted coldly and didn't argue with her. Of course, he was also afraid that Qian Yu would join the battle, not to mention preserving his strength, even his own life might be lost. He immediately led the Root organization members to retreat. Qian Yu meets with Tsunade, Terumi Mei, and Shizune. They talk to each other about the situation on the battlefield between the two sides. Tsunade heard that Senju Hashirama was released by Impure World Reincarnation, and his face was very complicated for a while. But then shook his head. I was forced to be helpless. Even if my grandfather met, I would not be afraid to say anything. Terumi Mei patted her on the shoulder. Okay, we should go and see what's going on with the Hyuga clan. Qian Yu nodded. A group of people rode a huge iceberg, quickly headed towards the outskirts of Konaha village. Soon, I saw a group of snakes that had left Konaha village and were heading towards the sea from a distance. Qian Yu manipulated the iceberg to fall slowly. Came to the low altitude near those huge groups of snakes. Hyuga Hiyashi looked at Qian Yu and was shocked. He seemed to think of the scene when the Uchiha clan rebelled back then. At that time, the survivors of the Uchiha family successfully left Konaha village by riding these huge icebergs. And myself and the Hyuga clan are riding the big snake in Ryuchi Cave. It was a very touching and wonderful experience. Hyuga Hiyashi fell on top of the big snake respectfully. Thank you, Mizukage-sama, for saving our entire Hyuga clan. When they saw the patriarch, they all knelt down. All the other Hyuga clansmen also fell to the ground one by one. Thank you. Qian Yu said with a smile, you are welcome. From now on, you will all be the Hyuga clan of Kirigakure. We are all our own people, so we should share the same hatred. Hyuga Hiyashi sighed. Unexpectedly, our Hyuga clan actually succeeded in breaking away from Konaha village. Thinking about it now, it's like a dream. Hyuga Neji said. I ran into Mizukage-sama that day, as if it was destined. Looking at it now, it's really a great fortune. Otherwise, the fate of the Hyuga clan, I don't know what will happen. Either you will be humiliated all the time, or you will be completely wiped out by Sarutobi Hiruzen just like the Senju clan. The rest of the Hyuga clan also knew what Sarutobi Hiruzen was doing. At this moment, they are all very grateful, and they are even more grateful to Qian Yu who saved them. The two sisters, Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi, also stared wide-eyed, looking at Qian Yu in admiration. Originally, in their minds, Qian Yu was the hero and idol they admired the most, but after all, he was Mizukage-sama of Kirigakure. But now, he and himself have become a family. Sisters Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi were overjoyed at the thought of seeing this Mizukage-sama often in the future. Although, I miss my hometown a little bit, but more is the longing and excitement. Along the way, Konaha village and the Kingdom of Fire did not chase and intercept them again. It also seems to have given up struggling. Perhaps, it was also because of the heavy casualties that there was no strength to pursue and kill them. Soon, Qian Yu brought Tsunade and the Hyuga clan to the seaside, boarded the Kirigakure boat that picked them up, and headed towards Kirigakure. Now. Konaha village, Ligong office. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Utatane Kaharu. Jiraiya, Orochimaru. The whole atmosphere was extremely depressing. Shimura Danzo also didn't expect that the battlefield on Sarutobi Hiruzen's side would be so tragic after releasing water on his side. The entire Ryuchi cave has been summoned. Let Konaha village lose its troops again, and completely fail to prevent the defection of the Hyuga clan. The Uchiha clan defected, the Tsunade clan defected, and the Hyuga clan defected. And now all of them have joined Kirigakure. Become the force of Kirigakure against Konaha village. It is unbearable. Utatane Kaharu glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen, how are the casualties this time? Sarutobi Hiruzen said coldly, it's terrible. Anbu, Genbu, the Sarutobi clan, and the Shimura clan who hadn't regained their vitality in the first place have all suffered heavy losses again. It can be said that there is no way to use these methods directly on the battlefield. Hearing the word battlefield, all the other people's expressions changed. Shimura Danzo said in a deep voice, Hiruzen, do you want to start a war? Sarutobi Hiruzen said coldly, now, do we have other options? The Uchiha clan defected to join Kirigakure. Tsunade defected to join Kirigakure. Now even the Hyuga clan has defected to join Kirigakure. If this continues, who will be next, and which family will it be? If there is no war, Konaha village will be weakened step by that bastard Qian Yu in Kirigakure like now, cannibalized and devoured. At that time, even if we want to start a war, we will be completely powerless. Everyone suddenly fell into silence, but they also understand that Sarutobi Hiruzen is right to be concerned. Qian Yu's goal is probably exactly that. However, if we go to war now, can we really defeat Kirigakure? Everyone is suspicious. The only one who is excited about the war, of course, is only the big one. Because he doesn't belong to Konaha village. There is no need to think about the outcome of Konaha village, or even life and death. He just wants to get what he wants. Uchiha Sasuke, and Kagaya Kimimaro. For this reason, war with Kirigakure is inevitable. As for how much interest Konoha village will lose, that is simply out of his consideration. Then, Orochimaru smiled and said, Mr. Sarutobi, you finally figured it out. Don't worry, I will support you with all my strength in this battle. Even if the entire Yinin village is wiped out and all the subordinates I recruited are killed in battle, it doesn't matter. I just get what I want. This is Orochimaru's sincere words. He really doesn't have any feelings for Yinren village or his subordinates. Even if the entire army is wiped out, as long as he can achieve his goal, he will definitely not hesitate. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. War is inevitable. As Hokage, I have made up my mind. Now, we must find ways to unite all forces that can be united, and make Kirigakure have to pay the price. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the crowd. Danzo, Kaharu, you two are in charge of coordinating Anbu, Genbu, Sarutobi clan, Shimura clan, and all those forces that we have directly cultivated before. I will push all the forces that the entire Konoha village can mobilize onto the battlefield. The Yamanaka family, the Nara family, the Akamichi family, the Aburame family, the Yin family. Everyone must respond to my order, otherwise it will be a betrayal. Besides, I will contact Tsunade to attack Mist Shinobi. Orochimaru, your Yinin village, and other subordinates must all go to the battlefield. Jiraiya, you go and contact Mount Myoboku, in the name of fighting against Ryuchi Cave, they should dispatch more forces. Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed the table and stood up. This time, it's the decisive battle between Konoha village and Yuanyan village, expansion. At the same time that Qian Yu brought the Tsunade and Hyuga clan back to Kirigakure. Furious and desperate, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Konoha village finally decided to fight to the death and start the final decisive battle against Kirigakure. This is the last and most helpless choice Sarutobi Hiruzen made under pressure. His previous foreign policy has been weak and incompetent. Mainly because under his leadership, Konoha village is indeed getting weaker and weaker. From the original strongest ninja village in the absolute sense, until now, it has even been surpassed by Cloud Shinobi village, and it has been faintly surpassed by Kirigakure. Even Iwagakure can hold its own against Konoha village. The only weak one left is Tsunade, the younger brother. Originally Sarutobi Hiruzen might have been so weak, maintaining a false peace through. But now, Qian Yu's encroachment on Konoha village step by step made him gradually feel an unprecedented crisis. If this continues, it will not be a question of whether to start a war or not. But Konoha village immediately lost the courage and qualifications to go to war. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen is cowardly, corrupt, and has a strong desire for power, he is not a fool. Naturally, we can see and understand the current situation. Because, being forced to a desperate situation now, fighting hard is the best and last choice. In Hokage's office, the atmosphere was tense for a while. Although everyone agrees with Sarutobi Hiruzen's statement, everyone is full of anxiety when they really want to start a war with Kirigakure. Udatane Kaharu sighed. Once this battle breaks out, regardless of whether it wins or loses, Konoha village will inevitably suffer heavy losses. Hiruzen, have you really thought it through? Sarutobi Hiruzen said coldly. If there is no war, Konoha village will only be forced into a more desperate situation by Qian Yu and Kirigakure. What's more, we may not necessarily lose the war. As long as we win, what Qian Yu and what Kirigakure will be solved once and for all, city Konoha village will once again return to the glory days of the peak. Jiraiya frowned and said, Sensei Sarutobi is right though. However, if there is a war, how the other major ninja villages will act is also a question that must be considered. Konoha village and Tsunade are allies, and Tsunade hates Kirigakure even more. They will definitely stand with us, there is no doubt about it. But you know, Kirigakure and Iwagakure are also allies. Once war is declared, will Tsuchikage Onogi join the battlefield and fight with Mizukage against our Konoha village? Also, Cloud Shinobi village has always been a militant faction, the ninja village that advocates the expansion of force the most. Once a war breaks out between us, they are likely to take advantage of it. Not to mention, there is also the Akatsuki organization lurking in the dark of the ninja world, just about to move. Over the years, Mizukage's Akatsuki alliance has been silent for a long time, but once war breaks out, they will inevitably wreak havoc again. Orochimaru said with a smile. Indeed, with Akatsuki's means, war is exactly what they want to see most. In this way, not only will the Daybreak alliance between the five major powers be self-defeating, but it will also give them the best chance to achieve their goals. Manipulating war, expanding power, and catching tailed beasts are all going on at the same time. Sarutobi Hiruzen said coldly. Let's not talk about the Akatsuki organization. That's not a threat that we, Konaha village, have to face alone. As for Iwagakure, hey, you don't know that old fox Onoki at all. Do you think he is allied with Kirigakure, that Xian Yu is fighting side by side against us day? Using his method, he will only provide the support of the allied forces in name, but in fact he will just stand still and watch the tigers fight, waiting to reap the benefits of the fishermen. Everyone was silent for a moment, then nodded. Based on what they know about Onogi, he is indeed very likely to do so. As for Cloud Shinobi village, indeed, they will certainly take advantage of it. However, it is unknown whether Konaha village will be robbed or Kirigakure will be robbed. What's more, although 4th Raikage is a reckless man, Cloud Shinobi village is not without smart people. If Onoki sits on the mountain and watches the tiger fight, Weian village Yi Song will maintain the same attitude. Otherwise, it will become a praying mantis chasing cicadas and orioles, and in the end it will only be cheaper for Iwagakure. Cloud Shinobi village and Iwagakure have the deepest hatred, and 3rd Raikage died at the hands of Iwagakure, so they will naturally not see Iwagakure benefiting. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen is Hokage, and I have to say that his vision at the moment is very clear. Once we declare war on Mist Shinobi, the final battle will inevitably be, nominally us and Tsunade, the allies of Atonin village, against the allies of Kirigakure and Iwagakure. But actually, it's one of our 3 ninja villages fighting against Kirigakure. Both Iwagakure and Cloud Shinobi village will only maintain a wait-and-see attitude. Everyone nodded. Utatane Kaharu said, as expected of Hiruzen, the analysis is indeed very reasonable. However, even if our 3 major ninja villages join forces to face Kirigakure, which is booming now, we may not be able to say that we have a 100% chance of winning. How to fight still needs to be considered in the long run. Sarutobi Hiruzen said coldly, of course. The fiasco of Tsunade is still vivid in my memory. I will never underestimate Kirigakure and Xian Yu. Jiraiya said, yes, Tsunade's disastrous defeat back then, their own strength is of course one thing, but on the other hand, they chose to fight Kirigakure at sea, which itself was a huge strategic decision-making mistake. Orochimaru also smiled and said, not bad. Kirigakure's ships, navigation, and water combat capabilities are the strongest among the 5 major countries. What's more, Kirigakure ninjas are mostly good at water-style ninjutsu, and they are powerful enough to play ultimate in the sea. Coupled with Mizukage Xian Yu's powerful ice escape ability, I'm afraid there is no force at sea that can compete with Kirigakure. Utatane Kaharu frowned. However, Kirigakure knows this better than anyone else. They will never take the initiative to give up their greatest geographical advantage. How can we lead them to land for a decisive battle? Sarutobi Hiruzen said, there are only 2 ways. One is to find ways to lure them to land, and the other is to take advantage of Kirigakure's unpreparedness and directly cross the sea to fight in Kirigakure's native land. Sarutobi Hiruzen's idea is really good. To avoid naval battles, of course, just avoid the halfway links. It's hard to lure them over, but it's not necessarily impossible to sneak into Kirigakure and launch a surprise attack. Also, those 2 things can also be combined into one. Once we successfully infiltrate Kirigakure and cause heavy casualties and losses to them, Xian Yu and Kirigakure will definitely take the initiative to attack, and then naturally we can fight with him on land. Shimura Danzo said, indeed, but how to sneak into Kirigakure? If the target is a little bigger, it will definitely be discovered. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, so we can only infiltrate with a small force. The key to this is Orochimaru. Haven't you and Danzo been working on reanimation jutsu these days? Also, how is the army of Impure World Reincarnation created? Orochimaru chuckled. The accuracy of Impure World Reincarnation is not so easy to improve. However, there has been a lot of progress in terms of quantity. In addition to the biggest killers, the 2 ancestors Hokage, first Hokage Senju Hashirama, and second Hokage Senju Tobirama, Danzo and I also found the biological information of many dead strong men. This includes many masters of the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan. Anyway, they have rebelled against Konaha village, and even the cemetery where their ancestors are buried has been abandoned. It is easy to find biological information there. Jiraiya couldn't help frowning. You dug the graves of the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan? Orochimaru glanced at him. Jiraiya, are you going to preach naively again? Jiraiya was silent. Sarutobi Hiruzen also glanced at him. Jiraiya, I know you think this is a bit crazy, but this is a time of war, and it is also true that Konaha village lacks high-end combat power. This is a last resort. If Master Second Hokage is around, he will do the same. Jiraiya sighed. I understand, but doing so will inevitably make the entire ninja world look down on Konaha. Sarutobi Hiruzen said coldly, live first, and then talk about the bottom line. Orochimaru continued. This includes Uchiha Tajima, Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha Kagami, Uchiha Shisui and other powerful members of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shisui's body was not found, but Danzo has one of his Mangekyo Sharingan, and it was easy for me to extract part of the biological information in it. In the Hyuga clan, there are also strong men who died in the past, and Hyuga Hizashi, the younger brother of Hyuga Hiyashi. Besides, there is also Senju Batsuma, the leader of the Senju clan in the Sengoku era, Konaha's White Fang Hitaki Sakumo, known as 10,000 Years Genin, that killed 4 Might Dai of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Mitokado Homura, who died during the Uchiha clan's rebellion, Kato Dan who was good at spiritualization technique, Akamichi Takakaze who was a second Hokage disciple with Sarutobi teacher, Yuhi Kuren's father, Yuhi Mako, etc. Of course, there are more unknown ninjas. There are 200 to 300 people in total, and there are 30 or 40 people who can be called high-end combat power. This is enough power to sweep the entire ninja world. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally smiled. Very well done, Insnake. Since this is the case, there is the best way to sneak in quietly and catch the whole Kirigakure by surprise. Orochimaru, as long as you infiltrate Kirigakure alone, and then activate Impure World Reincarnation, you can suddenly descend on Kirigakure with the entire Impure World Reincarnation ninja army. In this way, if caught off guard, Yuanyan village will inevitably suffer heavy losses. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Udatain Kaharu, Orochimaru couldn't help but sneer triumphantly. Jiraiya was getting more and more frightened the more she listened. The army of Impure World Reincarnation not only includes the corpses of the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan whose graves were dug. Even including Hitaki Kakashi's father Hitaki Sakumo, Might Guy's father Might Dai, Yuhi Kuren's father Yuhi Mako, Akamichi who is also a disciple of second Hokage Senju Tobirama, Mitokado Homura, Uchiha Kagami and so on. To get these biological information, there is no doubt that Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo even alarmed the corpse of Hitaki Kakashi, Might Guy's dead father. What would people like Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy think if they knew about this? That's all for Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen and others have completely lost their minds. For a moment, Jiraiya couldn't help feeling an unprecedented fear. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Jiraiya, as if reading his mind. Jiraiya, this is a time of war, and many things are done as a last resort. Put away that naive idea of yours too, Orochimaru and his army of Impure World Reincarnation. It will be the strongest weapon for us to fight against Kirigakure. Of course, he can't do everything by himself. You infiltrate Kirigakure with Orochimaru, who controls the Impure World Reincarnation army, and you are the giant toads summoning Mount Myoboku to deal with Qian Yu and his dragons. Cave snakes. This is an order. Jiraiya sighed, and could only nod. Okay. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally showed a heartfelt smile. Very well done. In this way, Kirigakure will be hit hard internally and will inevitably suffer heavy losses. Then, under the rage, Mizukage Qian Yu will inevitably launch a counterattack. At that time, we will wait for work on the mainland. Kirigakure, who must be killed, will be defeated. Let's take revenge. Shame on you. Shimura Danzo, Udatain Kaharu, and Yin Snake all showed the same sinister smile. Jiraiya just sighed. Just as Konaha village and Sarutobi Hiruzen are preparing for battle. Qian Yu who returned to Kirigakure, together with Tsunade, Terumi Mei, Shizune, and the entire Hyuga clan, received a warm welcome from the entire village. Tsunade is famous in ninja world, one of the legendary Sannin. She is also the god of ninjas, the granddaughter of first Hokage Senju Hashirama. At the same time, his strength is even more astonishing, and he is also known as the #1 medical ninja in the ninja world. The addition of such a powerful ninja will inevitably make Kirigakure's strength skyrocket again. And the Hyuga clan is also a well-known plastic clan that is also well-known throughout the world. Inherited for thousands of years, it has the blood successor boundary white eyes that claim to have a longer history than Sharingan. The strength of the entire family is absolutely top-notch in the Quan ninja world. Such a family has also joined Kirigakure, making the entire Cheyenne village even bigger than ever before. Be it Tsunade, Shizune, Hyuga Hiyashi, Hyuga Neji, Hyuga Hanada, Hyuga Hanabi and other members of the Hyuga clan, they all looked around curiously at the current Kirigakure. Everyone was shocked. Because, the current Kirigakure is not at all the closed, corrupt, bloody, furious, and cruel blood-mist village in the legend. It is a ninja village with a vast territory, a large population, a developed economy, and prosperity. It is even better than Konaha village in its peak period. The current Kirigakure is the strongest in the whole ninja world. With the Tsunade and Hyuga clan joining Kirigakure, the power of Kirigakure has really reached its peak at this moment. It can be said that it is at the height of the sun, incomparable. And soon, Qian Yu also settled down the residents of the Hyuga clan, including the residents of Tsunade and Shizune. Subsequently, Qian Yu didn't stop there, and immediately called all Kirigakure's high-level leaders to discuss. This time participating in the Mizukage meeting, in addition to the previous elders and elite ninjas. More Tsunade and Hyuga Hiyashi, the head of the Hyuga clan. Qian Yu first welcomed the addition of the Tsunade and Hyuga clans. The other Kirigakure ninjas were also very curious and joyful. Tsunade looked a bit complicated, but still showed a smile. It is indeed difficult for her to change her identity and posture immediately. Qian Yu didn't care either. Hyuga Hiyashi, on the other hand, is determined, and there is no turning back. Facing everyone's welcome, Hyuga Hiyashi nodded and smiled, but then also showed a bit of worry. Mizukage-sama. This time Tsunade-sama and our Hyuga clan rebelled against Konaha and joined Kirigakure. Although it is expected by everyone, but Sarutobi Hiruzen and Konaha village will never rest on their laurels. I'm afraid that this time Sarutobi Hiruzen will be forced to go to war with Kirigakure. Why? Qian Yu smiled and nodded. Indeed, I think so. If I were Sarutobi Hiruzen, if I don't fight to the death at this time, I'm afraid he and Konaha village really have only a dead end. Terumi Mei said with a smile. The Tsunade and Hyuga clans are probably the last straw that crushes Sarutobi Hiruzen. Don't talk about these two things. How embarrassing he and Konaha village are in the whole ninja world. Just because of the huge losses caused, she simply can't try the emperor. If this continues, Kirigakure will become stronger and Konaha village will decline more and more. At this time, launching a desperate battle is probably his best and last chance. Master Yuan also nodded. I also agree. From the perspective of the enemy, Konaha village may indeed have reached the limit of patience. However, the current Kirigakure has already made all preparations. Although Mizukage-sama has only been in charge of Kirigakure for 4 or 5 years, he has made Kirigakure leap from the blood mist on the verge of collapse to become the most powerful ninja village in the entire ninja world, at least one of them. Moreover, because of Mizukage-sama's superb skills, he only experienced one battle with Tsunade, and he won a complete victory without losing any troops. Afterwards, through the diplomacy of the 5 Cages Conference, we obtained a large amount of compensation and resources from Konaha village. The comprehensive strength of Kirigakure has already surpassed Konaha village, so this battle is almost inevitable. Quan Bingwei said, it is true. However, Konaha village is Konaha village after all, and its comprehensive strength has far surpassed the other 4 major ninja villages. Although it is weakening day by day under the leadership of Sarutobi Hiruzen, after all, a lean camel is bigger than a horse, and we cannot take it lightly. Terumi Mei nodded. Especially, the current Konaha village still has Tsunade as an ally after all, plus Orochimaru's Yinin village. Jiraiya also has the forces of Mount Myoboku behind it. This time in the battle with Leaf Village, although Master Mizukage summoned all the power of Ryuchi Cave, Orochimaru also showed his own means of impure world reincarnation. Jiraiya also summoned the Sky Toad from Mount Myoboku. Hoshigaki Kisame smiled. That is one of the legendary Sannin after all. In terms of name, it is much better than our 7 ninja swordsmen. Ghost Lantern Full Moon said. Well, but now we also have a Sannin. Besides there is Lord Qian Yu around, there is no need to be afraid of their power. Qian Yu nodded. Despise the enemy strategically, but pay attention to the enemy tactically. It's always been my style. If Konaha village goes to war, it will definitely learn the lessons of the last Tsunade fiasco. They all now understand Kirigakure's great advantage in naval warfare. It will definitely not be a decisive battle with us at sea again. Then, they only have 2 options, one is to lure us to fight on land, and the other is to sneak into our Kirigakure to fight inside. Tsunade frowned. Indeed, Sarutobi-sensei. I mean Sarutobi Hiruzen has many flaws, but he's not a fool, he won't be as reckless as Tsunade. In my opinion, he may adopt the second method, sending people to sneak in here quietly to start a war. In this way, firstly, Kirigakure can be caught off guard and suffer heavy casualties, and secondly, hatred can be stimulated so that Kirigakure can take the initiative to attack Konaha and achieve the goal of a decisive battle on land. Qian Yu glanced at her, nodded and said with a smile, Tsunade is right. I also think Sarutobi Hiruzen will do that. Hyuga Hiyashi said, however, it is not easy to sneak into Kirigakure quietly. It is surrounded by sea and is a country of archipelagos. it is completely different from the unobstructed plains of Konaha village, the country of fire. No matter what, you have to cross the sea by boat to get there. And we only need to deploy manpower in all ports, detect and be vigilant in advance, and we can prevent them from sneaking in. Qian Yu said with a smile. Of course these things must be done. However, Konaha village will definitely not sneak in with great fanfare. If the target is too big, it will definitely be discovered. If I were Sarutobi Hiruzen, I'd probably just let 1 or 2 people sneak in a small boat. Everyone frowned and said, 1 or 2 people. But in this way, it's basically like coming to die. The current Kirigakure does have the confidence and strength. Qian Yu said, 1 or 2 people is indeed not enough to fight against Kirigakure, but if it is Orochimaru who is good at reanimation jutsu, and Jiraiya who can summon Mount Myoboku, it will be different. Tsunade nodded and said, that's right, if it's the 2 of them, they can definitely summon an army. Orochimaru's reanimation jutsu, although the accuracy is not enough, but if he cooperates with Sarutobi Hiruzen, he will definitely be able to get information about many dead strong people in Konaha village. At that time, maybe an entire impure world reincarnation army will be created. Not only grandfather first Hokage, but also second Hokage, as well as many powerful people who died in Konaha village, may be summoned by impure world reincarnation. She glanced at Uchiha Yatsushiro, representing the Uchiha clan, and Hyuga Hiyashi, the head of the Hyuga clan. With all due respect, the deceased ancestors of the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan may all become pawns in Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation. Immediately, Uchiha Yatsushiro and Hyuga Hiyashi froze for a moment. Then I couldn't help being furious. That bastard Orochimaru, if he dares to do that, I will definitely tear him to pieces. That's right, absolutely impossible. Tsunade smiled bitterly. That guy Orochimaru doesn't have these concepts of right, wrong, good and evil at all. In his mind, he doesn't care about anything other than his own research on ninjutsu theory and the development of various forbidden techniques. It's not surprising that he would do such a thing. Of course Qian Yu also knows Orochimaru well. Indeed, Orochimaru will certainly do so. I know everyone's anger, but turning anger into strength and thinking about how to deal with it is the right way. Qian Yu also has Orochimaru's research materials in Konaha village. Among them is the forbidden technique secret of the impure world reincarnation. However, it is an incomplete scroll. However, Nayu's natural electricity has been deduced to a perfect state. However, Qian Yu himself does not want to use reanimation jutsu. On the one hand, this is indeed not a good ninjutsu. Not to mention digging graves and stealing human bones, you have to use living people as sacrifices to be able to call. Whether it is the descendants of the deceased or the life of the living, it is difficult to break through this bottom line. Qian Yu is not the Holy Mother, but he still has his own persistence in doing things and not doing things. Of course, cracking the enemy's impure world reincarnation is another story. Qian Yu soon revealed all the mysteries of impure world reincarnation to the public. Also said how to deal with impure world reincarnation. The dead summoned by impure world reincarnation cannot be killed again because they are already dead. So, the only effective method is the trap of sealing. For a moment, everyone looked in the direction of a woman. That was the mother of Uzumaki Shonglin, whom Qian Yu had rescued on the previous journey. Uzumaki Meiwei. Now that she is in Kirigakure, she has already settled down completely, and she has also experienced the sense of belonging that belongs to a real village and companions, as Qian Yu said. Hearing Qian Yu and everyone talking about sealing techniques, Uzumaki Mihaya's heart was already moved. She nodded and said, I do have some sealing techniques of the Uzumaki family. Although it is not as powerful as Uzumaki Kushina, it is definitely enough to seal the souls of the dead summoned by impure world reincarnation. Qian Yu agrees. Although impure world reincarnation is very powerful, but to seal the enemy, the most difficult part is to defeat the opponent first and restrain the opponent's actions. But the requirements of sealing techniques itself are not high. Whether it's the SEAL Squad in the Ninja Alliance in the 4th Ninja World War, or Sai's eye-catching bullets, Gaara's desert-level burial seal, they can do this perfectly. What Qian Yu has to do now is to promote and perfect sealing techniques. He smiled at Uzumaki Meiwei. Next, I will perfect the sealing techniques with you, and then promote and teach everyone. You don't mind? Uzumaki Meiwei sighed. The Uzumaki clan has long been exterminated, and Uzumaki village has become a ruin. It's all caused by sealing techniques. The Uzumaki family had a powerful sealing technique, but they didn't have the power to protect themselves, so they died. I wandered around with Shonglin and suffered a lot. Only Master Mizukage and Kirigakure accepted us. The sealing technique and keeping secrets are meaningless to me. Master Mizukage, I will hand over all the sealing techniques I know, but I hope I can make some contributions to Kirigakure. Qian Yu smiled and said, okay. Afterwards, Qian Yu discussed various other coping strategies with everyone before ending the meeting. After. Together with Uzumaki Meiwei, Qian Yu studied the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Although Uzumaki Meihui's sealing techniques here are not many, and most of them are incomplete. But it was enough for Qian Yu. It only takes him a few minutes to deduce the incomplete sealing technique to perfection. Qian Yu couldn't help feeling that in the world of Hokage ninjas, the technique of sealing barriers has developed to a very high-end level, and it can be called rich and colorful. For example, just for sealing techniques, there are 4-element seals, 5-element seals, 8-sign seals, fire sealing seals, and deed seals. Covenant seal, seal of evil, seal of elimination of evil, adamantine sealing chains, sealing of ghouls, heavenly covering circle, and so on. If you count the power of other ninja villages and families, it also includes the iron armor seal of Cloud Shinobi Village, the transfer seal of Sharingan, the seal of Shimura Danzo's tongue disaster eradication, the seal of self-inflicted curse, etc. Wait. The same is true for the enchantment technique. From the 4 purple flame formation, the 4 black fog formation, the 4 red yang formation, to the most powerful 6 Zeong formation. Jiraiya's enchantment sky cover magic circle, toad ladle technique, Uchiha flame circle, and so on. Of course, there is also a large-scale perception defense enchantment that protects Konaha village. And when it comes to the sealing enchantment technique, there is no force in the entire ninja world that can compare with the Uzumaki family. Although what Qian Yu got was only a part of the incomplete sealing technique. But soon all the deduction was complete, and it was promoted to a perfect state. He also quickly spread these sealing techniques, giving almost all ninjas in Changyan village enough to use sealing techniques. He himself also enveloped the entire Kirigakure with a perception enchantment similar to Konaha village. The perception enchantment used by Qian Yu has a larger range than Konaha village, stronger perception ability, and more sensitive response. He selected ninjas who were most adaptable and able to use perception and enchantment abilities freely, and formed an enchantment team responsible for defensive perception, always on guard against the invasion of foreign enemies. In fact, Kirigakure certainly has its own sealing technique. For example, become Jinchuriki's method of sealing the tailed beast, and so on. Qian Yu integrated all the powers and carried them forward, making the sealing techniques of the entire hidden village more than 10 times and 100 times stronger. Not everyone can use, or be good at sealing techniques. Of course, Qian Yu also selected the best ninjas among them. The sealing class and enchantment class are formed, which can not only be used for perception and defense, but also for offense, sealing, and so on. Everything's ready. Everything is ready, just waiting for the east wind. And at this moment, Konaha village didn't know it at all, and had quietly prepared a boat to cross the vast sea secretly. Orochimaru and Jiraiya, together with several Konaha elite ninjas, are approaching the country of water, Kirigakure. The decisive battle between Konaha village and Kirigakure broke out. And this is the fuse of the entire ninja world war. The peace and stability that the ninja world has maintained for many years is finally coming to an end. Next. Welcome to the chaos of war. Qian Yu strengthened the monitoring of Kirigakure, and even the ports of the entire land of water. Whether it is a small boat or a large ship, the search will be strictly enforced. But he had no hope of such an action. After all, no matter how strict the monitoring is, it is impossible to completely lock the enemy. Enemies may not come in and out of the port at all, and may use various ninjutsu such as transformation technique. What's more, Qian Yu didn't intend to completely defend, but was planning to come inside Kirigakure to catch the turtle in urn. Now, on a small boat, Orochimaru and Jiraiya are sailing towards the land of water. In addition to the two of them, there are some elite ninjas from Konaha village. I didn't expect that you and I would fight side by side, because I have already sided with emotion. Orochimaru also smiled and said, don't misunderstand Jiraiya, I just want to achieve my own goals and reluctantly cooperate with you. When I get those 2 children, the existing cooperation will be over. At that time, you can chase me down again. Jiraiya sighed. Who would have thought that we Sannin joined forces to kill the enemy on the battlefield, but now we are separated from each other. Tsunade actually betrayed Konaha and joined Yin Yin. You Orochimaru also defected from the village and became an enemy completely. I was the only one left, still sticking to Konaha village. Orochimaru laughed. That's because you can't see it, Jiraiya. To be honest, Tsunade's betrayal of Konaha village surprised me, but I admire her a lot. As the granddaughter of first Hokage, you can also do your own thing and make your own decisions, but you, Jiraiya, have already lost yourself, and has become a tool person in Konaha village. Jiraiya laughed. Really? I thought I was quite sober, but what you and Tsunade want to pursue is different. Forget it. Don't say more. Just then, an Ambu ninja walked into the cabin. Master Jiraiya, the front should be approaching the range of the water country. What should I do? Jiraiya had already thought of a countermeasure. You don't have to go to the port, just find a hidden and uninhabited coast, no matter how remote and dangerous it is. Yes. The land of water is a country of archipelagos. Apart from the main island where Kirigakure is located, there are countless small islands. Jiraiya's plan is to land on a small island first, and then sneak into the vicinity of Kirigakure. There are hundreds of small islands, some of which are even uninhabited. No matter how Qian Yu deploys defenses, it is impossible to completely cover them. Soon, Jiraiya and Orochimaru came to a deserted island. From here, sneak into Kirigakure without being noticed. However, when a group of people approached Kirigakure, Jiraiya keenly noticed something was wrong. Stop. Orochimaru smiled and said, Why, did you regret it when you got here? Jiraiya shook his head. No, Kirigakure should have a barrier of perception and defense just like Konaha village. Once we go in like this, we will be discovered immediately. It's very difficult to achieve the purpose of the raid. Orochimaru frowned, then smiled. In that case, let's go in from two directions. Moreover, as soon as they enter the range of the enchantment, they will immediately launch a large-scale attack. That way we can create as much disturbance as possible. Good. To be precise, the infiltrators of Konaha village split into 3 groups. One way is Orochimaru, the other way is Jiraiya, and the other way is the elite of a dozen Anbu roots. The main players are of course Orochimaru and Jiraiya. However, just when they were preparing to divide their forces, suddenly, the whole earth seemed to shake violently. Boom. 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 In an instant, a terrifying force erupted in the barrier, as if they had already discovered their arrival and recognized them as enemies. At this moment, Jiraiya, Orochimaru and a dozen Konaha elite ninjas were all taken aback. What happened? It should have not touched the barrier yet. At this time, Jiraiya looked back suddenly, but saw another barrier. He suddenly realized. Be cheated. The periphery of Kirigakure is a double barrier. I didn't even notice the first layer. Now we are in the double barrier, and we have already triggered the barrier's defense method. Orochimaru also couldn't help snorting. Jiraiya, I remember that you have a lot of research on sealing techniques and enchantments, and Kirigakure has never had any powerful enchantment sealing techniques, so why are you still healing hands? Jiraiya said, No, this dual perception barrier is the pinnacle. It is definitely not something that people without research can arrange. Even among the Uzumaki clan, it is definitely the most perfect level. At this moment, in the double barrier, a strong chakra and power suddenly burst out, shooting towards Jiraiya, Orochimaru and others. This is the combination of Ryuchi Cave's fairy art chakra, creating the trinity of perception, defense, and counterattack. It is the perfect protective barrier created by Qian Yu based on the Uzumaki family's sealing barrier technique and Ryuchi Cave's immortal technique infinite deduction. Jiraiya and Orochimaru's faces changed, and they immediately broke out to resist with their own strength. Naturally, it is impossible for an attack of this level to really hurt 2 people. But this kind of enchantment is not for directly killing the enemy in essence. It's for perception and defense. Soon, in Kirigakure, the enchantment team had already sensed the information of the enemy's invasion, and immediately notified Mizukage and Yu-sama through special means. Then, the Kirigakure ninja army, ready to go, is ready to kill immediately towards the place where the perception barrier is touched. And Qian Yu himself also set off at the same time. Orochimaru and Jiraiya felt the pressure immediately. At this point, we can only do our best. Jiraiya, attack directly from here. Good. Jiraiya also understands that this is the last resort. For a moment. Summoning technique. Impure world reincarnation. Immediately. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Jiraiya's summoning technique instantly summons the giant toads from Mount Myoboku. This time, it not only included the backbone of Mount Myoboku, Gama Bunta, Gama Ken, Gama Hiroshi, and Gama Tadashi, but also various other toads of various sizes and uses. These include Iron Arm Toad, Vigorous Toad, Jianshi Toad, Yansu Big Toad and so on. Of course, the most powerful of them are still the 2 toad sages who cooperate with Jiraiya tacitly. Fukasaku, Shima. These 2 toad sages are existences that no one can underestimate. Cooperating with Jiraiya's Sage Mode, it is enough to resist the level of Pen 6 Paths. Immortal Jutsu Chakra is extremely powerful, and possesses all kinds of powerful ninjutsu, illusion, and immortal jutsu. This time Mount Myoboku, although it can't be said to be mobilized in full force, it is indeed mobilized with considerable strength. This is mainly because Mount Myoboku and Ryuchi Cave were originally at odds. Together with Mount Myoboku and Konaha Village, the original partnership has been handed down from generation to generation. From the Jiraiya family, to Namikaze Minato, to Uzumaki Naruto in the original. Orochimaru, on the other hand, directly summoned the impure world reincarnation army he had created. And the accuracy this time, after Senju Tobarama's guided transformation, is many times stronger than last time. The impure world reincarnation army includes Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, Tianmin Kenma and other members of the Senju clan. There are also Uchiha Tajima, Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha Kagami, Uchiha Shisui and other Uchiha people. Of course, there are also Hyuga Hazashi and other strong and dead ancestors of the Hyuga clan. Besides, there are also Konaha's White Fang Hitaki Sakumo, Might Guy's father Might Dai, Mitokado Homura who died on the night of Uchiha's genocide, Kato Dan from spiritualization technique, and Sarutobi Hiruzen Akamichi who was also a disciple of Senju Tobarama, Yuhi Zhenhong's father and so on. Of course, there are other impure world reincarnation dead, large and small, that are not well known. There are more than 100 people. Among them, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, Uchiha Kagami, Uchiha Shisui, Hitaki Sakumo, Might Dai. These people are all top powerhouses capable of breaking out beyond imagination. As soon as the impure world reincarnation army came out, the entire periphery of Kirigakure was filled with a terrifying atmosphere. For a moment, Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation army, Jiraiya's Mount Myoboku army, and Konaha village's elite ninjas parachuted on the outskirts of Kirigakure in an instant. Suddenly, outside Kirigakure, which was originally peaceful and stable, turned into a Shura battlefield. Senju Hashirama of Impure World Reincarnation watches the scene. Is this the current Kirigakure? I didn't expect it to be so prosperous, even surpassing the current Konaha village. This Mizukage Qianyu is a real genius. Senju Tobarama also nodded and said, indeed, he can change the fate of the entire Kirigakure with his own power, and even influence the fate of the entire ninja world. His influence may even surpass that of Big Brother in the future. Unfortunately, he is the enemy of Konaha village. Now, other powerhouses who were released by Impure World Reincarnation also quickly understood the current situation. Hitaki Sakumo sighed. Didn't you think you can't avoid war after death? Might Dai laughed and said, ha 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 ha, Shuo Mao, I never thought we would have a chance to meet again, and we will still fight side by side. Uchiha Shisui frowned, is there a war between Konaha village and Kirigakure? In the end what happened? And his ancestor Uchiha Kagami also frowned, second generation Shin Hokage-sama. This is the reanimation jutsu created by you. What era is it now? Uchiha Izuna was furious when he saw Senju Tobarama. Senju Tobarama, isn't it enough that you bastard killed me? I still want to use the dirty technique of Impure World Reincarnation to manipulate my dead soul, because of you Senju clan who sacrificed their lives. Senju Tobarama glanced at him. This is not the technique I released, but it really doesn't make any difference. Look clearly, I am also a dead person now. Uchiha Izuna frowned. Sure enough. HMPH, it seems that your fate is not going to be any better, it's really a good reincarnation. For a while, these Impure World Reincarnation powerhouses exchanged greetings one by one before starting a battle. Of course, there were also internal strife like Uchiha Izuna. Orochimaru immediately used kunai and amulets to turn Uchiha Izuna. The dead who obeyed their orders directly obliterated their own will and became a war machine that only knew how to kill. The next moment, Senju Tobarama said in a deep voice, it's time. Orochimaru, Jiraiya. Then, the two also gave an order, and the death squad army of Konaha village broke through Kirigakure's second barrier in an instant, and headed for the real charge in the village. War broke out completely, but at this moment, after Qian Yu got the information, he was already the first to rush to the front line. Facing the Impure World Reincarnation army that could sweep the entire ninja world, and the Toad army from Mount Myoboku, Tian Yu didn't panic at all. He didn't talk nonsense either. Immediately rode the Icebird to the front of the formation, and immediately erupted with his violent power. Ice Age. Immediately. Boom, boom, boom. The frightening freezing cold air burst out in an instant, more powerful than ever before. The range, scale, power, lethality, and destructive power have all reached unimaginable. Like the degree, for a while, the whole world seems to be covered in ice. Thousands of miles of ice, thousands of miles of snow. Just at this moment, when the Impure World Reincarnation Army rushed to the front, I don't know how many people were directly frozen by the ice and turned into huge ice sculptures. The ice layer spread crazily, freezing and suppressing the entire earth under it. It even intercepted all the rushing Impure World Reincarnation Army in an instant. This moment, even a powerhouse like Senju Tobirama can't help frowning, and his face changes. What a powerful ice escape ninjutsu. This scale, this lethality, is simply unbelievable. Senju Tobirama also said in a deep voice, being able to release this level of art, I'm afraid his chakra power can already compete with Big Brother. But of course they are not sitting still, for a moment. Senju Hashirama snapped his hands together, snapped. Wood style. Birth of the Tree World. It's still wood style, but this time Impure World Reincarnation has improved the accuracy, and the power has increased many times compared to the last time. In an instant, countless towering trees burst out of the ground, rose from the ground, and turned into a forest of trees covering the entire battlefield, not only trying to resist the violent ice, but also guarding their own land. Your own army. At the same time, in order to fight against the ice, ninjas who are good at fire style burst out their own strength at the same time. Uchiha Izuna unleashes his chakra violently, fire style, dragon fire technique. Jiraiya and Gamabunta cooperated and launched the compound ninja. Fire style. Toad oil firebomb. The two toad sages of Mount Myoboku even activated the celestial arts at the same time. Sage art. Gomon. For a time, Qian Yu was alone in the Ice Age, fighting against the entire Impure World Reincarnation Army, and the Mount Myoboku Toad Army. Ice, freezing air and raging flames, the boiling oil crazily hit 10 places. For a moment, the Ice Age erupted by Qian Yu collided with the flaming oil released by the entire Impure World Reincarnation Army and the Toad Army of Mount Myoboku. Boom. Boom. The collision of ice and fire, the confrontation of cold and heat. As soon as the entire battlefield erupted, it instantly turned into a massacre of Shira. Countless Impure World Reincarnation troops were frozen into ice sculptures at this moment, and then shattered. What's more, he was swallowed by the terrifying fire-style flames from his own side, turning into scorched earth, ashes, and dust. However, the next moment, these destroyed Impure World Reincarnation armies were once again restored to integrity. Orochimaru chuckled. Mizukage-sama, your ice escape is indeed quite powerful. Unfortunately, it means nothing to the dead of Impure World Reincarnation. They are already dead, even if they are frozen and shattered, they can continue to recover quickly. Qian Yu smiled slightly. Orochimaru, you don't need to remind me of these. Also, you seem to be too confident about your Impure World Reincarnation. Do you really think that those frozen Impure World Reincarnation dead can continue to recover? Next moment, Orochimaru's face suddenly changed. He suddenly discovered that those ninjas who were covered and frozen by Qian Yu's Ice Age before had lost their ability to move. Let alone fighting. This is. Your ice escape is fused with a sealing technique? How is this possible? Qian Yu smiled slightly. As expected of Orochimaru, you finally found out. Of course Orochimaru knew that the only weakness of Impure World Reincarnation was the fear of sealing. Other than that, any physical damage or ninjutsu attacks are meaningless. Even if the dead of Impure World Reincarnation were mutilated, they would be restored quickly. But now it seems that Qian Yu has not only been clear about these weaknesses, but has even made his own countermeasures against them. He actually fused the ability of ice escape with the sealing technique. Once it is frozen, it means being truly sealed. In other words, as long as it is affected by Qian Yu's ice escape, his Impure World Reincarnation army will not be able to exert any power at all. Shocked, Orochimaru immediately screamed, be careful not to be caught by his freezing ability. Otherwise, even the body of Impure World Reincarnation will be sealed instantly. Senju Tobirama frowned suddenly. So that's how it is, actually merging the trap of the seal in the ice. This Qian Yu is really powerful, not only in strength, but also in creativity? Senju Hashirama sighed. Indeed, it's like me and you combined, Tobirama. However, even if Orochimaru reminded him so, except for those real powerhouses, the rest of the ordinary Impure World Reincarnation dead couldn't escape Qian Yu's attack at all. Soon, the Impure World Reincarnation army seemed to be enough to sweep the entire ninja world. Under Qian Yu's Ice Age and sealing techniques, more than half of them have been killed. Of course, the remaining ones are the most difficult to exist. Qian Yu suddenly burst out with even stronger power. The scope of the Ice Age suddenly expanded again. More than a dozen impure world reincarnation ninjas were directly frozen in it. And it was sealed instantly, unable to continue to move. Orochimaru's expression changed. Immediately called Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama these strongest cards, and went towards Qian Yu to counterattack. Senju Hashirama finally broke out his senjutsu. Although he is still unable to use the ultimate trick, Sage Art Wood-style True Several Thousand Hands, the top of the Buddha, but after turning on Sage mode, his Wood-style power has skyrocketed again. Sage Art. Myojinman. For a moment, Senju Hashirama headed directly in Qian Yu's direction, unleashing his own Sage Art Wood-style secret technique. Immediately, boom, boom, boom. The huge red Torii gate suddenly fell from the sky, and turned towards Qian Yu to suppress it. If it's Senju Hashirama's peak state, this move of Sage Art Myojinman is enough to suppress Uchiha Madara of Impure World Reincarnation, even the Berserk Ascendant is no exception. But it's a pity that his strength at this time is still far, far away from the peak state. Seeing this scene, Qian Yu smiled slightly, and also erupted Ryuchikage's Immortal Chakra. Sage Art. Dragon Transformation Technique. For a moment. Boom. The Senju Chakra, which was more violent than the Senju Hashirama at the moment, burst open suddenly, turned into a huge black dragon, and counterattacked towards the red Torii gates. Immediately. Boom. Boom. It even directly blasted the Sage Art Myojin gate, and the red Torii gate was split into pieces in an instant, and it exploded into pieces. Senju Hashirama was taken aback, although he also knows that his current strength is far from the peak state. But the Sage Art Myojin gate is his most powerful sealing power after all. He was smashed to pieces by Qian Yu in an instant. What kind of strength is this? Senju Tobarama frowned even more. It really is Ryuchikage's fairy art. It has been practiced to such an extent. Brother, give me your strength. Although I hit him with Flying Thunder God / last time, his body seems to be able to turn into elements, similar to the hydration secret technique of the Ghost Lamp family, but it's just an ice escape secret technique. Coupled with the fact that he has mastered the magic of Ryuchikage, ordinary Flying Thunder God / physical attacks are meaningless to him. You and I cooperate. Use your fairy art to get on my Flying Thunder God. Good. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama are brothers after all. They have fought together on the battlefield since they were young, and the tacit cooperation is naturally unmatched. For a moment, Senju Tobarama left the Flying Thunder God spell on Senju Hashirama's shoulders. Then, he put his hands on the elder brother's body. The next moment, buzz, Flying Thunder God technique. Immediately, the two brothers launched a teleport at the same time and disappeared in place. In an instant, it appeared in the spurting out of Ku Wu Chu, and the position was right beside Qian Yu. To be precise, it should be next to the ear. Only a stone's throw away from Qian Yu. This Flying Thunder God / not only launched several times faster than before, and it incorporates Senju Hashirama's senjutsu. If it hits, even Qian Yu's body, which can be turned into elements, will probably be injured. Apparently, Senju Tobarama is Senju Tobarama after all. The mystery of Qian Yu's elemental immunity to physical attacks has already been seen. I also guessed that the power of fairy art may be the key to solving the problem. However, of course Qian Yu knew his own weaknesses better than him. This moment, extremely freezing cold air suddenly shot out from his body. With him as the center, crazy spread towards the whole world. In an instant, everything is completely frozen. The battlefield, the earth, the sky, and even Qian Yu herself, are all completely frozen in the cold water. As for Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama, this sudden teleportation attack was completely anticipated by Qian Yu. Instead, it became a self-inflicted trap, for a moment. Two brothers, Senju Tobarama and Senju Hashirama, were once again directly frozen in this move. The two immediately saw that the situation was not good, and they were about to erupt with terrifying strength to struggle. However, don't forget, Qian Yu's frozen fruit ability has now incorporated the power of sealing. Immediately, sealing techniques are launched instantly. Even Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama are just the body of impure world reincarnation at this moment, and their strength is not as good as it was in its heyday. In just an instant, it was completely sealed and could no longer move. Orochimaru was shocked when he saw this. His trump card, the last trump card, was cracked by Qian Yu so easily. Moreover, once the soul is sealed, It means that I may not be able to use Impure World reincarnation in the future to summon these 2 generations of Hokage. What kind of concept is this? Even if I have the entire Impure World reincarnation army, it is impossible to have such a top combat power. In a rage, Orochimaru immediately manipulated all the remaining combat power, and madly attacked Qian Yu's direction. And Jiraiya didn't hold back at this time either. And the Toad Legion of Mount Myoboku also joined the battle. At the moment Kirigakure has only Qian Yu on the other side. On my own side, together with Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Konaha Elite Ninjas, the Impure World Reincarnation Army, and the Mount Myoboku Toad Army, there are a total of 200 people. Could 200 people be suppressed by him alone? For a moment, everyone roared and launched an overwhelming offensive towards Qian Yu. And here it is. Qian Yu smiled slightly, and suddenly activated his own summoning technique. Immediately. Bang bang bang, bang bang bang. The serpents of Ryuchi Cave have been summoned once again. Wand Snake, Shin Ya, Green Snake, Second Generation Wand Snake, Tien Shin Shenji, Ichikashima Haim, Tuan Jin Haim, and even the White Snake Immortal immediately turned towards the Impure World Reincarnation Army and the Toad Army from Mount Myoboku. For a moment, the entire battlefield fell into madness and chaos. At this time, Qian Yu waved his hand again. This time, he actually activated another day's mystery that combines his frozen fruit ability and Ryuchi Cave's magic. Exactly what he created before. Sage Art, Ice Dragon Ride. And at this moment, after mastering Sage Art and frozen fruit abilities more than before, with Qian Yu's random move, hundreds of cavalry appeared. Ice-like steeds, ice-like knights, however, the ability to use frozen fruit and water style in a small area. Moreover, the body is extremely hard and unbreakable. You can also use physical attacks, hold extremely sharp ice blades, ice swords, and ice spears, and rush towards the army of Impure World Reincarnation. Jiraiya and Orochimaru were taken aback again. What is that? The cavalry army created by Ice Dawn. The dead from Impure World Reincarnation summoning are naturally immortal and can only be sealed. So even though Orochimaru saw many dead being sealed, he didn't feel very distressed. In addition to Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama's such top combat power. But now, the army of ice escape cavalry that Qian Yu casually created also doesn't need to be distressed at all. Because this is just Qian Yu's creation, not a real life form. But they have unparalleled power. Even, with a certain amount of vigor and vitality, they can attack by themselves, launch attacks and defenses. This scene left all the ninjas in Konaha village stunned and shocked. Now, Kirigakure's army of ninjas hadn't even fully dispatched yet. Many people have just been notified by the enchantment class in the Mizukage office, and they are rushing towards the battlefield. After all, this is the periphery of Kirigakure. Not in the village, but at this time, the battlefield has already become like a purgatory. Qian Yu, with only one person, resisted the berserk attack of the entire Konaha village. He leads the group of snakes in Ryuchi Cave, together with his own creation, Sage Art Ice Dragon Rider, suppressing all enemies forcefully. And before that, he directly sealed most of the Impure World Reincarnation House with freezing and sealing techniques. Among them are Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama. This level of top combat power. For a while, all Konaha Shinobi readers, looking at this man in front of them, seem to see a real god. Or, it's a real devil. God and demon are intertwined. Maybe, call it Shinigami. The White Snake Immortal leads the group of snakes in Ryuchi Cave, and the 3 elders, Tienshin Shenji, Ichikashima Haim, and Tujinheim, are fighting fiercely with the strongest in the Impure World Reincarnation Army. Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha Kagami, Uchiha Shisui, Hitaki Sakumo, might die. The Ice Dragon Rider created by Qian Yu was the giant toad army that suppressed Mount Myoboku. As for Qian Yu himself, he fought fiercely with Jiraiya and Orochimaru directly. Jiraiya has entered Sage Mode. The 2 gods, Fukasaku Shima and Fukasaku, erupted into a trinity of terror. Sage Art, Gomon, and Orochimaru also cooperated with Jiraiya and also launched his own powerful ninjutsu. Wind Style. Great breakthrough, for a moment. 2 people, to be precise, the power of 4 people merged into one, and the terrifying hot oil, which was boiling thousands of degrees in an instant, instantly turned into a sea of flames in a frying pan, and rushed towards Qian Yu overwhelmingly. Qian Yu raised his arm. In an instant, the frenzied freezing cold air burst out, turning into the terrifying ice that had been frozen in the polar region for thousands of years, and collided with the scalding hot oil. For a while, zzz, buzz buzz. Two powerful forces collide with each other. The hot oil melts the ice, and the ice freezes the hot oil. Qian Yu smiled slightly, and his power exploded again, this time with Ryuchi Cave's Immortal Art 5. Immediately. Boom. 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 The ice completely gained the upper hand in an instant, and it actually completely froze Sage Art Gomon. Even, Han Bing counterattacked violently, attacking Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Fukasaku Shima in the direction. What? Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Fukasaku Shima are all shocked. Is this man really an invincible existence? Qian Yu broke out with real strength, and suddenly an Ice Age, directly suppressing Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Fukasaku, Shima Two-Toed Sage, the joint offensive of the four top powerhouses. This move immediately made the expressions of these four people change drastically at the same time. Orochimaru frowned. That guy is scarier than we thought. Jiraiya and Fukasaku Shima were also shocked. What a powerful ice escape ninjutsu. The scope, scale, and power of this level are comparable to the wood style of the god of Jonin, first Hokage Senju Hashirama. And, I'm talking about the Senju cylinder in its prime, at its peak. For a while, the entire battlefield around Kirigakure has entered a state of intense heat. Impure World Reincarnation Army, Mount Myoboku Toad Army, Jiraiya, Yin. Fight against Qian Yu's Ryuchi Cave group of snakes, plus Sage Art's army of ice and snow dragon knights. And at this moment, Kirigakure's ninja army finally arrived in batches. First of all, the Anbu ninjas led by Hoshigaki Kisame, who were responsible for the transmission of various intelligence messages, naturally reacted quickly, and were the first to rush to the battlefield after Qian Yu. Kisame frowned slightly as he looked at the invading army from Konaha village. Is this reanimation jutsu? To have summoned so many, that Orochimaru is really insane. As soon as he gave an order, Kirigakure's Anbu elite ninjas also launched a fierce attack in an instant. Although none of the ninjas in Impure World Reincarnation will really die, most of the ninjas in Kirigakure have been taught sealing techniques by Qian Yu. Of course it is impossible to master all of them, but in a place like Anbu, there will naturally be its own sealing class. First, a group of ninjas rushed forward to fight with all their strength, severely injuring the enemy, or restraining the enemy's actions, and then the sealing squad would act immediately. Soon in the Impure World Reincarnation Army, many of the ninjas with low combat effectiveness were killed. Reanimation jutsu seems to be a very rogue or even unsolvable technique. But it's not without its weaknesses. First of all, sealing techniques can solve these dead ones. Secondly, it is almost impossible for these dead to truly display their peak strength. Even after the personal guidance of the creator Senju Tobarama, the dead summoned by Orochimaru at this moment can only exert about 20 to 30% of the power it had before it was alive. And more importantly, Impure World Reincarnation summons the souls of the dead. In other words, they have their own self-awareness. If it's okay for the ninjas loyal to Konaha, they will naturally fight bravely and attack Mist Shinobi. However, most of the ninjas from Impure World Reincarnation are not loyal to Konaha. For example, the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan. Instead, these clansmen took the biggest place. After all, they were clansmen who had defected from Konaha village, and the bones of the dead could be used at will. And even Sarutobi Hiruzen can't go to the cemeteries of other major families and let the big snake mess around. Otherwise, his Hokage would not want to continue doing it. But then there is a problem. If you want these people to fight for themselves, there are only two ways. One is to obliterate their self-will and turn them into pure fighting machines. But in this way, the mobility will be even more difficult to guarantee, and the strength will drop a lot. There is another way, which is to be manipulated by the caster himself. This will not only allow them to fight against the enemy, but also exert their greatest power. But therein lies the problem. Orochimaru is also only one person. And he is still on the battlefield. It is impossible to control so many dead at the same time. Therefore, most of them can only choose to obliterate their will and turn them into zombie-like fighting puppets. This really saves worry and effort, but the display of strength is reduced to about 10%. You must know that Yakushi Kabuto back then was secretly manipulating these Impure World Reincarnation powerhouses to fight. But he is hiding in the cave and manipulating behind the scenes, which is completely different from Orochimaru's situation. What's more, Yakushi Kabuto's research and mastery of Impure World Reincarnation at that time far surpassed the current Orochimaru. At this time, the Ming department led by Terumi Mei also arrived on the battlefield. This is Kirigakure's most dynamic and potential combat unit. All are made up of young and powerful Mist Shinobi elite ninjas. Once joining the battlefield, the whole situation suddenly tilted more towards Kirigakure. Subsequently, a member of the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan. They were the last foreign powers to join Kirigakure. So it is of course a bit far from the central area of Kirigakure. And the speed to go to the battlefield is also faster. And when the two clans came to the battlefield, they saw a scene that made them furious. Those dead clansmen, dead ancestors, are now being manipulated by Orochimaru using impure world reincarnation, and they are launching a fierce attack on their own side. Immediately, all the members of the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan roared, bursting out with unimaginable anger and power. Because the Uchiha and Hyuga tribes of impure world reincarnation are not loyal to Konaha, they are all in a state of being obliterated at this moment. He can only fight instinctively, and cannot communicate with these living clansmen. The Uchiha and Hyuga clansmen also understand this truth. But I still have a weak heart, and sometimes it is difficult to let go. However, this is a battlefield after all. They soon realized that although these people were their relatives and clansmen, they were all dead, and now they were just corpses and puppets manipulated by the enemy. Sealing them is tantamount to freeing them. Soon, the two great clansmen who came to their senses fought the enemy bravely, and broke out a super calm power zone. Afterwards, the Ghost Lamp Full Moon and Kirigakure's big families rushed to the battlefield. Among them are the Wei Yoruichi family, the Soil Spider family, the Ghost Lamp family, the Citrus family, the Black Hoe family, the Dried Persimmon family, etc. Each burst out with their own special abilities, and they rushed towards the battlefield. Afterwards, the other members of the Ninja Seven, Lin Yu Yuri, Taudi no Cut, plus Yi Kang, Miru, Bubble, Ching, Bai, Quanbing Weizong and other backbone forces all arrived in the area. Among them, the sealing class specially for the Impure World Reincarnation Army arrived earlier. And Tsunade and Shizune also rushed to the battlefield. However, facing the ninjas of Konaha village, facing his former companion and comrade in arms Tsunade, he did not immediately make a move. But even so, at this moment Kirigakure has already gained an overwhelming advantage under Qian Yu's leadership. What Orochimaru couldn't believe most was, the vast majority of ninjas in Kirigakure, including but not limited to the sealing class, actually know some sealing techniques more or less. This made his Impure World Reincarnation Army unable to display its true strength at all. Soon they were all sealed up one by one, losing their ability to move and fight. And the Toad Army on Mount Myoboku, also under the siege of the snakes in Ryuchi Cave, gradually fell into a disadvantage. The legendary Sanyu refers to the toad, snake, and katsuyu, which restrain each other and form a perfect closed loop. Among them, snakes can swallow toads. Ryuchi Cave is indeed a natural enemy to Mount Myoboku. Soon, seeing the bad situation, Orochimaru and Jiraiya looked at each other during the battle with Qian Yu. They all felt the sudden turn of the battle. If this continues, the plan to invade Mist Shinobi and break out the war from within will not be able to take shape, even people like myself will be killed here. Then, Orochimaru and Jiraiya are ready to evacuate. After Orochimaru ordered the remaining Impure World Reincarnation Army to end, he took the opportunity to flee. Jiraiya can't be as free and easy as Orochimaru, still fighting with the toad on Mount Myoboku. But it happened that Qian Yu was the first to find Orochimaru. He flew out suddenly, chasing and killing Orochimaru in the direction where Orochimaru retreated. The violent freezing cold burst out again. Orochimaru's face was pale, and he immediately unleashed his strongest defense secret technique. Summoning technique. Triple Rashomon. Boom. 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 Immediately, 3 huge Rashomons broke through the ground and rose up from the ground, with Orochimaru's body defending behind. However, the triple Rashomon was instantly frozen under the impact of the extremely freezing cold. Then Qian Yu clenched his fist violently. Click. Click. It was completely frozen and cracked, turned into ruins all over the place, collapsed and rolled all over the place. Orochimaru's eyes widened even more, and he jumped up quickly. Qian Yu suddenly burst out the pupil power of Mangekyo Sharingan. Amaterasu. Arrow of flame control. Suddenly, a chakra arrow burning with black indestructible flame burst out from his vision. Extremely fast and extremely accurate, it pierced through Orochimaru's body in an instant. In an instant, Orochimaru let out piercing screams. Not only was his body pierced, but his skin, flesh, bones, and even internal organs began to be burned by Amaterasu's black flames. However, Orochimaru is, after all, the most difficult ninja to kill in the ninja world. In the next instant, he opened his bloody mouth violently, and tore it apart at an unbelievably huge angle. An arm stretched out from it, and then, the whole body shattered and flew 10 times. Out. It is the substitute technique of Orochimaru flow. This is the perfect body replacement technique, which can avoid almost all fatal injuries. But again, it will cost a lot of chakra and calendar area. At this moment, Orochimaru has turned into the form of a white-scaled serpent. It fell to the ground in an instant, and began to move like a snake, wandering frantically and flying away. But of course Qian Yu would not let him go. In an instant, another streak of Amaterasu black flames landed in front of Orochimaru's escape route. In an instant, the black flames formed a net, leaving Orochimaru with nowhere to escape. Orochimaru turned his head abruptly, looking at Qian Yu, who is rich and superior. Under such a desperate situation, Orochimaru even showed a slight smile. Mizukage-sama, it seems that you must kill me. Qian Yu also smiled. Orochimaru, I know you won't die easily, your forbidden technique of immortality has long been practiced to the perfect state. However, if you can't live or die, I can still do it. Orochimaru sneered, really? Then I want to give it a try. For a moment, Orochimaru burst out with the last chakra and power. Boom. 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 Immediately, his whole body began to swell crazily, and countless huge white bodies filled the air, turning into a monster-like monster. Beast-like colossus. It is Orochimaru's trump card, esoteric ninjutsu. Yaki technique. Orochimaru transformed himself into the legendary Yamada no Orochi, and wanted to fight Qian Yu for the final fight. However, Qian Yu is familiar with Hokage ninja plot. Orochimaru is indeed immune to almost all physical attacks and ninjutsu damage. But he was naturally afraid of two things: illusions and sealing techniques. Needless to say, illusion, whether in the Akatsuki organization, instantly killed by Uchiha Itachi's gold binding technique, or in the spiritual world by Uchiha Sasuke when he seized Uchiha Sasuke. All proved that his spirit seemed unable to resist the illusion. Of course, in the setting book, Orochimaru's phantom is also 10 out of 10. But maybe it's because he constantly transformed his body, and even took away others, which severely injured his soul, so it became more and more easy for him to fall into the illusion. And the same goes for sealing techniques. In the Chunin exam, Konaha Honkai plan was scared to pee by Sarutobi Hiruzen's ghouls. In the battle between Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi brothers, he managed to break free from Uchiha Sasuke's body, and was soon sealed again by Uchiha Itachi's 10-fist sword. Seeing this scene and seeing Yamada no Orochi technique appear, Qian Yu naturally immediately thought of the scene at that time. He couldn't help showing a smile. At this moment, all abilities of Uchiha Itachi have already become a part of him. Dealing with Yuki Orochi technique and Orochimaru is naturally effortless. Yamada no Orochi jumped over Amaterasu black fire, although he was burned immediately, but he escaped again by molding his skin and biting in the direction of Qian Yu. Qian Yu smiled slightly, not blinking, but the pupil power of Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly burst out from above his body. Moreover, it is the power of Susanoo in the fourth form far beyond Uchiha Itachi. Boom. Boom. Immediately burst out his spiritual weapon, the strongest physical defense, Susanoo Yada Mirror. Immediately, it slammed the impact of Yamada no Orochi technique and bounced back, which made Orochimaru dizzy from being hit. And at this moment, Qian Yu immediately manipulated Susanoo, bursting out the power of another spiritual weapon. Susanoo, 10-fist sword. Boom. In an instant, a sword pierced through Yamada no Orochi's body fiercely. Orochimaru is still as arrogant as the original, he laughed wildly. This level of attack is meaningless to me, Mizukage-sama. But the next moment, this is. Orochimaru's expression changed suddenly, showing an expression of disbelief and despair. Could it be one of the legendary Kusanagi swords, the 10-fist sword that contains the power of sealing? Qian Yu smiled slightly. You guessed it right, but it's already too late. In an instant, whether it was Orochimaru or the entire Yamada no Orochi technique, they were all swallowed up and suppressed, and then sealed in the world of sealing techniques contained in the 10-fist sword. This is an illusion world called Drunken Dreams. Once it is sealed in it, it will never be able to break free. Orochimaru's soul was then sealed into Susanoo's chakra gourd, never to be seen again. It can be said, Orochimaru has died on the battlefield. At this moment, Qian Yu completely sealed Orochimaru with the 10-fist sword. In other words, Orochimaru has died on this battlefield. Certainly. Actually, Orochimaru will not die so easily. With his personality, he must have already prepared a backhand. For example, the power of Curse Seal. The power of Orochimaru's spell seal did not start to be studied after leaving Konaha village. Instead, it started at Konaha village. The evidence is that his disciple Mitarashi Anko also bears his mantra. This also means, because in fact, before accepting Zhongwu, he had already done some research on the curse seal. And he can also use the power of the seal to allow his other subordinates, such as Yakushi Kabuto, to resurrect himself. But this is not about Qian Yu. At least on this battlefield, Orochimaru is literally dead. Of course, Qian Yu can also release him at any time. Qian Yu did exactly that, freeing him from the world of drunken illusions within 10 fist swords, but then using Mangekyo Sharingan's illusion Tsukuyomi, manipulating the Orochi. The meaning of then, the reanimation jutsu is lifted. In the end, he was sealed again with the 10-fist sword. Before Orochimaru knew it, Zu had already made it clear. With Impure World reincarnation lifted, the souls of the entire Impure World reincarnation army also began to ascend to heaven one by one. Many souls that have not been sealed have also regained their sanity. Hyuga Hizashi looked at his elder brother Hyuga Hiyashi, and his son Hyuga Neji, and couldn't help feeling deeply. Brother, Neji, I didn't expect to have such an opportunity to meet again. Hyuga Hiyashi sighed. Hizashi, I'm sorry, it was me and the patriarch's incompetence that made you do that back then. Hyuga Hizashi said with a smile. Brother is able to think about it now, and you have left Konaha village and joined Kirigakure, which shows that you are no longer the rigid and conservative person. With this kind of you will definitely be able to lead the Hyuga clan to a brighter future. As for you, Neji, I have always believed in you deeply. You will surely become the best ninja of the Hyuga clan in the future. Hyuga Neji couldn't help but shed tears. Father. Hyuga Hizashi smiled and said, Don't cry, Neji, I can tell that Mizukage-sama from Kirigakure is a man of courage and distinction. The Hyuga family will follow him, and will definitely shine. This is the beginning of a revolution for the Hyuga clan. Hiyashi said, I, Hizashi, will also break the stereotypes and reform the somewhat corrupt and dark policies of the Hyuga clan. It is time to end. Hyuga Hizashi and Hyuga Neji's heart skipped a beat. There is no doubt that Hyuga Hiyashi is talking about the system of curse mark, caged bird. Hyuga Hizashi sighed. Brother, I can hear your words, it is not in vain that I was released by Impure World reincarnation this time. Now, my wish is fulfilled, big brother, Neji, you must live well and let the Hyuga clan become a famous family in the ninja world. Speaking of this, Hyuga Hizashi's figure has gradually begun to blur, and his soul also soars up, heading towards the sky. Hyuga Neji and Hyuga Hiyashi wave goodbye. The other side. The Uchiha clan is also saying goodbye to these dead ancestors. When Uchiha Izuna heard the situation explained by Uchiha Yatsudai, he couldn't help but feel emotional again and again. I see, did the Uchiha clan suffer so much humiliation in Konaha village? However, now we are finally out of the sea of suffering. It seems that you have chosen a different path from that of your elder brother, and this may be the best choice. Uchiha Kagami sighed. Did the Uchiha clan betray Konaha? Although I have thought of such a thing, I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes. Uchiha Shisui also nodded. I didn't expect Itachi to do that kind of thing. I entrusted my eyes to him in order to let him resolve the conflict between Uchiha and Konaha in a peaceful way. Unfortunately. Uchiha Udai said. Everyone who died, don't worry. The current Uchiha has suffered heavy casualties, but he will still continue to live. Thanks to Mizukage-sama, our Uchiha family has continued, and will grow stronger, and one day will regain its former glory. Many Uchiha tribesmen nodded, and their souls were all over the sky. The other side. Might Dai and Hatake Tsukumo also looked at their bodies, and their souls gradually departed. It's really good to be able to fight side by side with you, Shuo Mao again. It's a pity I didn't get to meet Guy and Kakashi. Hatake Tsukumo said, I won't see you, Dai. Konaha village cooperated with Orochimaru, and Impure World reincarnation produced rebellious Uchiha and Hyuga tribes. Even the two of us were summoned. Don't you understand what that means? Might Dai was taken aback. You mean? Hatake Tsukumo sighed. In other words, our dead bodies have also been dug up and made into puppets who only know how to kill. This kind of thing, do you think Konaha village and Sarutobi Hiruzen will spread it around? If Guy and Kakashi knew that after his father's death, there was no peace and the body was exhumed, what would they think? Might Dai suddenly realized. That's why we were sent to invade Kirigakure instead of appearing on the frontal battlefield as a combat force. Even if Kirigakure claims that they are enemies of Konaha village, Sarutobi Hiruzen can be said to be a lie. Hatake Tsukumo smiled wryly, you finally understand. Might Dai's figure also gradually disappeared. It seems that the village that the two of us desperately guarded may not really be worth guarding. Hatake Tsukumo committed suicide, how could he not understand the darkness in Konaha village? Yes. After saying this sentence, the souls of the two people were completely broken. The souls of other Uchiha Tajima, Senju Batsuma, Akamichi Takakaze, Mitokado Homura, Yuhi Mako and others have also completely ascended to heaven. On the entire battlefield, only the corpses of the dead who were used as living sacrifices remained. And with Qian Yu killing Orochimaru, reanimation jutsu was lifted. The situation on the battlefield has been settled. Only the toads of Jiraiya and Mount Myoboku fought alone. Those Konoha elite ninjas who came with them have already been wiped out by the counterattack of Kirigakure's army. Fukasaku Shima sighed. Little Jiraiya, if you continue to fight, you will just die. We should go. Jiraiya also understands the current situation. He glanced at Tsunade in the distance, but Tsunade was unmoved. Then, Jiraiya and Fukasaku Shima also activated the backhands left in advance, notifying the toad on Mount Myoboku to activate the reverse summoning technique, and summoned Jiraiya and many toads on the battlefield back. This infiltrating and raiding war in Konaha village has come to an end. Qian Yu also cancelled the summoning technique of Ryuchi Cave, and sent all the snakes back. Then, he gave an order and ordered everyone to clean up the battlefield. Soon, the entire periphery of Kirigakure became calm again. This time the Konoha invasion did not even enter Yuanyan village. It can be described as a big joke. Moreover, Orochimaru was also killed by Qian Yu, his biggest trump card, the ace in the hole. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama of Impure World Reincarnation were sealed by Qian Yu. The soul being sealed and the Impure World Reincarnation being released are two different things. Once sealed, it cannot be summoned through Impure World Reincarnation unless it is first unlocked. And after Impure World Reincarnation is cancelled, the next time you continue to cast this forbidden technique, you can continue summoning. In other words, because it is no longer possible to summon Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama to fight. Afterwards, Qian Yu counted the losses of both sides in the battle. On the Konoha side, Orochimaru was killed, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama were sealed, and the remaining 123 dead were sealed. 13 died from the Toad army of Mount Myoboku. Jiraiya was also seriously injured, and 10 elite ninjas from Konoha village, all 7 were killed in battle, on the battlefield. On Kirigakure's side, only Ryuchi Cave's group of snakes suffered some casualties, and in addition, Shang Yu's Sage Art Ice Escape Ice Dragon Knight lost a dozen. Casualties in the true sense are almost negligible. This battle, of course, Qian Yu and Kirigakure won a big victory. After this battle, Yuanyan village and Qian Yu once again established their invincible image. And the Hyuga clan, the Uchiha clan, hated Konoha village even more. Completely loyal to Qian Yu and Kirigakure, certainly. People like Orochimaru don't really die, but the point is the key is. Qian Yu didn't really kill him either, it's just that he was sealed with a 10-fist sword. It can be released at any time, and then used again with illusion control. See Orochimaru, for Qian Yu, a library, a treasure trove of knowledge. Grab and go. And in this way, the other backup players prepared by Orochimaru are useless at all. Because he didn't die, of course he couldn't be resurrected elsewhere. That's right, Orochimaru completely became a puppet in Qian Yu's hands. After that, Tien immediately ordered the information of this battle to be disseminated. All of a sudden, the whole ninja world knew the news that Konoha village had declared war on Kirigakure. Of course, I also know that the surprise attack launched by Konoha village with great effort, even before entering the gate of Kirigakure, was beaten and almost wiped out. Orochimaru was killed, the Impure World Reincarnation army was sealed and released, Jiraiya was seriously injured, and the Mount Myoboku army suffered heavy losses. This time, Konoha village has once again become the laughing stock of the whole ninja world. Now, in Hokage's office. Return to Jiraiya in Konoha village via summoning again from Mount Myoboku. Facing Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and Udatain Kaharu, I feel helpless. The surprise attack plan has failed. Orochimaru was killed by Mizukage Qian Yu, and what's more, the successor he left behind also failed, and there was no way to revive him at all. I'm afraid, Mizukage didn't really kill him, and used illusion control, or sealed him up. In this way, because will always become a puppet and pawn in his hands. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help being furious when he heard this information and the ridicule of Konoha village from the whole ninja world. He slammed the table and felt the anger and humiliation that could not be vented for a moment. Qian Yu, Kirigakure, you are too much of a bully. Udatain Kaharu also sighed. I didn't expect our plan to end before it even started. That Mizukage Qian Yu, is he so powerful? Not only did he know about our plan, but he was already prepared for Orochimaru's Impure World Reincarnation Army. Shimura Danzo said coldly, "Don't forget, Hiruzen gave Orochimaru's research materials to that Mizukage-sama during the Five Cages conference. Of course he knows Orochimaru's Impure World Reincarnation and all kinds of mysteries like the back of his hand." This sentence is undoubtedly a blatant accusation of Sarutobi Hiruzen's policy. Sarutobi Hiruzen was furious. "Danzo, are you accusing me? Don't forget, I'm the Hokage of Konaha village." Shimura Danzo snorted coldly and did not continue to refute. Udatane Kaharu hurriedly persuaded, Okay, now is not the time to quarrel. What should I do next?" Jiraiya sighed. "Our surprise attack plan failed, Kirigakure didn't suffer any losses at all, but Konaha village lost troops again and lost Orochimaru. In this way, they will naturally not take the initiative to attack the Land of Fire, and the trick of luring the snake out of the hole has also failed. Moreover, that Mizukage Xianyu also notified the all-ninja world of this information. Now we, Konaha village, are already the ones declaring war. If we back down now, it will become a joke in the entire ninja world. But now it is actively attacking, and it is impossible to be Kirigakure's opponent at sea. The current situation, for us Konaha village, is really a dilemma." Sarutobi Hiruzen was even more irritable, smoking his pipe desperately, speechless. Udatane Kaharu also looked to Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Hiruzen, it's up to you, Hokage, to decide whether it's war or peace." What else does Sarutobi Hiruzen have in mind at this moment? The desperate fight that was originally prepared ended before it even started. Not to mention the loss of soldiers and generals now, it has become the laughing stock of the whole ninja world. If this continues, Konaha village will be laughed to death just by being ridiculed, not to mention starting a war. Jiraiya sighed. "One more thing. Mizukage Xianyu publicized all the information about this battle, not to mention that our Konaha village took the initiative to invade other countries, and even used the forbidden technique of Impure World Reincarnation. Now the whole ninja world is very dissatisfied with Konaha village. Mr. Sarutobi should also know that Master Second Hokage used this trick to deal with the other 4 major countries, making them all hate and loathe Impure World Reincarnation, and now once again appearing, they certainly wouldn't have liked Konaha village. The most important thing is, even inside Konaha village, they were shocked by this news, and some of them may have a lot of thoughts." Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. "What do you mean?" Jiraiya said, "Don't forget, this time, in addition to the corpses of the ancestors of the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan were excavated, there were even Kakashi's father Hatake Tsukumo, Mai Taigai's father, Might Dai, Yuhihong's father, Yuhi Zhenhong, etc., were also dug up for the sake of Impure World Reincarnation of their souls. Sarutobi Sensei, do you think Kakashi, Might Guy, Kuroyuki will be satisfied with our Konaha village, Hokage's approach after they know about this?" Hearing Jiraiya's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face suddenly changed. When the plan was made, of course, in order to fight against Kirigakure, it was necessary to use all means and methods. And, having listened to Orochimaru's words, he certainly wouldn't have any scruples. It doesn't matter if you use Impure World Reincarnation, or even dig the graves of ninjas in your own village like Hatake Tsukumo, Might Dai, and Hamako. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't feel a problem at all. But now, after losing the war, Sarutobi Hiruzen calmed down a little and realized what mistake he had made. Too impulsive and reckless, he believed Orochimaru's words and made a wrong judgment. Now Konaha village defeated Kirigakure outside, and was condemned by all other powers for using reanimation jutsu. In it, not only lost troops, but also let Hatake Kakashi, Might Guy, Yuhihong and other ninjas all feel very disappointed with Sarutobi Hiruzen and Konaha village. As long as it is an individual, except Uchiha Itachi, who is heartless and inhuman, cannot accept his dead parents and relatives, and is dug up from the grave, and then made into a war puppet, and other people work hard. People like Hatake Kakashi, Might Guy, and Kuroyuki are no exception. Although they may not directly betray Konaha village. But having a grudge against Sarutobi Hiruzen and Konaha village is absolutely unavoidable. Udatane Kaharu sighed. Not only did the surprise attack plan fail this time, Mizukage Xianyu also spread the information, making us Konaha village people inside and outside, alas. Sarutobi Hiruzen said angrily, "If the plan is successful, we can cause Kirigakure to suffer heavy losses in our territory, and they will naturally attack for revenge. Even if they spread the information, we will only say that they are angry and spread rumors, that's all. But now, everything is useless, and we are the ones who lose our troops. And that goddamn Mizukage, he immediately told us about our use of Impure World Reincarnation. What a sinister guy." Jiraiya was silent. Sarutobi Hiruzen took the initiative to declare war and quietly invaded other countries, and you agreed with Orochimaru's opinion, launched the impure world reincarnation, and used the corpses and souls of Hitaki Kakashi and others' fathers to work for yourself. Now you call others despicable and insidious. Even Jiraiya, a die-hard loyal servant of Konaha village, couldn't help being speechless towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shimura Danzo said coldly, "Let's think about how to deal with it now. There's no point in holding people accountable." Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a long time, smoking a pipe because of talking. "Now, for the time being, we must stabilize the situation. The announcement that we use impure world reincarnation is a rumor of Qianyu and Kirigakure. To appease the emotions of other great powers. It's the same internally, appease Hitaki Kakashi, Might Guy and others. The current Konaha village cannot afford any betrayal." Udatane Kaharu said, "However, the news of the declaration of war has already spread throughout the entire ninja world. Should we just stop like this? Then Konaha village has become more of a joke." Sarutobi Hiruzen said coldly, "That's just what Qianyu and Kirigakure said. As long as we don't admit it, what can he do? Speaking of this, no matter how thick-skinned he is, he can't help but feel blushing. After all, this is already a shame." Shimura Danzo couldn't help retorting, "Hiruzen, what you're doing is nothing more than an ostrich policy. Do you think that other forces in the ninja world won't laugh at Konaha village?" Sarutobi Hiruzen glared at Shimura Danzo. "Then what can you do?" Shimura Danzo sneered, "So what if I can? After all, you are Hokage-sama, aren't you?" This is obviously a response to Sarutobi Hiruzen's statement that I am Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly burst into anger. "You." Udatane Kaharu couldn't help sighing. Okay, why are you two copying again?" Hiruzen, "Danzo, calm down. If the two of you continue to squabble at this time, the whole Konaha village will really end." Danzo, "If you really have any ideas, you can just say it. We are all grasshoppers on the same rope now. If Konaha village is gone, what's the point of being a Hokage?" Shimura Danzo softened slightly. "With the current situation, there is no doubt that the strength of Konaha village alone will not be able to defeat Kirigakure. Now that Kirigakure has become a big trend, I am afraid that any single ninja village will definitely not be their opponent. Even our Konaha and Sand Shinobi alliance is the same. Konaha has experienced so many disasters, and has already been emptied of his family, not to mention Tsunade, who is extremely weak. Then if we want to defeat Kirigakure, or at least be able to contend, so that Konaha village can survive, we can only unite all the forces that can be united." Udatane Kaharu frowned. "You mean?" Shimura Danzo said, "Outside of Tsunade, unite Cloud Shinobi village and even Iwagakure's forces to form a comprehensive front, mobilize the power of the whole ninja world, encircle and carve up Kirigakure." Sarutobi Hiruzen sneered. "That's easy to say. Why did Cloud Shinobi village and Iwagakure join forces with us? You have to know that just 3 years ago, these big countries were still known as the anti-Konaha allied forces, and they wanted to encircle and suppress our Konaha village." Shimura Danzo said, "At this time and then at that time, Kirigakure was not so developed at that time, and Kirigakure was far away overseas. Even if it launched a war, it would be difficult to gain much benefit. And Konaha village and the Land of Fire have huge land and resources, and have always been the objects of covetousness by all other countries. Of course, they will be persuaded by Ganyu to besiege our Shai. But it's different now. Kirigakure has already proved that he is now the #1 power in the ninja world through actions again and again, and the expansion of power has become more and more powerful, to the point that it cannot be controlled. Do you think Cloud Shinobi village would be happy with this situation? Even if it is Iwagakure, although it is an alliance with Kirigakure in name, but in essence, that old fox Onogi will really have one heart with Kirigakure? It's not just playing around with the wind. There are no eternal friends and foes, only eternal interests." Everyone was silent for a moment. Udatane Kaharu said, "Danzo's words may sound unbelievable, but it is not impossible. It is true that Kirigakure's power is soaring now, and all major countries should see it clearly. If this continues, not only Konaha village, other villages will also be overtaken by him." Hiruzen, "I think you can try it." Jiraiya sighed. "Although it is indeed possible from a strategic point of view, don't forget that because of the impure world reincarnation, we are being reviled by the entire ninja world, and we can be called the public enemy of the ninja world. At this time, will other major powers really join us in dealing with Kirigakure?" Shimura Danzo said coldly, "This kind of thing doesn't matter at all. In times of war, it is natural to use any means. When Lord First Hokage died, the other 4 great powers immediately tore up the covenant and joined forces to invade Konaha. What morality did they say? As long as there is a common enemy, or common interests, no matter whether it is a person or a ninja village, they are all the same. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a moment. It's really a no-brainer. Although it may not be successful, it can only be a dead horse as a living horse doctor. Shimura Danzo said, then I'll do it. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at him. No, I will go to this matter in person, whether it is Cloud Shinobi Village or Iwagakure, unless I, Hokage, go in person, can we express the sincerity of our Konaha village. Shimura Danzo immediately understood that Sarutobi Hiruzen still didn't trust him. I couldn't help but snorted, and continued to coldly say, besides, if it's really a last resort, apart from other big countries, we can even contact that organization. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the three of them suddenly changed their expressions. You mean? Shimura Danzo said word for word, of course, organization. Jiraiya's heart was shocked instantly. This Konaha village, has it fallen to this level now? Sarutobi Hiruzen also found it incredible. But then, I thought that I could cooperate with a traitor like Orochimaru, and he was also a member of the Akatsuki organization, so what is the difference between cooperating with other Akatsuki organizations? This is indeed a desperate moment, and it is not impossible to put all one's eggs in one basket. Danzo, I will leave this matter to you. However, before my order is issued, you are absolutely not allowed to contact the Akatsuki organization without permission. Otherwise, even if it is my friend and companion for so many years, I will never let you go. Shimura Danzo snorted coldly, but did not refute. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Jiraiya again. Jiraiya, I leave it to you to appease the interior of the village. Kakashi, Might Guy, they all trust you. Jiraiya sighed and nodded, okay. In Hokage's office. Today's group of 4 has formulated a course of action for this fiasco. The same caliber of propaganda, whether it is declaring war on Mist Shinobi, or invading Mist Shinobi, using reanimation jutsu, or even digging graves, are all rumors created by Kirigakure. Believe it or not, Sarutobi Hiruzen himself believed it. In terms of countermeasures, Sarutobi Hiruzen is responsible for liaising with other major powers, hoping to establish an anti-Mist Shinobi alliance to fight to the death and survive. Shimura Danzo can even choose to cooperate with Akatsuki as a last resort. Jiraiya, on the other hand, appeases the ninjas in Konaha village, preventing further civil unrest and defections. Just when the entire senior management of Konaha village was in a state of desperation and despair. At this moment, Kirigakure is celebrating another big victory. This time around, Kirigakure had little to lose against the Konaha village invasion. But it killed Orochimaru, and sealed first Hokage Senju Hashirama and second Hokage Senju Tobirama. The other impure world reincarnations were all released from control in this battle, and their souls ascended to heaven. The elite ninjas of Konaha village were wiped out again. Even Konaha's ally, Mount Myoboku, lost quite a few toads. More importantly, Qian Yu invaded Mist Shinobi from Konaha village and declared war, and even used information such as reanimation jutsu on the battlefield to spread to the entire ninja world. At the moment, all the other great powers are madly condemning Konaha village. At the post-war meeting, Terumi Mei said with a smile, this time Konaha village, it can be said that I lost my wife and lost my army. My plan didn't work at all. Instead, I lost my troops and lost my generals, and I'm still ashamed in the whole ninja world. Ghost Lantern Full Moon also said, indeed, this time Konaha village can be said to be a complete loss-making business. Not only has it not obtained actual benefits, but it has also been discredited and cast aside by all ninjas. Hyuga Hiyashi sneered. Sarutobi Hiruzen, this old immortal thing has died. Insane. Impure world reincarnation not only disturbed the souls of the dead ancestors of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, even the corpses of the fathers of Hitaki Kakashi, Might Guy and others who are still in Konaha village. Take advantage of it. The current him, I'm afraid he will be reviled by thousands of people in Konaha village. Uchiha Yatsushiro sighed. Indeed, now I understand that Sarutobi Hiruzen is really devoid of conscience. Tsunade was silent for a moment. Sarutobi Hiruzen, he's really getting crazier. The original him is actually not like this, but because of his own Hokage throne, and because of his ever-expanding and corrupt desire for power, his whole person has been completely eroded and degenerated. Now, he is nothing more than a walking corpse still occupying the position of power. She glanced at Qian Yu. Master Mizukage, what do you decide to do with Orochimaru? Qian Yu smiled. Orochimaru. Although he is an enemy, he is indeed a very useful guy. I won't kill him, but I will make him loyal to Kirigakure forever. Tsunade was taken aback. How? Qian Yu said, of course I have my own method. Tsunade nodded, and did not continue to ask. That's a very good way out for him. Orochimaru has been pursuing the so-called truth, and has no idea of morality, good or evil at all. If Master Mizukage can subdue him, it will prevent him from continuing to do evil. It can also let him play his talent in theoretical research and enhance Kirigakure's power. Qian Yu nodded and smiled. That's right, that's exactly what I planned. He had already thought about what to do with Orochimaru. Qian Yu has always had a trump card in his hands to deal with people like Orochimaru. That is, distinguished heavenly gods. That's right, Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan pupil power distinguished heavenly gods. This is the ultimate illusion pupil power that can change people's will forever without realizing it. Perfect for someone like Orochimaru. First, Orochimaru is not very resistant to illusions, and distinguished heavenly gods is the most suitable pupil power to deal with him. Second, even if someone like Orochimaru kills him here, he will only be resurrected in other places as he wishes, which is equivalent to letting him go. Naturally, Yu will not do this. What to do? Third, regardless of the moral aspect, Orochimaru is indeed a very useful ninja, and it can even be said to be more useful than almost all ninjas in the entire ninja world. Keeping Orochimaru eternally loyal and at my service allows Kirigakure to grow like never before. Certainly. Qian Yu did exactly that. That's when he freed Orochimaru from the seal of the 10 fist swords, having cast the illusion of distinguished heavenly gods on him long ago, forever loyal to himself and Kirigakure. Orochimaru looked at everyone, especially Qian Yu, with a docile and respectful smile. Greetings, Mizukage-sama, what are your orders? Looking at this mad scientist, now so obedient, everyone admires Yu's methods even more. Tsunade was even more moved. The legendary Sannin too has now become a Kirigakure. At this moment, Orochimaru completely lost the eerie feeling before. On the contrary, like a real scientist, he is personable and has only a desire for truth and knowledge. For Qian Yu and Kirigakure, they are unreservedly loyal. This made all the people present deeply moved, and they all admired Qian Yu's methods. Distinguished heavenly gods. This is the power of ultimate illusion. However, Qian Yu didn't particularly like this pupil technique, so except for Orochimaru this time, he almost never really used it. The first point is because he himself hates this kind of forced brainwashing technique from the bottom of his heart. He can use his own means to subdue others, but the vast majority of the people he subdued are also poor people, and they all have unavoidable difficulties. Or break with the original forces, such as Uchiha family, Hyuga family and so on. Are alone and helpless, but suffered and distressed. For example, Shigego, Uzumaki Meiwei, Uzumaki Kaoru's mother and daughter, etc. These families and ninjas, Qian Yu will not and will never bother to use the distinguished heavenly gods to manipulate them. He would rather state the pros and cons and let them make their own decisions. This is not weakness, but Qian Yu's persistence and bottom line deep in his heart. The second point, distinguished heavenly gods is not as invincible and omnipotent as imagined. First of all, distinguished heavenly gods is still nothing more than a pupil art of Mangekyo Sharingan. All spells need to rely on one's own physique, spirit and strength. For example, the illusion of a normal Sharingan is almost meaningless to a person with a Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Sasuke's Sharingan illusion duel defeated Uchiha Itachi who owns Tsukuyomi. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that this is purely a trick. And so is the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even if it is called the ultimate illusion, if the opponent's pupil power or strength is far superior to yours, it will not be able to exert its effect. For example, Uchiha Shisui casting distinguished heavenly gods on Uchiha Madara with eternal Mangekyo Sharingan will almost certainly have no effect. Not to mention, Rinnegan, or the pinnacle of Six Paths power. Uchiha Shisui tries to stop the Uchiha clan's rebellion with the distinguished heavenly gods. He is very confident in his pupil power, but don't forget that only Uchiha Shisui owned Mangekyo Sharingan in the entire Uchiha clan at that time. The pupil power, which was already superior to that of the entire clan, coupled with the ultimate illusion technique of distinguished heavenly gods, of course possessed absolute confidence. And after that, what did Shimura Danzo, who got a distinguished heavenly god's Mangekyo Sharingan from Uchiha Shisui, do? At most, he used the distinguished heavenly gods to secretly manipulate the host Sanfune at the Five Cages Conference, trying to guide the direction of the entire Five Cages Conference, making himself the leader of the 5 major nations' ninja coalition forces. If distinguished heavenly gods is really that invincible, why would Shimura Danzo do such sneaky things? Direct distinguished heavenly gods manipulate the 5 shadows, so I have the world? What's more, since he was in Konaha village, he didn't have to be sneaky. After so many years, he became a 5.5th generation agent Hokage. If distinguished heavenly gods directly controls Sarutobi Hiruzen, wouldn't it be enough to control the entire Konaha high level? You know, Shimura Danzo has fused Hashirama cells. The cooldown time of distinguished heavenly gods is not long. If distinguished heavenly gods is really that effective, he could have done it long ago. The third point is that distinguished heavenly gods can be cracked. Another example is Shimura Danzo. After the 5 Cages conference manipulated the 3 ships, it was soon discovered that something was wrong, and then it was immediately exposed and fled in embarrassment. So, what hand did it expose him, or have some great power? Neither. But it was Jonin Ching of Kirigakure, who only had one white eye, and felt that something was wrong. After observing the state of everyone, he immediately discovered that Shimura Danzo was using distinguished heavenly gods to control the 3 ships. Of course, by coincidence, Jonin Ching had seen Uchiha Shisui's illusion, so he was able to see through it. But even if you haven't seen it, you can at least find that Shimura Danzo is using illusion control. At most you don't know it's Uchiha Shisui's pupil technique. Then, Mifune himself came to his senses, and the control ability of the distinguished heavenly gods was also cracked. If distinguished heavenly gods is permanently valid and cannot be cracked, those 3 boats should have been crazily promoting Shimura Danzo, even if it was revealed. But in fact, no, of course, some people will say that this is because Shimura Danzo's pupil power is insufficient, because he is not a member of the Uchiha tribe, let alone Uchiha Shisui himself. But it doesn't really make any sense, because even Uchiha Shisui himself, the cooling time of distinguished heavenly gods is still as long as 10 years. The same goes for the distinguished heavenly gods Mangekyo Sharingan obtained by Uchiha Itachi. But Shimura Danzo can be used multiple times in a short period of time. This was said by Waikun Danzo himself during the decisive battle with Uchiha Sasuke, the mysterious masked man. Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan has not been restored. Finally recovered, but is it used to cast distinguished heavenly gods, or is it consumed as Izunaki's Sharingan? This shows that Shimura Danzo, who has fused Hashirama cells, can manipulate Mangekyo Sharingan by no means weaker than Uchiha Shisui himself, and even surpasses it. But even so, it will still be cracked. To sum it up, distinguished heavenly gods are not omnipotent. It has limited pupil power and limited control ability, and it is difficult to work against ninjas with higher pupil power and stronger strength. It can be discovered, cracked, and is not truly eternal to change the will of the ninja. So what does distinguished heavenly gods, understood by all, mean to permanently change the will of others? It's actually very simple. That is without being noticed. For example, Uchiha Itachi targets the distinguished heavenly gods that Uchiha Sasuke ambushed in Naruto, the Vortex. Once touched by Uchiha Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan, distinguished heavenly gods will be released. The specific illusion content is Guardian Konaha. Then Uchiha Sasuke, who was recruited, will involuntarily guard Konaha village, and believes that this is a decision made by his own will. However, if any of his companions find something is wrong, and use white eyes or other methods to detect, they will see that he is controlled by illusion, and there will be a way to crack it. This is the same as Yagura being controlled by illusion. Being able to control the illusion and pupil power of Jinchuriki Yagura perfectly, of course it is absolutely powerful and terrifying. But it will also be seen through with supercilious eyes and cracked open. In the end it is. Although distinguished heavenly gods is the ultimate illusion and brainwashing artifact, it is by no means omnipotent. Moreover, Bunyu also prefers to use his own mind and means to conquer others. Not bothered to use distinguished heavenly gods all the time. The only exception is to Orochimaru. No way, he is indeed too suitable for this. At this time, Orochimaru, apart from being loyal to Qianyu and Kirigakure, has not changed his will. He is still keen on ninjutsu development and theoretical research. Still the only Orochimaru who believed in science. Facing the respectful Orochimaru, Qianyu smiled slightly. Nothing, Orochimaru. From today onwards, you will be the captain of the scientific research department of Yuanyan village. Yi Kang, you are the vice captain. Yi Kang nodded. She has no objection to this decision. First of all, in terms of scientific research level, no one in the entire ninja world can surpass Orochimaru. This is recognized by all ninjas. Secondly, Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, is indeed far superior to himself in terms of strength, qualifications, prestige, and status. What's more, Yi Kang was originally Tsunagakure's rebellious ninja, and she was extremely content to be able to spend such a stable and peaceful life in Kirigakure, and to be respected and friendly by Mizukage Qianyu and all her fellow ninjas in the village. Orochimaru also smiled. Thank you Mizukage-sama. After that, I may not appear in front of everyone too much. Ninjutsu research is the goal I must win. Qian Yu laughed and said, that's the best. Fixed issues with Orochimaru. The meeting continues. Master Yuan said, this time Konaha village plans to go bankrupt. Sarutobi Hiruzen must be completely desperate and crazy. Master Mizukage, what do you think he will do next? Qian Yu said with a smile. Konaha village has internal and external troubles now. Sarutobi Hiruzen will indeed be crazy. If I were him, I would grab the last straw and fight to the death. Tsunade said. Life-saving straw? What is it? Qian Yu said. Contact with other major powers to form an anti-Kirigakure allied army, and jointly encircle and suppress us. Everyone's expression changed immediately. If this is the case, then Kirigakure is indeed facing a huge crisis. But Quanbingwei frowned and said, the current situation of Konaha village is full of internal and external troubles, and because of the invasion of our mist shinobi and the use of impure world reincarnation, it is notorious, and the entire ninja crusade condemned Sarutobi Hiruzen. This approach may be useful. Qian Yu said, indeed, but you must know that in this ninja world, the so-called moral condemnation has no meaning at all. Tsunade invaded Kirigakure, no one condemned, Konaha instead allied with San Shinobi. And when it comes to despicable means, the fact that any major country has made similar moves, this cannot be a decisive factor. In the final analysis, only benefits are eternal. Terumi Mei also frowned. Then, what if other big countries are really moved by him and join forces to besiege our Kirigakure? Qian Yu said with a smile. Now that Kirigakure is rising strongly, there is a faint tendency to become the strongest ninja village. Other major powers will naturally be very afraid. So Sarutobi Hiruzen's method is not completely impossible to realize. Of course, it's just a possibility, and it's very, very small. But of course we must not let our guard down. Qian Yu said. Next, what we are going to meet is probably a war at the level of the all-ninja world. Even if there is no immediate war, there will still be an undercurrent, and we, Yuanyan village, need to be fully prepared. Orochimaru, the sound ninja village you created in Tanokuni will continue to be firmly in your hands. This is also a great help for our mist shinobi. Orochimaru nodded. Yes, Mizukage-sama. Then I will go back to Yinan village during this period of time to rectify it, so that the entire Yinan village will be fully loyal to mist shinobi and Mizukage-sama. Qian Yu nodded. Okay. Beyond that, I'm going to be away from Kirigakure for a while. Sarutobi Hiruzen will inevitably lobby countries, and I certainly cannot fall behind. Master Yuan nodded and said, indeed, but do you need Master Mizukage to do this kind of thing in person? It is absolutely possible to send a group of envoys to various big countries to establish friendship and prevent Sarutobi Hiruzen from lobbying. Qian Yu said with a smile. Sarutobi Hiruzen is desperate and crazy now, this straw must be grasped tightly. So I guess not wrong, he will inevitably go to various countries in person. Of course I can't lose to him. Everyone also nodded in agreement. During the time I was away, Yuan and Terumi Mei were responsible for the management of affairs, large and small. Government affairs, diplomacy, and daimyo contact these many troublesome yuanshi. Kirigakure's interior, ninja, and family-related matters, Terumi Mei, you can take care of them. Terumi Mei's heart skipped a beat. A moment of joy and a little disappointment. Happily, Master Mizukage meant for her to be in charge of the entire Kirigakure. Before that, yes, when Qian Yu left, the government affairs were completely handed over to Master Yuan. But now, there is an extra self. This shows Qian Yu's great recognition of his own strength and ability. But the disappointment is that this time I can no longer go out with Qian Yu. However, since Qian Yu announced in public, and she really wanted to show her strengths and ambitions, she also smiled and said, thank you, Master Mizukage, for your trust, I will definitely not humiliate the mission. Qian Yu also smiled. Tsunade, this time you go out with me. Tsunade froze for a moment, then nodded. During this time, the medical department was created in Kirigakure after Tsunade and Shizune joined. On the one hand, recruit talented medical ninjas and train new potential medical ninjas to expand the scale and number of the entire medical department and medical ninjas. On the other hand, establish a perfect medical ninja system. Including various rules and regulations, the guidelines of medical ninjas, each team is equipped with a medical ninja, or at least one of them is familiar with and masters some basic medical ninjas. Surgery. These are the ideals of Tsunade, and they are truly realized and carried forward in Kirigakure. Tsunade could also understand why Qian Yu asked him to go with him. On the one hand, I am the god of ninja after all, the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, one of the legendary Sannin, the best and most powerful medical ninja in the ninja world, and the most powerful female ninja. By This identity, status, fame, and strength are all powerful guarantees. In diplomacy, it is also tantamount to a self-declaration, shocking and oppressing the enemy country. On the other hand, I rebelled against Konaha and joined Kirigakure, which will make other big countries understand the huge gap between Konaha and Kirigakure, and thus fall to Kirigakure's side. So Tsunade nodded readily in agreement. Subsequently, after Qian Yu arranged everything properly, together with Tsunade, embark on a new journey. This time, the goal is to all ninja world. Tidy up things inside Kirigakure. Qian Yu went on the road with Tsunade and Orochimaru, who was going to Yinin village. The three of them crossed the sea by boat and landed at the boundary of Tanjian village. Following Qian Yu's order, Orochimaru passed through Tanjian village and headed towards the Tanokuni Yinin village he founded. They are planning to rectify the forces in Yinin village and submit them all to Qian Yu and Kirigakure. As for Qian Yu himself, together with Tsunade, he passed through the land of soup and the land of frost, heading towards Cloud Shinobi village, the land of thunder. Among the 5 major countries in the ninja world, except Changyan village and the isolated island overseas, other large countries have several small countries as buffer zones. On the one hand, it is to avoid direct bordering, resulting in successive conflicts. On the other hand, when it comes to war, these big countries will only go to war on the land of these small countries, causing other small countries to be in chaos and the people to live in dire straits. For example, between the Kingdom of Earth and the Kingdom of Wind is the Kingdom of Stone. Between the land of Earth and the land of Fire lies the land of Grass and the land of Taki. Between the land of Fire and the land of Wind is the land of Rivers. As for the land of Rain and Rain Shinobi village, they are also located at the junction of the land of Wind, land of Earth, and land of Fire. That's why they were ravaged by the iron hooves of various countries in Ninja World Wars. Pen 6 Paz was born in Rain Shinobi village, not just by accident. The land of Fire and the land of Thunder are separated by the land of Soup and the land of Frost. The land country where Orochimaru created Yinin village is in the area between the country of Earth, the country of Fire and the country of Thunder. But it does not border on these 3 big countries, so it is relatively safe and stable. This is a big reason why Orochimaru chose to build his faction here. After parting with Orochimaru, Qian Yu and Tsunade continue to Kisuo Tongzhiguo. The country of Tang is a small country, which has always been known for advocating a peaceful and stable life. Known as the village that forgot the war, and the so-called soup means hot spring, hot water. There are many naturally generated hot springs here, and it is also a place where all major countries come to vacation and relax in peaceful times. Here is rich in natural resources, economy and tourism are very developed. But because war is forgotten, military power is almost negligible. It can be said to be a paradise in the midst of war. Hidan in the Akatsuki organization comes from Tang country. However, unlike the peace-loving citizens of Tang country, he is full of violence and cruelty, and he hates the peaceful life of Tanjian village. For this reason, he joined the cult of the cult and became a member of the cult of the cult. This is a cult organization that advocates killing, and believes that killing is the only way to get close to the evil god. Hidan voluntarily became a sacrifice to the evil god in the cult of the evil god, and carried out many brutal forbidden technique experiments on him. Of course he was enjoying it himself. As a result, he was the only test subject who successfully obtained the immortal body and the ability to curse the dead with blood. So Hidan massacred Tanjian village, causing tragic casualties. It was also noticed by the Akatsuki organization, and later joined, and became a partner with Kakuzu, known as the Undead Duo. At this moment, it is not known whether Hidan has joined Qian Yu in the Akatsuki organization. However, Tang country is still very peaceful and stable. There are hotels, restaurants, entertainment venues, etc. with hot springs as the main body. Of course, there are also supporting casinos and other places. Passing these places, Tsunade couldn't help but straighten his eyes. Qian Yu smiled. Of course he knew that Tsunade had committed another gamble. Do you want to go in and play for a while? Tsunade froze for a moment, then shook his head. Now is not the time to play around. Didn't you say you were going to the Land of Thunder to discuss important matters? Qian Yu said with a smile. Big things have to be done, but leisure and relaxation are also necessary. In the Land of Thunder, their attitude will not change if they go early or go late. Let's go. I'll have a good time with you. Tsunade's heart skipped a beat. She knew that Qian Yu was taking care of her emotions. Because of the defection of Konaha village, Tsunade has not been fully recovered. After all, Konaha village is the village founded by her grandfather, first Hokage Senju Hashirama. It's where she grew up. Her home, her clan, her relatives and friends are all there. Although she has traveled all over the world for many years, she certainly knows in her heart that home has always been there. But now, betrayed all that. It is impossible for anyone to accept it immediately. In addition, after Konaha village and Kirigakure went to war, seeing former companions Orochimaru and Jiraiya stand on the opposite side of themselves and become a place where there is no end to death, Tsunade was deeply moved. These days, although she has flexed her muscles in Chongyun village, created a medical department, recruited and vigorously trained new medical ninjas, and perfected a complete medical ninja system, which can be said to have fulfilled one of my long-cherished wishes. But the trace of melancholy in my heart is still difficult to erase after all. That's why Tianyu wanted to take her to have a good gamble. Tsunade suddenly felt a little warmth. Obviously, Tianyu recruited himself not just to weaken the power of Konaha village and increase the power of Kirigakure, but to treat himself sincerely. Thinking of this, Tsunade showed a sincere smile after a long absence. In an instant, the hearty and bright girl seemed to have returned again. She nodded and followed Tianyu in with great strides. The scale of casinos in Tango country is not large. After all, the main body is still hot springs. But the construction is very delicate and elegant, which makes people immerse themselves in it. As soon as Tianyu stepped in, Tsunade immediately felt a familiar and friendly atmosphere. Suddenly, the smile on her face bloomed like a flower. Okay, let's have a big fun. Looking at her like this, Tianyu couldn't help shaking his head and smiling slightly. This is the real Tsunade. Sure enough, it was still the legendary big fat sheep. Soon, Tsunade and Tianyu had a great time playing in the hot spring casino in Yuno country. Both of them are unimaginably rich people. Even in a resort like Tango country, no one can compete with these two people for their arrogance. However, Tsunade's gambling luck was extremely bad, and he almost lost every bet. Soon, all the other gamblers were overjoyed, and they all felt that they had met the legendary swollen sheep. Although Tianyu is not good at gambling, at least he doesn't have Tsunade's cursed bad luck gambling product. After a day, he just doesn't lose or win, and loses a little bit. Of course, winning or losing in this kind of thing is not important, the key is to have fun. Seeing Tsunade yelling and inexplicably excited, Tianyu smiled slightly. It's good to let her vent. Thinking of this, Tianyu also started yelling, and completely blended in with this group of gamblers. After such a day, although Tsunade hadn't had a drink yet, his face was flushed with excitement. Even if the loss was terrible, but my heart was really happy and hearty. Tsunade loses the last of his money, then actually laughs. Let's go, Tianyu. Ah no, Mizukage-sama, accompany me to drink. She immediately hooked her shoulders and put her arms around Tianyu's shoulders like a good buddy. Tianyu smiled, did not refuse, and followed her. The two ordered good wine and good food, and ate and drank happily. Tsunade is still a good gambler but only loses but never wins, a good drinker but gets drunk when he drinks. After 3 rounds of wine, open 5 flavors. Tianyu was still drinking to his heart's content, and Tsunade was already very drunk. Her cheeks were blushing, her eyes had begun to blur, and her mouth was even more gibberish, talking nonsense. Mizukage-sama, you are a nice person, very interesting. From the first time we met, when you spent a lot of money in the casino and fought with me, I felt good about you. You know, gambling quality is character, I can see it at that time, you are a good man. It's a pity that I didn't meet you earlier. Tianyu didn't care either, he talked and laughed with her, and didn't care about other people's eyes. Really? It doesn't seem too late now. Tsunade laughed loudly. That's right, it's never too late. Come on, keep on drinking. Cheers. By the time he was full of wine and food, Tsunade was completely drunk. But when she looked at the hot spring not far away, she shouted loudly that she wanted to go soaking with Tianyu. Tianyu looked at Tsunade at this moment, drunkenly going to soak alone, afraid that he might drown in it. So I had to go with her. The hot springs here include open large hot springs, which can be separated by gender, and there are also mixed baths for men and women. Of course, there are also private hot springs, which are closed and hidden, and standalone courtyards, which are exclusively for family or couples to enjoy. Of course Tianyu chose the latter. He helped Tsunade to the small house that had been rented out, opened the door, and walked towards the hot spring. Tsunade was drowsy at this time, and walked into the hot spring right in front of Tianyu's eyes. Tianyu didn't have time to stop it, and he didn't stop it. He couldn't help sighing with emotion, it's really the best in the world. Tianyu didn't resist either, and also walked in. Soon, the two hugged each other tightly in the hot spring. Overnight. The next day, early in the morning. The morning sun outside the window slanted in and shone on Tsunade's sleeping face. She frowned slightly, then opened her eyes, for a moment. As if she felt something, she suddenly turned her head and saw Qian Yu's face. Tsunade's pupils widened suddenly, and his cheeks became darker red. What happened? This is of course a stupid question. As long as the individual understands what happened. Tsunade naturally reacted immediately. She still couldn't accept it for a while. Myself is just like this. Moreover, there is still a man I haven't known for a long time. Although, he is indeed a man who makes all women's hearts beat. Young, strong, excellent, brave, smart, handsome, rich, powerful, and famous all over the world. It can be said that no woman can find a better home than Qian Yu. However, Tsunade couldn't help being shy. Thinking of the days when I met Qian Yu. Killing you to the death in the casino, even almost losing to him. After getting drunk in the tavern, Qian Yu sent himself back to the hotel, but guarded himself all night without doing anything. Not to mention, when Sarutobi Hiruzen and Konaha village abandoned or even wanted to get rid of him, he was the one who saved his life and gave himself a new home. When he was most melancholy, he was the one who accompanied him to the casino to make a big fuss, and already drunk to the brim. Thinking of this, Tsunade suddenly realized that deep down in his heart, he actually hoped that this would happen. However, Tsunade's character would never admit it. But the sweetness and happiness in her eyes and the blush on her cheeks betrayed her. At this time, she was really just a little girl. She is no longer the legendary Sannin, who is known as the most powerful female ninja in the ninja world. Tsunade looked back at Qian Yu, who was still asleep. For the first time, I felt an incomparable sweetness in my heart, and a more reassuring sense of belonging and security. This, perhaps, is the feeling of sustenance. Suddenly, Tsunade noticed that there was a smile on the corner of Qian Yu's mouth. You've already woken up, haven't you? Still here pretending to sleep for me. Tsunade's words at this time can be said to be strong on the outside but hard on the inside. Qian Yu opened his eyes and said with a smile, "Of course I woke up long ago. Otherwise in this battle, wouldn't you be the final winner?" Tsunade suddenly became ashamed and angry, and she was about to hit him immediately. Tsunade's fist is no joke. If one is not careful, the whole hot spring hotel may be destroyed. Qian Yu immediately grabbed her fist and smiled. "Why, are you not convinced?" Tsunade said angrily, "Of course not." Qian Yu moved closer to her cheek, and whispered domineeringly in her ear. "Then let's fight again." All of a sudden, the whole room was on fire again. After this night, Tsunade fell completely. The eyes looking at Qian Yu have completely turned into those of a little woman. Although in the eyes of outsiders, it is still so strong. Such a woman really makes men have the desire to conquer. Tsunade took Qian Yu's hand and spent another few days relaxing in the hot spring hotel. These days, Tsunade is probably the happiest in his life. How she wished that Ricky would go on like this forever. Qian Yu almost sank into it and couldn't extricate himself. The taste is really indescribable. But life is still going on. After all, I am Mizukage-sama of Kirigakure. Then both of them left the hot spring hotel in Tanjian village with some reluctance. Continue to go in the direction of the country of thunder. Land of Thunder, Cloud Shinobi village. It can be said that it is one of the most powerful forces in the Quanin world in this era. Originally, only Konaha village could suppress Cloud Shinobi village. But under the hard leadership of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the current Konaha village has long been in decline, and it is simply not enough to compete with the power of Cloud Shinobi village. However, because of the birth of Kirigakure and its rise against the trend, the status of Cloud Shinobi village, the most tolerant village, has been greatly threatened. Therefore, the attitude of Cloud Shinobi village is naturally more hostile. Qian Yu didn't have much hope when he came this time. The terrain of the Land of Thunder is full of high mountains, and the peaks stand tall and towering into the clouds. Moreover, clouds and mist surround the high mountains, and rumbling thunders are often heard. That's why it's called the Land of Thunder, Cloud Shinobi village. Qian Yu and Tsunade walked hand in hand. Soon came to the periphery of Cloud Shinobi village. Since it was Mizukage's visit, it was natural that I had been briefed in advance. People outside Cloud Shinobi village had already come to welcome them. In addition to the fourth Hokage himself, there are also the soil platform of the veterans of the three dynasties, as well as the future fifth Hokage Darui, he who has the three abilities of perception, medical illusion, magnet-style ninja Troy. And two beautiful ninjas from Cloud Shinobi village. Samui and Mabui. Samuel has blonde hair, blue eyes, fair skin, and especially her figure, which is a rare existence that can compete with Tsunade. But compared with her charming appearance, Her personality is very glamorous, she is an iceberg beauty just as her name suggests. As for Meibai, although his figure is not as exaggerated as Samui's, his appearance is more delicate, and he has the temperament of an intellectual beauty. Although her skin is a bit dark, it still doesn't affect her beauty. Fourth Hokage and many ninjas from Cloud Shinobi Village, watching Qian-Yu and Tsunade coming, all stepped forward. Welcome Mizukage-sama. Although Fourth Hokage is notoriously reckless, he still knows basic diplomatic etiquette. Qian-Yu smiled and shook hands with the reckless man. Fourth Hokage suddenly erupted with terrifying power, trying to test Qian-Yu's strength, and by the way give him a blow. Boom. Although there was no change visible to the naked eye, the lightning-style chakra in Fourth Hokage's body exploded in an instant, and suddenly concentrated on the palm of his hand, squeezed towards Qian-Yu fiercely and slowed down. However, Qian-Yu still kept a smile on his face. Infused with Hashirama cells, he not only gained unprecedented vitality and resilience, but of course he also gained his terrifying power. What's more, Qian-Yu has too many abilities. Even if pure strength is not his strong point, he has already surpassed any other ninja. Boom. 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 The two remained calm, but the power inside collided crazily. Fourth Hokage's complexion changed suddenly, his brows furrowed, and the muscles on his face twitched slightly. Because, he felt that Qian-Yu's terrifying power was even above him. Originally, I wanted to give the other party a blow, but it turned out that I was the one who was suppressed. In an instant, the severe pain in the palm of his hand was transmitted directly to his soul, causing this strong man to burst into a cold sweat. At this moment, he finally understood Qian-Yu's terrifying strength. Even in terms of strength, it is still the best in the ninja world. Fourth Hokage struggled to pull out his palm, because he didn't want to be ashamed, so he could only endure the pain. But the paleness and cold sweat on his face had exposed his pain at the moment. As expected of Master Mizukage, you are indeed amazing, please come in. Fourth Hokage didn't hide the temptation just now, and with a snort, Qing-Yu and Tsunade went in. The other ninjas in Cloud Shinobi Village could also tell that the two were fighting openly and secretly. But even more surprised, because in their minds, the Fourth Hokage is not invincible, but in terms of strength and speed, it is indeed unmatched. But now, just as soon as they met, they suffered a big loss at the hands of Qian-Yu. The man in front of me, the legendary Mizukage Qian-Yu, is so powerful? And there were quite a few other people, their eyes fell on Tsunade beside Qian-Yu. After all, the legendary Sannin had a very famous name, not even under the Five Shadows. Especially the two beauties, Samui and Mabui, couldn't help but look at Tsunade more. I just feel that besides the legendary beauty and figure, she also has a bit of a little woman's posture, which is even more touching. Of course, this is Qian-Yu's credit these days. Tsunade didn't take it seriously either, and followed Qian-Yu into the room. However, when we came to the interior of Cloud Shinobi Village, we arrived at the lobby where Kirigakure received VIPs. But suddenly found that there was already someone waiting inside. That's exactly. Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen in Konaha Village. And beside him followed the two people who came together. One is the patriarch of the Nara clan, Chen Longju. He is also one of Konaha's high-ranking officers, tantamount to Hokage's military advisor and staff officer. It's just because Sarutobi Hiruzen is arbitrarily authoritarian, and there are old people like Shimura Danzo and Udatain Kaharu beside him, so many policies don't want outsiders to know. Therefore, Nara Luju did not exert the power and role that a military division staff should have. The other one is the son of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sarutobi Asuma. Obviously, he brought these two people, plus he came in person, just imagined Cloud Shinobi Village and Fourth Hokage to express his sincerity. This moment, Qian-Yu and Sarutobi Hiruzen meet again. When enemies meet, they are extremely jealous. Sarutobi Hiruzen's complexion suddenly changed, his paleness was bloody with anger and hatred, and his eyes seemed to burst out with killing intent. He really hates Qian-Yu so much that he can't wait to smash him into pieces. Nara Shirju and Sarutobi Asuma also looked in Qian-Yu's direction. And Tsunade behind him. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to explode immediately, but this is Cloud Shinobi Village after all. Not only is it the territory of other countries, but it is also the object that I want to win over. I can't help but give the host a face, and it explodes here. So, he could only grit his teeth and opened his mouth viciously. Mizukage-sama. Qian-Yu was very indifferent, because he had expected that he might meet Sarutobi Hiruzen here. So he raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and said with a light smile, Master Hokage. The two walked towards each other. They also extended their hands towards each other. Immediately, 4th Raikage and everyone knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to suffer. Really. Next moment. Ah! Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't hold back immediately, and let out a miserable scream, which resounded throughout the reception hall. Suddenly, the atmosphere was very awkward. Both Nara Shirju and Sarutobi Asuma couldn't help but blushed and lowered their heads. Everyone in 4th Raikage and Cloud Shinobi Village couldn't help laughing out loud. But after all, the other party is also Mr. Hokage of Konaha Village, so he could only hold back forcibly. All of them blushed. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly became furious. Mizukage-sama, you. Qian Yu let go of his hand, rubbed his nose and said with a smile, "What's the matter, Lord Hokage?" Naturally, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't say that his heart ached from being touched by him. Don't you feel ashamed enough? So, he could only snort coldly, no. Now. He looked at Tsunade behind Qian Yu again, and couldn't help but sneer and said, "Tsunade, my good disciple, it's been a long time." After being persuaded by Qian Yu, Tsunade had already completely let go of his knots. When he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen, he could only think of his evil deeds and sins. Let the Senju clan disappear. Let my younger brother Nawaki die young, and even want to kill myself. At this moment, she only has hatred for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen, stop acting like a teacher. What you did to our Senju clan, what you did to my brother Nawaki, what you did to my so-called disciple, you should know better than anyone else. We are no longer masters and apprentices. In my eyes, you are just the executioner who killed my brother and all the clansmen, and you are just a sinner through the ages. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly blushed. You. Tsunade doesn't care if this is Cloud Shinobi Village, what reception hall, or foreign policy. Qian Yu naturally let her do whatever she wanted. Just take this opportunity to humiliate Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tsunade continued coldly. Did I say something wrong? Sarutobi Hiruzen, you have been in charge of Konaha for decades, what have you given Konaha Village? The Senju clan, the Uchiha clan, and the Hyuga clan all disappeared in Konaha Village. I and Orochimaru are now also taking refuge in Mist Shinobi. Konaha's White Fang Fang is a hero who was forced to commit suicide by you, and Hyuga Hazashi was loyal and was forced to die by you. Not to mention the death of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, the Nine Tails Rebellion at that time. Why didn't you die? Master Hokage, after so many years of painstaking efforts by you, Konaha Village has successfully changed from being the most powerful ninja village, disdainful of the entire ninja world, to what it is now, relying on others, and even catering to other big countries everywhere. This is your greatest achievement. Sarutobi Hiruzen was suddenly so angry, his face was flushed, and his whole body was trembling. Unfortunately, he couldn't say a word, because what Gang said was the school. Even Nara Shirju and Sarutobi Asuma couldn't help but bow their heads, feeling deeply ashamed. All the ninjas in Cloud Shinobi Village, from the 4th Raikage, to the elders, the elite ninjas, couldn't help but blush too, but they all blushed while holding back their smiles. The corner of Qian Yu's mouth also raised slightly. Tienbranch looked at Tsunade and scolded Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the lobby of the entire Cloud Shinobi Village, the atmosphere suddenly became very strange. But everyone felt an inexplicable relief. After all, apart from Konaha Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen and his own people, no one will like this old fox. Even the 4th generation. The same is true for Raikage. His identified opponent back then was Yellow Flash Namikaze Minato. That was indeed an excellent opponent that even a reckless man like him would recognize. But what was the result? During the Nine Tails Rebellion, Sarutobi Hiruzen hid in some corner and let Namikaze Minato fight alone. In the end, he sacrificed his own life in exchange for take peace in Konaha Village. And what about Sarutobi Hiruzen? Appeared after Namikaze Minato's death, almost doing nothing. If sacrifices are really required to seal Nine Tails, why didn't Sarutobi Hiruzen do it himself? And let Namikaze Minato, who is young and has unlimited potential, 4th Hokage, do it. You know, Sarutobi Hiruzen himself knows the forbidden technique of ghoul sealing. Although 4th Raikage regards Namikaze Minato as an enemy, he also admires him in his heart. He was saddened to hear the news of his death. And when I heard that Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to be the 3rd Hokage-sama of Konaha Village after that, I couldn't help scoffing, and hated Sarutobi Hiruzen extremely. Now, hearing Tsunade scolding Sarutobi Hiruzen, 4th Raikage can't help but feel a burst of joy and relief. Tsunade sneered. Why don't you talk, our Hokage-sama? Do you also feel ashamed and guilty? Sorry for the Konaha village that my grandfather founded back then, and also sorry for Master 2nd Hokage's cultivation and trust in you? Konaha village is in your hands, it is a complete loss. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you are the eternal sinner of Konaha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen was so angry that he almost fainted on the spot. He coughed heavily, and his whole body bent down. Sarutobi Asuma sighed and stepped forward to support his father. Although he didn't like this father at all, but he was father and son after all, and he was Master Hokage of Konaha village, so he couldn't be too embarrassing here. Nara also coughed and persuaded. Master Tsunade, although you betrayed Konaha village, after all, you were a ninja in the village before, and Master Hokage is your master. Let's say a few words less. Tsunade sneered. Nara Shikahisa, when Sarutobi Hiruzen starts to deal with your Ino Shikacho family, you will find out his true colors, but unfortunately, it may be too late by then. Think about the ending of the Senju clan, Uchiha clan and Hyuga clan. Why do you think you and your family are special? Nara Luju fell silent for a moment. Everyone enjoyed watching the show. At this time, the elders of the 3 dynasties of Cloud Shinobi village coughed and came out to smooth things over. Okay. Everyone is our honored guest of Cloud Shinobi village, so don't quarrel here. It can be regarded as a face for our Cloud Shinobi village and Lord Raikage. Tsunade also understood almost, snorted coldly, and retreated behind Qian Yu. Qian Yu smiled. Of course, the face of Cloud Shinobi village and Master Raikage must be given. The inside and outside of this remark are obviously still in the mix of yin and yang, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Konaha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen became even more angry immediately, his old face was almost completely lost. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was severely scolded in the hall, everyone felt unprecedentedly happy. However, major issues still need to be discussed. After Tutai came forward to mediate, Qian Yu naturally went down the slope and gave Raikage and Cloud Shinobi village a face. Sarutobi Hiruzen was still flushed with anger, coughing uncontrollably. Sarutobi Asuma could only sigh on one side. Nara Shirju also lowered his head and remained silent for a while. 4th Raikage sat down. Mizukage Ziyu and Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen sat on both sides. Other ninjas from their respective ninja villages also stood by or sat down. This moment. Only then did formal diplomacy between major powers really begin. 4th Raikage also understands that the conflict between Konaha village and Kirigakure has already reached the point where it cannot be reconciled. And this time the 2 Mizukage Hokage arrived at the same time. It is precisely to request the cooperation of Cloud Shinobi village. Thinking of this, 4th Raikage couldn't help but feel complacent. Now I and Cloud Shinobi village, after all, are the most powerful forces in the ninja world, and also the key to determine the future fate of the entire ninja world. So he smiled slightly. Hokage-sama, Mizukage-sama, the 2 came to our Cloud Shinobi village at the same time. What is the purpose? This is an obvious question. However, this is also a fixed process in diplomacy. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to have finally recovered a lot. He calmed down, stopped looking at Tsunade and Qian Yu, and spoke to 4th Raikage. Master Raikage, I am here this time to express the goodwill of Konaha village. Oh? What kindness. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed. There have been wars and conflicts between Konaha village and Cloud Shinobi village, but there have also been periods of peaceful coexistence. In the ninja world, both sides benefit from cooperation, and both sides lose from war, so on behalf of Konaha village, I want to form an ally with Cloud Shinobi village, help each other, fight powerful enemies and maintain peace in the entire ninja world. I don't know what Raikage-sama wants. 4th Raikage smiled slightly. Master Hokage is well said. Our Cloud Shinobi village also advocates peace, and we also want to contribute to the stable development of the whole ninja world. I don't know what Mizukage-sama means. Qian Yu was disgusted by this hypocritical rhetoric. He also smiled and said, I mean the same as the 2 of you. Peace in the ninja world is of course more important than anything else. So, I also want to form an alliance with the village of Cloud Shinobi. Although disgusting, what should be said still has to be said. 4th Raikage laughed. Both of you want to ally with our Cloud Shinobi village? This is unprecedented. If we form an alliance together, wouldn't the ninja world be at peace? Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback for a moment. Master Raikage, to tell you the truth, Konaha village and Kirigakure are in the same situation now, and there is no way they will form an alliance. I hope Master Raikage will consider carefully whether to choose our Konaha village or Kirigakure. Qian Yu smiled. This water and fire is really an image. It is indeed the land of water and fire. 4th Raikage smiled and said, Master Hokage, didn't you just say it was for peace? Why can't we achieve peace and develop together with Kirigakure? Sarutobi Hiruzen said coldly. Kirigakure is really aggressive, and we Konoha village can't help it. Qian Yu smiled. Master Hokage, why is Yuanyan village so aggressive? Sarutobi Hiruzen said angrily. You instigated the Uchiha clan to rebel, the Hyuga clan to defect, and the Tsunade to defect. Isn't that aggressive? Qian Yu laughed and said, Ah, what are you talking about? Isn't that all their own choice? Sarutobi Hiruzen roared, You. Fourth Raikage mediated. Master Hokage, don't be angry all the time, be careful not to damage your body with anger. Well, I think both of them are very sincere, and our Cloud Shinobi village is of course the same. Just talking like this will only make us in a dilemma. Not as good as Hokage-sama and Mizukage-sama, how much sincerity is there, and then we at Cloud Shinobi village will make a decision. Qian Yu smiled inwardly, good guy, this is the beginning. This fourth Raikage is obviously ready for a long time. This wave is nothing more than taking advantage of the fire. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen was already prepared and spoke immediately. Of course we, Konoha, sincerely form an alliance with Cloud Shinobi village. If Master Raikage agrees, he can see it. Fourth Raikage said, what exactly? Sarutobi Hiruzen froze for a moment. Then he said, Master Raikage can ask for it. Whether it is property, resources, land, or any request, we Konoha village can meet it. Hearing this, even Sarutobi Asuma and Nara Shirju felt that this was too humble. It's like having Cloud Shinobi village ride the shit on Konoha village. It was the same with Sarutobi Hiruzen back then. Cloud Shinobi village tried to plunder Bayan. Sarutobi Hiruzen not only did not strongly condemn or even start a war, but forced the ninjas in his own village to die. If not, how could the Hyuga clan betray Konoha village? As a result, now, he has intensified. Nara Shikahisa sighed. Obsequiously begging for the cooperation of Cloud Shinobi village in this way is nothing more than fighting the fire with salary. Cloud Shinobi village has benefited from Konoha village, and it will only become stronger, and it can continue to invade Konoha with a backhand. Although he saw it clearly, he didn't dare to interrupt. Because this is not a game, but Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision. Only then did Fourth Raikage smile. Okay, because people are really sincere. Mizukage-sama, what if you don't know about Kirigakure? Qian Yu smiled. Apparently, Fourth Raikage is planning to let the two companies raise the price of each other, so as to benefit from it. He's no Sarutobi Hiruzen, though. Regardless of whether he can afford to lose this person, Kirigakure would never do such a thing. Master Raikage, if Cloud Shinobi village wants peace, we, Kirigakure, welcome it. However, this kind of sincerity should be mutual. I am not as generous as Mr. Hokage. I can't do such things as selling out the interests of my village, ceding land for compensation, and signing a humiliating treaty. Immediately, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Fourth Raikage's faces changed at the same time. Sarutobi Hiruzen was annoyed. Qian Yu's words slapped him in the face in public. And Fourth Raikage didn't expect that at such a time, this Kirigakure Master Mizukage could still maintain such a tough attitude. Isn't he afraid that he will really team up with Konoha village and join forces with Tsunade to attack Taoin village? Fourth Raikage said in a deep voice, Master Mizukage, it seems that you don't intend to really cooperate with Cloud Shinobi village. Qian Yu laughed loudly. I don't think it's Mr. Raikage who doesn't plan to cooperate. Otherwise, there is no need to receive me and Sarutobi Hiruzen at the same time. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't have wished for this drama of raising prices with each other, and I will not accompany it. If Cloud Shinobi village wants to fight Kirigakure because of this, then we can only fight back. Nara Shikahisa and Sarutobi Asuma couldn't help sighing. This is the real shadow. Neither humble nor overbearing, justified. On the other hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen is like a heaven and an underground. No wonder Kirigakure is on the rise, while Konoha village is on the decline. Fourth Raikage snorted coldly. Okay, since this is the case, it seems that we are not speculating. Mizukage-sama, please go ahead. Qian Yu didn't take it seriously either, and smiled and said, okay. He looked back at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you have to think about it too. In order to win over Cloud Shinobi village, I would not hesitate to sell the interests of the village again, making the already weak Konoha village even more impoverished. If Konoha village like this has Iwagakure and Tsunade teaming up to fight our Kirigakure, it will inevitably suffer heavy casualties. After all, our mist shinobi will definitely concentrate on dealing with Konoha. At that time, the profit of the betrayal, plus the loss of the war, the end of Konoha village is not far away. Your Hokage-sama's throne is probably coming to an end. You do it yourself. After saying this, Qian Yu took Tsunade's hand, and the two left the meeting hall in a big stride. Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless for a moment. However, Qian Yu's words began to be constantly recalled in his mind. Although he is an enemy, what Qian Yu said just now is the truth. In order to start a war against Kirigakure, he did not hesitate to negotiate with militant forces like Cloud Shinobi Village, and even groveled in Seed Land for compensation, betraying the interests of Konaha Village. Even if the alliance can be exchanged, will Cloud Shinobi Village go all out to fight Mist Shinobi? Obviously not. Moreover, Kirigakure will inevitably concentrate all its forces and only fight against Konaha Village. By then, how will Konaha Village, which is deeply involved in land cession and compensation, and increasingly exhausted, deal with the trauma of the war? Adding the two together, I am afraid that Konaha Village will really have a life and death crisis. At that time, I am afraid that my Hokage will indeed be at the end. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Why did I fall into such a situation? Did he lose his sanity to fight Kirigakure? Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly felt chills down his back. He hesitated, and said to Fourth Raikage, "Then, I will take my leave first. As for the alliance, we can discuss it." Fourth Raikage also called Qian Yu and Tsunade to stop, and ordered them to settle down. Return to the lodging arranged by Raikage. Sarutobi Hiruzen called Sarutobi Asuma and Nara Shikahisa. He was silent for a long time, and said with difficulty, "Asuma, Lu Ju, what do you think should be done now?" Sarutobi Asuma was also speechless. Nara Luju sighed and said, "Master Hokage, after thinking about it, I understand that Mizukage Qian Yu's last words actually hit the nail on the head. If we get the so-called help from Cloud Shinobi Village by selling profits, it's nothing more than putting out wages to fight the fire, and it's just driving ourselves to a dead end. Kirigakure will definitely not let us go. How can Cloud Shinobi Village really ally with us? Don't forget that in history, the most ruthless attack on Konaha Village and the most hated one was originally Cloud Shinobi Village. Master Second Hokage died at the hands of the golden and silver horns of Cloud Shinobi Village. And in all the ninja wars, Cloud Shinobi Village has always been at the forefront. They are the ones who try to plunder the White Eyes, and they are the ones who are aggressive again and again. Cloud Shinobi Village is indeed not trustworthy." Sarutobi Hiruzen was also silent. "But if it doesn't, where is Konaha Village going to go?" Nara Shurju said, "The current Konaha Village is really not suitable for war. If Hokage-sama can temporarily put aside his hatred for Kirigakure, would you like to? Trying to let the village recuperate and let the ninjas of the younger generation grow up, Konaha Village will always have a comeback one day." Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at him. "But what if Kirigakure continues to fight us?" Nara Luju said, "If that's the case, the only option is to fight to the death. It's also better than working with jackals like Cloud Shinobi Village now. What's more, they want us to grovel and cede land and pay compensation." Sarutobi Hiruzen was lost in thought. The other side. Tsunade said with a smile, "Qian Yu, what you said just now seems to have completely stunned Sarutobi Hiruzen." Qian Yu also laughed and said, "If he is not completely confused, he will calm down and think about what I said, then Konaha Village may still be saved. Of course, if he insists on going his own way, the big deal will be death. At least I can guarantee that Konaha Village will definitely die before us. As for Cloud Shinobi Village, I didn't have any hope at first. Look at the face of Fourth Raikage today, it's just trying to force both parties to raise the price so that they can benefit from it. G=I#. Such wolves can't satisfy their appetites. If you feed them enough, it will only make them more powerful to attack you." Although Sarutobi Hiruzen has lost his mind, someone like Turian Luku will always see clearly. It's up to Sarutobi Hiruzen to follow his advice. Tsunade nodded. "Indeed, a village like Cloud Shinobi Village is not trustworthy at all. Even Onoki always considers the interests and cooperates vertically and horizontally, but Cloud Shinobi Village only wants to devour and plunder." Qian Yu smiled and said, "That's right, so I'd rather talk to Onoki than put on a show with Fourth Raikage." At the same time, Raikage office in Fourth Raikage. "HMPH, I wanted to make a good fortune with the two of them today, but I didn't expect that Mizukage Qian Yu, toasting and not eating or drinking fine wine, is not good at all." Tutai sighed. He is obviously not the old fool like Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although he is young, he is very flexible and calm. This kind of person is really difficult to deal with. Darui also nodded and said, "That is indeed a terrible man. Under such circumstances, once Cloud Shinobi Village joins hands with Konaha Village, Hidden Village will face the desperate situation of being besieged by a big country." Hidden. But he is still so tough, and calm and composed, with a confident look. Samyi also gave a rare compliment. Indeed, he is a strong man. Master Hokage, what should we do next? Fourth Hokage said coldly. Of course we can't let go of this opportunity. Kirigakure's side is difficult, but the old guy like Sarutobi Hiruzen is already old and confused now, and the older the more cowardly and corrupt. As long as we don't ask too much, he will definitely agree, but the result is that we get a little less benefit. Tutai smiled. Master Hokage is right. People like Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a little concession, he will definitely agree to cooperate with us. Fourth Hokage nodded. Okay, let's do that tomorrow. The next day, Sarutobi Hiruzen was still hesitatingly came to the lobby again. Qian Yu and Tsunade were also waiting here earlier at the invitation of Fourth Hokage. Fourth Hokage laughed 3 times when he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen coming. Come. Master Hokage, how are you thinking? Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated. This. Fourth Hokage patted him on the shoulder. Master Hokage, I can see that you are still hesitating. This kind of thing needs to be decisive. As Hokage, you must have the courage to make a decision. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. I am responsible for the safety of the entire Konaha village alone, so I cannot act recklessly. Obviously, after hearing what Qian Yu said and Narulugia's persuasion, he began to shake in his heart. But at this moment, Fourth Hokage said, I know what Lord Hokage is worried about. It's just because we are afraid that our Cloud Shinobi village will be robbed by the fire, and the lion will open its mouth, right? Don't worry. Our Cloud Shinobi village is not the kind of greedy person, so how about it, on the basis of the sincerity reported by Master Hokage before, I will deduct 50%, how about it? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes lit up immediately. This, is it true? Fourth Hokage said with a smile, of course, after all, we, Cloud Shinobi village, also cooperate sincerely. Sarutobi Hiruzen was immediately overjoyed. In this way, not only can he get the opportunity to form an alliance with Cloud Shinobi village, but also the intensity of land cession and compensation has been reduced a lot, which made him feel much less guilty. But behind Sarutobi Asuma and Nara Shirju frowned. Originally, Sarutobi Hiruzen's offer was very high. Now even if Cloud Shinobi village is cut in half, it is still a huge burden for Konaha village. Fourth Hokage did this because he saw that Kirigakure hadn't taken the bait and was not confused by his way of raising prices, so he opened his mouth to Konaha village. It seemed to be a price cut, but in fact it was a big deal. Naruluju immediately said, Master Hokage, this. But at this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was already dazzled by this unexpected joy. He immediately stopped Nara Shirju and said loudly, okay. Master Hokage, let's do this. Immediately, both Sarutobi Asuma and Nara Shikaku were shocked. Fourth Hokage is beaming. Everyone in Cloud Shinobi village also smiled. And the other side. Qian Yu and Tsunade looked at each other, both sneered and shook their heads in disdain. This Sarutobi Hiruzen obviously had a glimmer of hope, but now he cut it off with his own hands. As a result, the end of him in Konaha village is already doomed. Qian Yu smiled. It seems Hokage-sama has already thought it through. The same is true for Hokage-sama. Since that's the case, then I, an outsider, will not disturb the meeting of the two alliances. Farewell. Having said that, Qian Yu took Tsunade's hand and was about to leave with her. Sarutobi Hiruzen said coldly, Master Mizukage, the next time we meet, it may be the last time. Qian Yu knew that what he meant was that he would encounter a life-and-death decisive battle on the battlefield. He turned his head and smiled. Okay, Sarutobi Hiruzen, since you want to die, then I don't mind giving you a ride. You. After saying these words, Qian Yu and Tsunade strode away. And at this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen put on a smiling face again. Master Hokage, shall we continue discussing the details of the cooperation? Good. Sarutobi Asuma and Nara behind him sighed and could only shake their heads and smile wryly. Step out of the lobby of the Cloud Shinobi village. Tsunade said. Unexpectedly, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't think clearly about your obvious reminder yesterday. Also, Naruluju should have reminded him, but it's a pity that today Hokage made a move to retreat, and he immediately got up again. What a fool. This time, he really wants to bring himself and Konaha village to a dead end. Qian Yu said with a smile, indeed, there is no other way. It's hard to persuade a ghost who wants to die. Let's go. Let's go to Konaha village. What good? Tsunade was taken aback. Aren't you going to Iwagakure? Cloud Shinobi village has decided to form an alliance with Konaha village, shouldn't we go to Iwagakure and persuade Onobi to form an alliance with us? Qian Yu smiled. That's too slow. Now that Konaha village is determined to be our enemy, there is nothing to say. Soldiers are expensive, so I'll let Sarutobi Hiruzen know what it means to hit the dragon directly. Tsunade was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Qian Yu, feeling the mystery of the man in front of him. It's true. Thinking about it this way, Konaha village is at its emptiest right now. Sarutobi Hiruzen is not there, and there is no leader there. If we launch a surprise attack at this time, we will definitely catch them by surprise. However, after all, there are only 2 of us. Qian Yu said with a smile. You forgot, when Konaha village invaded our Kirigakure, only 2 people came, so what happened? Tsunade suddenly realized. In Konaha village at that time, it was true that only 2 people, Orochimaru and Jiraiya, were sent here. But as teenagers, both of them hold unimaginable power behind them. Orochimaru has his impure world reincarnation army, among which there are countless powerful ones with superb combat power. And behind Jiraiya, there is also the Toad army of Mount Myoboku, which is also powerful enough to wipe out the major ninja villages. Now Qian Yu, using his own way to deal with his own body, decided to use a thunderbolt to attack Konaha village by surprise. Qian Yu does not feel any moral pressure. After all, this is what Konaha village pioneered. Right now, I am just following the example, blood for blood, tooth for tooth. Thinking of this, Tsunade smiled slightly. Mizukage-sama is just Mizukage-sama. This kind of method, this kind of decision, is really beyond the reach of ordinary people. Qian Yu laughed and said, you are not an ordinary person, otherwise how could you fight me for 300 rounds with no end in sight? Tsunade blushed immediately. Bah. I'm telling you business, you are here to say such things. Qian Yu laughed out loud. The 2 immediately gave up their original itinerary and headed directly towards Konaha village. On the way to Konaha village, you just pass through Tianjiguo and Shonen village in the middle. Qian Yu decided to go and see what was going on with Orochimaru. Moreover, you can activate the power of Yinin village to go to Konaha with you. Soon, the 2 reached the outskirts of Yinin village. Although it was established here for a short time, Tianjiguo is still relatively rich, coupled with Orochimaru's own intelligence and talent, it is also well organized and decent. There are guarding ninjas outside the village, but they were all surprised when they saw that it was Mizukage-sama from Kirigakure. Reported to Orochimaru immediately. Orochimaru immediately came to meet him himself. Mizukage-sama, why did you leave Cloud Shinobi village so soon? It seems that the negotiation is not going well. Qian Yu said with a smile, indeed, but this is also expected. Orochimaru, how's the situation here at Gurin village? Orochimaru laughed, don't worry, Mizukage-sama, everything is under control. Soon, Orochimaru took Qian Yu and Tsunade into Yinin village. This is the real stronghold of Orochimaru. It can be said that it is not weaker than any small country. In the Chunin exam in the original work, Jinin village can be regarded as shining. Apart from the Nation of Fire and the Nation of Wind, it is almost the largest force with the largest number of people, the strongest strength, and the most scenes. Moreover, being able to form an alliance with Tsunade to jointly attack Konaha and launch the Konaha Honkai plan, one can imagine the background of Yinin village. While taking Qian Yu for a tour, Orochimaru introduced the current situation of Yinin village. Although the Yinin village was not established for a long time, I have also recruited a lot of ninjas. Although there are not many famous strong men, but in terms of discovering potential ninjas, I should do quite well, second only to Mizukage-sama. Qian Yu nodded. This is the truth. In the original work, Orochimaru is also known as a human trafficker, and he does not know how many children have been abducted. For example, Kagaya Kimimaro, Uzumaki Shanglin, Gaidong Shuiyue, Zhongwu and others who are all taken away by Qian Yu now. Of course, it also includes Yakushi Kabuto, Tayuya Itonin, Kidamaru, Sakin Ukin, Jirobo, etc., as well as Akashi Kabuto who once participated in the Chunin exam as a companion, Ken Meichung, and another team, Sark Stirrup, Toss Anvil, Hammer and others. In addition, Orochimaru also has the powerful crystal-style blood successor limit Ninja Crimson Lotus under his command. This is a female ninja with terrifying strength. She also has Yugamaru, Gifeng, Giwu, Ruluoli, Liner, Tiento and many other powerful subordinates under her. In addition, Orochimaru also recruited families with special abilities, such as the Genumaru family and the Iberi family. Whether these ninjas are families, many of them are very secretive existences. But Orochimaru's research on the ninja world is unmatched. That's why we can tap these powerful existences. Among them, for example, Gurin, who has the crystal-style blood succession limit, is one of the best in the entire Yinin village, and is even more powerful among female ninjas. The 4 Atonin and the 3 Toss also have their own unique and powerful powers. As for Phantom Maru, it was the best body that Orochimaru had chosen for himself when it was too late to use Uchiha Sasuke's body as a container. He let all his subordinates kill each other together, resulting in countless casualties, and the one who survived in the end is the Phantom Maru, so it can become Orochimaru's container. And the condition he put forward was that Orochimaru let his people go. Of course, Orochimaru in the original work may not really keep his promise. But in any case, to be able to survive so many brutal ninja fights and become the final victor, one can imagine Wanyu's strength. As for the Ibel family, they have a special atomization ability. This is somewhat similar to the hydration secret technique of the Ghost Lamp family. However, the atomization ability is more difficult to control. Once in the atomization state, although it can be immune to most attacks and can also attack the enemy, it is easy to be dispersed and die. Orochimaru helped the family improve the atomization ability and recruited all the clansmen. Among them are the patriarch Wutai, and the girl Shuijin with great potential and other tribesmen. In short, although the strength of Jiren village is not as good as that of a big country, but among small countries, it can already be regarded as an absolute first-class level. Orochimaru joined forces, and Kyoritsu became the new master. These people bowed their heads to Orochimaru. Seeing that Orochimaru surrendered to Qian Yu, naturally no one would refuse. Qian Yu looks so much he can't help but have some admiration for Orochimaru. Well done, Orochimaru. Orochimaru smiled slightly. These were originally my experiments, but since Master Mizukage needs their power, I will naturally obey the order. These people all turned pale when they heard Orochimaru's straightforward words. But in fact they are not ignorant, it's just that I dare not face it. And now, Qian Yu has recruited Orochimaru, has recruited them all. Under the leadership of Qian Yu, Orochimaru will no longer treat himself as a test subject, at least he can have a chance to survive. Therefore, the ninjas of Yinin village are also very grateful to Qian Yu. But among these people, Qian Yu saw a figure missing. Where's Yukushi Kabuto? He should be your most capable subordinate. Orochimaru said with a smile. Indeed, but he was sent by me to serve as a spy in the Akatsuki organization. He followed Sanagakure's S-rank rebel, the genius puppet master Red Sand Scorpion, to inquire about the information of the Akatsuki organization. Qian Yu thought about it. Yukushi Kabuto did claim to be the subordinate of the Red Sand Scorpion, but of course, he was actually Orochimaru's undercover agent. He nodded, he didn't care. Orochimaru said, from today onwards, I, you, and the entire Atonin village are all subordinates of Mizukage-sama. You must obey Mizukage-sama's orders. Kill without mercy. Everyone obeyed immediately. Follow Mizukage-sama's orders. Qian Yu smiled slightly, nodded and said, very good. Raise soldiers for 1,000 days, use them for a while. Now is the time for you to make a difference. Follow me, enter. Suddenly, the hearts of all the ninjas in the Yinin village were shocked. While they do follow orders, Konaha village is, after all, one of the 5 kingdoms. Moreover, he was once the strongest, and his strength and fame still shocked the entire Hyuga. Qian Yu said with a smile. The current Konaha village is just a strong outsider, and their Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is not here. It is the time when there is no leader. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us. After this battle, all of you will be rewarded handsomely. This is my promise as Mizukage. Immediately, the eyes of all of these ninjas who were imprisoned, used, and studied all had fire in their eyes. They know that this is indeed the best opportunity. It is at least 10,000 times better to fight with Qian Yu than to be used as a test by Orochimaru. What's more, Mizukage Qian Yu's name is well known to everyone, and those ninjas and families who follow him have all received unprecedented generous treatment. Thinking of the details here, I was excited, my blood boiled, and I roared angrily, and the shouts shook the sky. Then, at Qian Yu's order, he, Orochimaru, and Tsunade led the army of ninjas in Yinin village to kill Konaha village. This battle, it is called by the history of ninja world in later generations, Blitz Konaha. This battle was called Blitz Noah by later generations. Kirigakure's Mizukage Qian Yu launched a swift attack on Konaha with the Thunder Blitz tactic. This is something that everyone, the entire ninja world, did not expect. Mizukage Qian Yu and Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen originally went to Cloud Shinobi village almost at the same time to join forces and try to win Cloud Shinobi village into an alliance with themselves. The ending is that Konaha village, under Sarutobi Hiruzen's groveling, humiliated the country, cede land and pay compensation, and finally got the consent of Cloud Shinobi village. Everyone thought that Xian Yu would seek the help of his old allies Iwagakure and Tsuchikage Onoki at this time. But it turns out, Xian Yu made a decisive decision and immediately treated him in his own way, as if to retaliate against the invasion raid launched by Konaha village in Mist Shinobi. He diverted himself to the Land of Fire, and immediately launched a lightning offensive against Konaha village, a thunderous retaliatory war. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen is still unaware. Still happily signing humiliating terms with Cloud Shinobi village. At this moment, Konaha village is also unaware, waiting for the return of their Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and waiting for the future changes in the situation among the major powers in the ninja world. But they didn't wait for Sarutobi Hiruzen to return. But I saw Xian Yu's army storming in, now. Outside Konaha village. The ninja squad that patrols and guards the village is diligently observing the movement around them. Suddenly, the whole earth seemed to start shaking. Boom. 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 As if the sky was collapsing, all the guardian ninjas saw panic in each other's eyes. What is this movement? In the original Konaha village, has the Hyuga clan, with white eyes and blood following the limit, and no one has insight. Maybe you can prepare early. But it's a pity that the Hyuga clan had already betrayed, and the defensive troops lacked the boundary of the white-eyed blood, and their insight ability dropped significantly. When many Konaha guardian ninjas found out, the ninja army led by Xian Yu had already rushed to Konaha village. That is, Kirigakure's Mizukage Xian Yu? Also, Master Orochimaru, Master Tsunade. How could it be? How could there be so many ninja army attacking suddenly? What the hell happened? For a moment, the guardian ninja class of Konaha village was terrified and caught off guard. Quick, go and report to Master Hokage. You forgot. Master Hokage is still in Cloud Shinobi village, not sleepy at all. Then, go and tell Master Jiraiya, Master Danzo. Yes. But at this moment, suddenly, an arrow of ice shot out, flew across the sky several hundred meters away, and pierced the chest of the ninja who was about to report with extreme precision. Boom. Blood spurted out. His eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe it, but then his body crashed to the ground, losing all signs of life. The ninjas in the other guardian class were shocked. One by one panicked and wanted to defend against the incoming ninja army, but it was nothing more than hitting a stone with a pebble. As a result, many ninjas in the guardian class also began to flee in all directions. The euphemistic name is to inform the big shots in the village. Anyway, as long as these ninja troops pass the perception barrier, they will be sensed by the barrier class in Konaha village immediately. For a moment, all guardian ninjas scattered like birds and beasts. And at this moment, Xian Yu also took the lead and rushed to the front of the perception barrier around Konaha village. He smiled. He used his frozen fruit ability again. After the body is elementalized, it is easy to pass and enter Konaha village without disturbing the perception barrier. Subsequently, boom, summoning technique. In an instant, Xian Yu once again summoned the entire group of snakes in Ryuchi Cave. Big and small, no less than tens of thousands. There are no less than 100 huge snakes. There are also elder-level fairy snakes such as Tianshin Shenji, Ichikashima Haim, and Haruki. Of course, the same is true for the white snake Immortal, who was summoned again. In addition, Xian Yu immediately activated his own secret technique. Sage Art. Ice Escape. Ice Dragon Rider. This time, he produced a full 200 cavalry. In an instant, the entire group of snakes in Ryuchi Cave, together with the Sage Art Ice Escape Ice Dragon Rider, summoned out at the same time, charging towards the entire Konaha village. Because it was the summoning technique activated by Xian Yu within the perception barrier. Therefore, the perception enchantment cannot be perceived at all. Konaha village was naturally caught off guard. Soon, the shouts of killing shook the world, causing the entire Konaha village to rush forward. For a moment, the entire Konaha village was shaken instantly, thinking that the end was coming, and all the villagers were terrified. Now, in Hokage's office, because Sarutobi Hiruzen is absent, Shimura Danzo, Udatain Kaharu and Jiraiya are left to handle government affairs temporarily. Leave it to any of them, Sarutobi Hiruzen will not be at ease. At this time, they suddenly heard shouts of killing from outside, shaking the sky and the earth, and all three of them turned pale in shock. What happened? Shimura Danzo was startled, and immediately looked out the window. Looking out from the Hokage building, I immediately saw a group of snakes killing the sky and covering the sky, as well as those ice and snow dragon riders who looked like alive ice sculptures. Jiraiya and Udatain Kaharu also stepped forward immediately. That's Kirigakure, the power of Mizukage. Whether it's the group of snakes in Ryuchi Cave, or Qian Yu's ice dragon ride, they've all seen the terrifying power. At this moment, the sudden appearance in Konaha village made the three of them panic and caught off guard. Jiraiya was shocked. Mr. Sarutobi is not in Konaha village, my Mizukage took advantage of it. He's taking revenge for our previous invasion of Kirigakure. Use the way of others to treat others? Udatain Kaharu grumpy. Now is not the time to talk about that. Hurry up and find a way to inform the ninjas in the entire Konaha village that no matter Anbu, Root, or the elite ninjas of the major families must go all out to meet and intercept the enemy. Jiraiya nodded. Shimura Danzo and Udatain Kaharu also looked at each other. Soon, Jiraiya went to inform Hitaki Kakashi, Might Guy, Yamato and other backbone forces, and led Anbu, the remaining ninjas at the route to fight to the battlefield. Udatain Kaharu, on the other hand, went to inform the major families. The Sarutobi clan, the Shimura clan, the Aburame clan, and the Inka clan. Nara clan, Akamichi clan, Yamanaka clan and so on. Just for a moment. Konaha village, which was originally peaceful and stable, as if living a carefree daily life, has undergone earth-shaking changes. The terrorist attack like lightning and thunder is coming towards the unsuspecting Konaha village. Qian Yu was no stranger to this sudden blitz tactic in his previous life. Soon, he rushed to the front of the Ryuchi cave group of snakes, and his own Sage Art Ice Escape Ice Dragon Knight, and they were the first to encounter those Konaha shinobi who were originally outside the village. However, how could these ordinary ninjas resist such a terrifying power? Just for a moment, it was as if they had seen a ghost, everyone was stunned and their faces were pale. In the mouths of the herd of snakes at Ryuchi Cave, it quickly became food in their stomachs. And those huge giant snakes roared and roared one by one, bursting out their own terrifying power. One snake swept wildly with his tail in an instant, and immediately blasted a dozen ninjas from Konaha village into the air, crashing into the building like wolves. All of a sudden, the house collapsed, sand and rocks flew, and more than a dozen ninjas were killed or injured. The other second-generation 10,000 snakes, Green Snake, and the most powerful and terrifying Shinya also fought frantically. Shinya is even more lethal and terrifying. He is not only huge in size, quick in action, extremely fast, but also extremely powerful in attack. In addition, he also has the special ability of petrification. It can spit out snake-like mucus from the mouth. As long as it is contaminated on the body, the ninja can be instantly petrified, unable to move, and lose all mobility. At this moment, Shinya neighed, and a mouthful of mucus spewed out instantly. The few Konaha shinobi who rushed to the front were immediately turned into stones, unable to move one by one. And Shinya was not polite to them, and immediately swept his tail away. Boom, boom, boom. The stones shattered instantly, and these ninjas from Konaha village were naturally dead too. And that's just the normal big snakes in these Ryuchi caves. And the three elders who have the real ability of fairy art are even gods who block and kill gods, and Buddhas who block and kill Buddhas. At this moment, the backbone of Konaha village has not yet arrived. How could an ordinary Konaha shinobi army resist them? Whether it is Tienshin Shenji, Ichikajima Haim, or Sutsuhime, they all have various fairy arts abilities such as free floating, flying, and invisibility. In addition, they themselves have their own special powers, such as transmogrification abilities, devour chakra, bind enemies and more. Of course, they also have other kinds of magic skills under attack, and they are all ruthless characters who can stand alone and sweep a large area. However, compared with the White Snake Immortal, they are nothing. As soon as the White Snake Immortal was summoned, he immediately erupted with his own terrifying fairy art. One move of Sage Art Inorganic Reincarnation immediately overturned the entire land of Konaha village. Like a ferocious beast awakened from 10,000 years of hibernation, it opened an abyss-like cavity, like a bloody mouth, towards the entire Konaha shinobi army bit and smashed. For a moment. The screams were endless, and I don't know how many Konaha shinobi soldiers who killed the battlefield were directly swallowed and annihilated. And it wasn't just the earth that came alive in the entire recovery. It also includes the surrounding hillsides, mounds, stones, streets, even buildings, houses and more. It's like a weird and terrifying portrait. The whole Konaha village is eating and biting itself. Qian Yu smiled, and immediately rode on top of the white-scaled serpent transformed by the White Snake Immortal, and also unleashed his own celestial skills. Same Sage Art Inorganic Reincarnation technique as White Snake Immortal. However, at this moment, his Sage Art and strength are even higher than that of the White Snake Immortal. Immediately, with the joint efforts of the two, the power of the fairy art soared instantly, and the entire battlefield turned into a terrifying monster controlled by two people. Roaring and roaring, biting towards the entire village of Konaha Shinobi. Now, Jiraiya leads Anbu, the root ninja who arrived first on the battlefield. But the ninja army in Konaha village had already suffered casualties. More than half, almost none of the 10. Looking at this scene, he couldn't help being terrified. Even though I have been rampant in this ninja world for decades, I have never seen such a terrifying scene of war. Qian Yu rides the white-scaled serpent transformed by the white snake Immortal, controls the countless Ryuchi cave snakes, and adds the sage art ice escape Dragon Knight created by himself, as if the god descended from the earth, leading the heavenly soldiers and generals. It is like a divine punishment on Konaha village. Kamui is awesome and shining. The Jiraiya and Anbu Genbu ninjas who had just arrived were also terrified when they saw this scene. In front of the sage art inorganic reincarnation jointly performed by Qian Yu and the white snake Immortal, he became like an ant in the eyes of giant beasts. Although these people immediately used all kinds of ninjutsu and frantically attacked the huge monster created by sage art inorganic reincarnation, but it was completely meaningless. Just for a moment. Konaha village had already lost a lot, and there were not many Anbu and root ninjas left, so they lost most of them again immediately. Directly devoured and bitten by the monster transformed by sage art's inorganic reincarnation, the dead can't die again. In addition, many ninjas fell directly from the abyss cracks that suddenly appeared, and they didn't know how deep they fell. For a while, the whole Konaha village is scared out of their wits. And at this moment, Shimura Danzo and Udatane Kaharu also led the elite ninja clansmen of the major families to rush to the front of the battlefield. But all people, seeing this scene, were as shocked and terrified as Jiraiya. Before that, although Qian Yu also made a big disturbance in Konaha village, it was all for a purpose, not purely for war and killing. For example, to save the Uchiha clan, Hyuga clan and so on. But this time, without any other purpose. This is war. Now, all the remaining ninjas in Konaha village, those who stayed in the village without performing tasks, and those who were able to fight, almost all rushed to the battlefield. Jiraiya, Shimura Danzo, Udatane Kaharu, Anbu, Roots. Sarutobi family, Shimura family, Yamanaka family, Nara family, Akamichi family, Aburame family, Enki family. Hitaki Kakashi, Might Guy, Yamato, Kurenai Yuhi and others all also arrived. However, looking at such a terrifying scene, everyone trembled and couldn't believe it. But no matter what, the matter has come to this point, the only thing to do is fight to the death. Then, all the Konaha shinobi warriors roared and threw themselves into this extremely tragic war. And Qian Yu also gave an order, and immediately the ninja army that was still outside Konaha village roared at the same time, and the sound of killing shook the world, and they came towards Konaha village to fight. Under Qian Yu, Orochimaru, Tsunade, Crystal Styles Gurren and powerful subordinates, the Ibulai clan, and the Wanyumaru clan. There are 4 Atonin, Dyuya, Jirobo, and Kitamaru, all on the left and right. Copper armor sack stirrup new anvil, medical mallet. And the army of thousands of ninjas in Yinan village, who are now swearing to follow Qian Yu to the death. Coming to the battlefield mighty and mighty. This is a war that affects the historical changes of the entire ninja world totally broke out.